Good morning. I want to call into session the June 10th, 2022 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, and want to welcome all who are joining with us this morning, those in chambers and as well as those telephonically. And again, we had quite a lengthy session yesterday, and I know we were going to go right back into the budget today. But again, thanks to all who are with us, and certainly to our county staff that's with us today with some follow-on items. I know we have ample opportunity for public comment, and then we'll go into board deliberations later today, and we'll see where we get by the end of the agenda. So with that, Flo, I'm going to turn to you, our clerk, Florence Evans, and ask her to call the roll, establish a quorum, make some announcements. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then go through the kind of the sub-agenda, and we'll get started. So good morning.
Good morning. And did you want to make a note about Mr. Cerna participating?
Oh, yes. I would just note that Supervisor Cerna will be joining us remotely today, and again, we appreciate it. I know he made a real effort to be here yesterday and would be here if he wasn't feeling under the weather, but he'll be joining us, and certainly we'll do our best to make sure we recognize board members for comments and questions. And again, good morning, Phil. So.
Okay, Supervisors Cerna? Mr. Cerna? Okay, well, we know he's here. Supervisor Kennedy? Here. Desmond? Here. Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, June 13th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the meeting will be live streamed and open to public attendance pursuant to health and safety guidelines. The practice of social distancing and wearing of face coverings, mask, or shield is recommended for the health and safety of all persons participating in person during the meeting, although it is not required. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Members of the public will be given 3 minutes to make a comment and are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda item or call for off-agenda matters, and when the chairperson calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. To make a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your comment. Clerk staff will transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may also send written comments to email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.net. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Okay. Thank you, Flo, for reading that into the record. And with that, I'd maybe ask Amanda Thomas, our Chief Financial Officer, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you would, Amanda.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we do have a sub-agenda. I know we've made a commitment this morning to certainly take public comment And I think it might be appropriate. We did ask for some report backs, and I know I received at least one inquiry last night. The folks were very interested in some of the law and justice discussion and would at least that person preferred to have the opportunity to hear some of that exchange and information before they weighed in public comment. I don't think with the subagenda, the response to questions, that we have a long agenda. So, Ann, maybe I turn to you to see what your suggestions might be on this. So.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I do agree. I think we can fairly quickly go through the response to questions that you all had yesterday that might help inform the public commenters, and then we could listen to the public comments after they've heard this.
Okay, and then the plan would be to then bring it back to the board for comments and suggestions regarding other items that folks wish to have considered for recommended budget, and following that, then to give direction to staff, give them an opportunity to give them 5 or 10 minutes anyway to go back and huddle. No, I'm kidding. We take a break.
Need at least an hour.
Okay. All right, 60 minutes. We'll be generous. But give some opportunity for them to go back and then come back. We'll come back into session after that break and have final deliberations. If that, depending upon, again, the level of public comment, we may have a lot of public comments, so the day may get extended, but I don't want to anticipate that without knowing for sure. So, okay, so with that, why don't we then go to, sure, Mr. Kennedy. Yeah.
Just for clarification, we had other departments coming back. When does that happen in the schedule?
They are here this morning.
But I mean, where does it happen in the schedule?
We'll give you the follow-up items, and then if there are additional items that you want from the other department heads, we can bring them up at
Did
that
you
time.
get there was a sub-agenda just put out? Did you not get that? Should have been at the...
Well, I just had the questions.
Oh, the questions. Okay, that's really on sub-agenda responses to questions. So
Yeah, I got the responses. My question is like we asked for the sheriff's department and others. Is that before public comment or after public comment?
Ideally, before public comment.
Okay,
so,
that's
because
what
I
I
think
thought.
it really
was,
informs.
yeah, I wasn't clear, Patrick.
Got
so
it,
yeah,
got it.
yeah. So
Thank
that's
you.
what we'll do. We'll have that exchange and a conversation, and again that public comment after we've had some of that. I would ask the folks still stand by because we may get back into more discussion amongst board members. So
Thank you.
okay, very good. No, good question. Anybody else? Supervisor Frost, Supervisor Desmond, you're okay with that approach? All right. Do we have how many folks do we have on the phone? We have a lot of folks in the queue.
Right now, you have about 4.
Okay, and I know we have Diana Pagetto in the audience, and one of our. So we'll get to you too. So Diana, you're the sole person thus far that's signed up, but yeah, I'll be watching for the rush here shortly. So, okay, so
Mr. Chair, this is Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, Phil, go ahead. Yeah, Phil.
I just want to make sure you know that I am here.
yes, we do. Very good. Good morning, Phil. I'm glad you're with us. So.
Sorry.
And I guess we have some mechanism if he raises his hands or so that he can join in. So at any time. So, all righty.
And it's the same code, Supervisor Cerna, to lower your hand as well. Respectfully.
Yeah. Yeah, we want all 5 fingers up there, so or thumbs up or something like that.
You
So.
should know me better. I'm just going to keep my hand up.
Okay. All right. With that, then, again, I get more than responses to questions. There will obviously be some additional questions and dialogue with our county department heads. So, all right. Well, let's go down. We have the subagenda, and well, maybe I'll just run through it real quick. It has utility taxes, position totals, UC Davis settlement, refugee services, building security, Valley Youth Authority questions, public defender grants, substance disorder, number served, homeless outreach. Homeless debris removal, and I trust there may be some additional items, but that's what's on here for at least discussion as noted yesterday, and thanks to our staff for that. So, Ann, who's going to carry? Is Amanda going to come forward? Is that Amanda gets to be?
Yes, Amanda will kick us off.
You thought you were just going to get away doing the Pledge of Allegiance and you were all done for the day, right?
Not quite.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning,
Amanda.
Chair Natoli, members of the board, Amanda Thomas, County's Chief Fiscal Officer, and Chair Natoli read off the list of questions that we're intending to respond to this morning from yesterday's meeting. So I'm going to address the first 3 questions, and the first one I think was a question that you raised, Supervisor Natoli, about utility user taxes and if there were any impacts during during the COVID pandemic, either through deferred or delinquent payments, and if we might be expecting to receive additional revenues as a result of that. So we did take a look at the utility user tax revenues, as well as the delinquency data for the county utilities billing and utility user tax. And looking at both of those, there doesn't really appear to have been a significant COVID impact based on that information that we have available. We'll obviously continue to look into that and monitor it and make any adjustments as needed to revenues in the September budget if that looks like it is necessary. But at this point,
Do you happen to have the year over year? I know it's in the budget material, but the year over year on the utility tax?
So what we're projecting year over year?
Yeah, right, year over year. So that would give us the 2021, 21, 22, 20.
Yes. So we are projecting a very modest increase 22-23 compared to 21-22. Is that your question, right? So
Right.
about a 0.5% increase.
Which amounts to?
Amounts to 110,000.
Okay, and all that money goes into the general fund, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And that's for all utilities, including both SMUD, PG&E, but also sanitation district utility taxes?
As far as I'm aware,
Yeah,
yes.
okay, all right, very good. Okay, that answers the question. Thank you.
So then the next question was about what the position totals were during and as a result of the recession, and sort of when the low point of that was. So in 2011-12, which was sort of the low point of positions, using the adopted budget number, total county positions were 11,382, and that represented a reduction of about 3,000 positions from the 2007-8 number of 14,513.
And so with the recommended budget this year, we've added back about 2,000, about two-thirds of those positions. Is that
Yep, that is
accurate?
correct. Yep.
Okay. And one other relevant question, I guess, to that, because it does go to the contributions, both active employees versus those that are retired. And obviously, there's been any number of retirements that have occurred during that period of time, during the last 10 or 11 years. But active payees, obviously, the employer's contribution is important to long-term viability, and certainly the actuarial projections that the retirement system, as we have our conversations, and certainly the retirement board sets the contribution rate annually, and that's, holds as employer, but also then may reflect in the employee's contribution as well. Has there been an improvement in the projections? Because as we went to that low point, and recognizing that their previous projections going back to the early 2000s, late 90s had projected the workforce would grow to 16,000, 17,000. We had incorporations where we lost programmatic elements that went to those cities. We then had the recession where, as you just noted, we reduced both through layoffs and position elimination about 3,000 positions. But that had some net effect beyond interest rates and other aspects of portfolios. So I guess, Amanda, have you had conversations with the retirement officer relative to how the growth in the workforce, modest as it may be over a 10-year period, impacts employer and employee contributions?
Well, so certainly it is an important factor, as you pointed out, and obviously it's one of the things that gets incorporated into the actuarial studies that are done that produce the retirement rates. So it is being factored in among many other things. You pointed to interest rates, obviously pension reform. So new employees entering the workforce under a different benefit formula that has an impact as well. So it's really a combination of factors. But yes, of course, when we look at labor costs and what the impact is of adding or reducing employees, it's obviously not just the wages, but that retirement component. So while I couldn't give you a specific number, certainly it does come into play. Yeah.
And does the vacancy factor have any impact on that? Because again, even though we've authorized positions, and if you can't fill positions or they stay unfilled because of competition in the workplace and or just the inability to recruit, does that have an impact? Because again, even though we've authorized positions and we would contribute if they were filled, but if there's not an employee there, we're not making a contribution to the system. Does that get accounted for? I guess in the overall. Again, I don't know what our vacancy rate is. I think that may be somewhere in the conversation here this morning. I'm curious though.
As of May, the total county vacancy rate was right about 14%. Now, that's an average.
Right.
Some are much higher, some much lower.
Okay. Because again, even positions, and it was that way pre-recession, and even during the recession, there were positions that weren't filled, but we're not contributing to folks at that point in time. I think it probably bodes well though for certainly the retirement system, because we've increased the number of retirees, and that number, I get that information, you see that it's grown significantly, and but it's the current workforce, the contributions that are made by employees that then sustains the long-term payouts to folks who've earned it through their retirement and their employment with the county. So, okay. Well, I appreciate the information, and so we've bounced back quite a bit since the recession.
Yes, in terms of position counts.
Yeah, position. Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. And then the next question, I think, related to the UC Davis settlement, and sort of a question about, where is that budgeted, and how long is the county obligated to make those payments? So just wanted to confirm, in the 22-23 budget, there's about $7.7 million budgeted for that payment. Those payments get made July 1st of every fiscal year, and the payments will continue until July 1st, 2033. That $7.7 million does increase to $8.2 million for the 2027 and 2028 payment. I do want to point out that in 2028, there is an additional balloon payment of deferred interest, so interest that was not paid at the beginning of the term, of an additional $7.4 million that year. So in the 2028-2029 fiscal year, there will be an additional $7.4 million that will need to be paid. And then for the 2029 through 2033 payment, those are estimated another about $7.6 million annually. So payments continuing through 2033, and just a note that 2028 will have an extra payment due. I will also mention that the total principal associated with that settlement was about $94 million, and then the total interest that will be paid over the repayment term is almost $38 million. So by spreading out those payments, there's an additional $38 million in interest that would be paid.
Is there any prepayment penalty? What sort of interest rate are we being charged at? Because again, maybe it's advantageous as we look to our fiscal health, because again, it pulls capacity out every year to maybe making some additional contribution to that to try to buy it down quicker. Again, year to year. I just think it's an important conversation. Otherwise, it's on automatic pilot per board direction. And as we're looking at trying to get healthier, certainly through the work that you and all the others who contribute to the budget are doing, it seemed to me I ought to take a look at that interest rate. And even though they're climbing now, I don't know if it's a 7% interest rate, or is it 5%? Does it fluctuate?
So we're paying 3% now, but there's some deferred interest. That's what that payment in 2028 is for, is the difference between the 3% that's currently being paid and then the 4.5%. And then the interest rate goes up to 5% in 27-28, and then it's sort of set according to an index for the remaining 5 years of the term, with a maximum of 9.5%.
A maximum of 5.5%?
9.5.
Okay, well then I think that and the maximum will be achieved? We will go to 9.5%?
No. We don't know what the rate will be because it's set according to the 5-year Treasury at the time, but it would not exceed 9.5%. in that term. And I am informed that there's not a prepayment penalty.
Okay. Well, again, I offered a suggestion, certainly for in future budgeting. One, I think that the board should have it as a part of your budget document annually. So there's at least, it's embedded here. But if there's opportunity, and obviously you're tasked with looking at a lot of different things, but there may be a time now or in the future where either paying it down more quickly to avoid some of the interest accrual, assuming we're in good health. Because again, it comes right off the top every year. That's $7 or $8 million of capacity, and if there are years when things are more robust, this is one of those years where things are better. It might be wise, again, in consideration of all the other things that tug at us, to try to retire that debt. And again, as the revenue neutrality payments begin to decline or paid off too, then we have another source of income that goes away. And so it may be, again, trying to absorb that along with this. It's just best to carry out the schedule. But I guess a suggestion, unless there's any objection, Amanda, that there be, some ability for the board, call that to the attention, and again, keep it on your radar. Obviously, it is, but maybe there's a way to save some money in the long run without damaging, some of the immediate priorities within the county budget. So,
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Okay.
a great suggestion, and
Yeah.
we'll look into it.
because even at 3 or 4%, we were paying more than what the rate has been for the last, few years. Now, obviously, things are moving upward, and the treasury rate's going to be adjusted accordingly. But UCD was making money off of the county at that rate of return, better than they could get at the bank, I'm sure. So, okay, all right, thanks. And any question? Oh, I'm sorry. I see both Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Frost have punched up. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
So, Amanda, my memory is murky. When we were doing the negotiations with UC Davis, and I was a part of that, we structured the payments so that when that balloon payment hit, there was some significant cost in another area that we were going to save, and that's how we could justify, and that's how it worked. Does that sound familiar?
So I was discussing that this morning, and it may be related to some debt service reductions that we'll have coming in the future. So we'll kind of I think it does make sense to kind of look at everything overall and figure out timing-wise what the overall kind of debt profile looks
Okay.
like and try to keep that level. So I think that may have been the thinking there.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Thanks, Patrick. Sue.
My comment was related to the capital appreciation bond that we're paying something like $193 million a year on that will retire in 2028, that in 2029, potentially we could retire, the very next year we could retire this debt with a balloon payment if we were able to. It was on the same lines as I think what Supervisor Kennedy might be referring to.
Yes, absolutely. I think it makes sense to look at everything, sort of holistically.
It'll be a celebration when we pay that off. Thank you.
Yeah, because
Okay.
we took out a lot of debt over a number of years and, financed a number of the county facilities, and certainly with the settlement, this one as one of the primary ones, we had a lot of debt. Some of that's going to come off, and obviously there are competing needs, and we may have to go back out to the market, but that'll be a future decision depending upon facility and other needs that we have. So, okay, well, very good. But I do, again, the suggestion I would make is that maybe there's a section in budget each year that kind of reflects that, because as you pay it down, it's built in, and then as you continue to look at that, I think it would be healthy, because again, as you're planning to try to look to the future, this is a piece of all that. So, and we've had reports in the past, and this is just a good refresher. So, Ann?
Yes, and not to beat a dead horse,
Yeah.
but this is why we are proposing reserves for the litigation settlement fund, so that when we do have to settle with maybe
Whoever.
Hardesty, Schneider, whatever, that we actually have the money to pay it, so we don't have to do debt and pay interest.
Very good. Understood. Okay. All right. If there's nothing else on that, Amanda, thanks. I got to 1, 2, 3 pretty quick. So,
Great, thank you. And yes, so next I think I'll turn it over to Ethan.
good morning, Ethan.
Good morning. This is always the uncomfortable piece, waiting for this to come up. I'm glad I'm only 6'3", let me just say that. Good morning, Chair Natoli, members of the board, Ethan Dye, Director for the Department of Human Assistance. And watching the discussions yesterday, I know you have there was some conversation on Afghan refugees and Ukraine refugees, and I want to talk about that this morning. I'm going to grab my notes so I don't forget anything for you. So one of the questions was anything expended in the last fiscal year? And the answer to that question is no, but let me explain how we get to where we're at today. So in last fiscal year, the $5 million one-time set aside in September has not been utilized or tapped into. During the budget discussions, the funding was utilized for the needs that were not covered by federal and or state funding. The federal and state governments have provided a lot of support and resources for the Afghan refugee population, including a massive event that is going on right now at Cal Expo that's being put on by FEMA and a number of our community organizations. The county was approached by an organization right after Thanksgiving of last year asking for a $5 million over 3-year, $15 million ask. The organization's proposal was a good starting place for us to look at, but needed significant work. DHA staff began working with the organizations through Zoom and emails to develop a full proposal that outlined what exactly the organization was planning to do with the funding that was being asked for, the organizations that they had planned on working for, and how we could actually have discussions, exchanges, and conversations on how to best support the Afghan refugees. DHA worked collaboratively with the organization to add and remove items that were not at the heart of what we normally look at in the community in terms of traditional social services. DHA believes that through those discussions and at the end of that documentation that we now have a good proposal, which is why we have brought a $3 million request to the board's consideration. The discussions took a considerable amount of time. So by the time we were able to wrap up the discussions with that organization, the board item would have come to the board on May 24th, which did not allow for any ramp-up time or even beginning a process under one-time payments. The intended program is designed to cover legal services, communication and outreach services, youth support programs, job placement programs, and charity donations, as well as rent subsidies. Newly arrived individuals and families would enter the program through referrals from partner organizations, outreach efforts at local mosques and schools, and through building upon relationships and collaborations with refugee resettlement agencies. It is noted that the current design does not allocate any funding to resettlement agencies. While all that was going on for the Afghan population, in mid-January, the state had approached the Department of Human Assistance to examine setting up a project room key design for leasing motels and providing case management services for Afghan refugees. The department had multiple discussions over about 3 months with the California Department of Social Services, in which planning was really starting to come into focus. However, CDSS did end up receiving federal funding for their design, and they chose to create their own program. So I'll leave it there with the Afghan refugees if the board has questions.
So when you say they did their own program, what are they doing? Are they serving people?
So CDSS built a program in which the refugees and or resettlement agencies can actually go onto a website and log somebody into housing, and they're using Airbnbs, motel vouchers. They're actually creating their own thing that has the county does not actually access.
Does that make good sense?
No, it doesn't. It does because it is a large population. I know that we as a county are not able to sustain the numbers, but there is definitely more in the community that we could do as we're working, which is why we're looking at rental subsidy programs through the organization that we're working with, because there definitely is more that we need to do.
Well, it just seems to me you got, 2 levels of administration. I mean, again, they're using a website, so, and you say CDSS, so is there a local branch? Can they talk to a real person? Who administers that? Do they have contract agencies? I just find it, again, maybe, a bit redundant to start from. So that's why I'm asking, because my concern, and I know Supervisor Desmond wants to weigh in, is that we're reaching the people that need to be served, and that, they may be identified because obviously they're coming through a portal to this country, either through a relief organization, through the government. But once they get here, then connecting them with the services that help them, assimilate and to receive the, services that allow them to get their legs underneath them. I guess I'm just concerned that somehow you get this other agency, not that we need to do it all, or that they can do it all. Obviously, they approached us, and they, spend time and effort talking with us, and then they decide to do their own thing anyway, which I'm not surprised about that. But I guess, do you think there are gaps in service? That's my question. Are there gaps in service, and are there people that are not being served, or organizations that are serving who may not be a part of the plan that you just talked about? Maybe a small organization, but are helping provide rent relief, help folks with educational stipends, whatever it is, so they can get the services that they need. And I guess I'm curious, do you think there are folks that are falling through the cracks?
I absolutely think that there are organizations, perhaps outside of the organization we're looking at, that may have been interested in figuring out what services they can provide. Smaller organizations, who aren't used to contracting with the county or doing things to the county. I absolutely believe that there are gaps in services, not only for this population, but definitely also for the incoming Ukrainian population. So I absolutely agree that there are gaps in services, and we should be looking at what those are and figuring out how best to approach those.
Okay, my last comment on this right now is that then whether it's 3 million or 5 million or whatever, there are gaps in services, and we have gaps in a lot of other service areas too. But this is certainly an issue for the time right now. If we could identify those, then again, whether it's the 3 million we're talking about or some additional amount. I mean, that was the thing last year. We didn't know, and so we said start with 5 million, and maybe we revisit this. If we can identify those gaps and have whoever our partners might be, but to do whatever we can at our level for the people that are part of our community and coming to our community to assist them in getting a good start here. So so if it's more money or less, whatever, but I just think that's really imperative. So
absolutely. And one of the things I think that we need to do a little better, or that we didn't do, was reach out to the resettlement agencies as the collective and ask them who the organizations are in the community who can best serve us, and not just looking at how we did it.
Right, and those monies run out. That's the other thing, is that they sustain for a while, but with other factors, it may be that we could fill some of those gaps. Supervisor Desmond, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with Chair Natoli about this. I think so. What I'm hearing from you now, Ethan, is that the recommendation is to use the $3 million to fund this specific program that's already been identified. Because we had some discussions yesterday. I thought maybe we could take a path where the board approves the money, but there might be a little more outreach to assess those very needs that I think Chair Natoli is referencing. I mean, because for me, after we found out about Afghanistan, I started some pretty robust outreach in the community, a virtual town hall forum. I did some outreach with some specific providers, including a lot of conversations with the resettlement agencies. And I had heard that a coalition was forming, which was great, but that was in the fall, early fall last year. I didn't hear anything else about it until we heard from you. And so I feel like there hasn't been the conversations with the resettlement agencies, the conversation with First Five, because I know that they were trying to help identify some of the needs. I just feel like we got this proposal from an outside entity, and we decided to go that way. And I represent the district where the vast majority of these Afghan refugees are coming. So I think I was just a little put off that my office has not been included in these discussions, because I certainly would have encouraged you and your staff to, reach out to the resettlement agencies and some others that are really there on the front lines. So I guess all that is to lead up to a question. So am I correct? Is your proposal to approve that specific plan that's on the table right now, or is it going to be to approve the money with a little more evaluation to make sure that plan is going to meet the needs?
So the plan as it is right now, and this board has the authority to tell me to go a different direction, which I would appreciate some direction. The idea is that we would contract with that organization because that single organization is working with, I believe, 7 or 8 different organizations, including education and some other folks that have been referred to us. That would be the direction we would go as a single sole source entity at this point.
That does not preclude us from doing a competitive selection process, should that be the will of the board.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I want to make it very clear that the elements of that plan are all very much needed. I mean, including obviously the food assistance, and I'm not sure if it has any ESL assistance. I know it does. It includes that, and job training, and
Yes.
I mean, there are so many things that are important for this population to, like Chair Natoli said, to assimilate and give them the tools to become successful members of the community, obviously beyond just that subsistence level of support they get from the federal government at the outset. I would think that, I mean, first of all, I think that we should have, I mean, I want to hear what you have to say about the Ukrainian refugee situation too. I think this board should be, I would hope the board would be willing to make a larger investment than just $3 million. I'm wondering, in terms of this proposal that's on the table now, could you go back to them and say, hey, let's sit down with the resettlement agencies, let's sit down with First Five and see how maybe to enhance that plan to make sure it's meeting the needs. What if we went that way instead of, because I also am very cognizant and sensitive to anything that's going to cause more delay to getting some of this assistance out the door, right? And I know if we stop here and start over, it's going to cause that kind of delay. So that's where I'm kind of a little bit torn. I think we can take that framework, maybe expand it, and make sure it's meeting the needs. I don't know. That's just my.
You're absolutely correct. And yes, we can do that, and we are more than willing to do that. The organization that we have been having discussions with is they have been more than receptive to having conversations in all the deliberations we've had. So I have no doubt that they would want to do that. And we want to do that as well. We want to make sure that we're hitting everybody who's eligible to a service, regardless of how we get it, is that they are able to get something and be successful as our new neighbors.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, that organization never reached out to my office or me, which was surprising. So,
Just to your comments, again, I don't want delay. I mean, that was the whole idea, was that we had the ability to quickly respond. We gave the authority to staff to fill in the gaps if we could identify them and have a way to, certainly, directly assist folks. And here we are now in June, and we're still talking about it. And obviously, some services have been delivered. I too am, curious about the wave of Ukrainian refugees and where we are with that, and certainly would be willing to consider another sum of money. And maybe we need to compete this. You certainly can do a sole source if appropriate, and all the things check out, and with direct services. But there may be other providers, and whether they be the ones that this organization is working with, or others who don't even know about the opportunity, but certainly could be part of that team and make sure that we're able to best serve folks and do it efficiently, and certainly get the aid to folks who are in need of it, and also not have just a lot of it get chewed up with everybody pulling off the top for their own administrative costs, which again, that was my point about with CDSS. The state and federal government those monies are going for that staffing. Direct services, though, oftentimes, kind of come at the tail end, and, you get big cuts off the top before it ever gets to the people who actually need the money and need the support. So anyway, maybe you want to continue with I don't see anyone in the queue right now, so go ahead and finish your presentation on Ukrainians. Let's come back to this discussion then.
So Ukrainian refugees is a very different population. This group of new humanitarian parolees does not have the same level of federal and state resource allocations. The individuals are not eligible for resettlement funding, and the resettlement agencies are not receiving funding for this population at this time. And that is due to current legislation. However, recently the parolees have been given eligibility to mainstream social service programs, which was a great thing to see, a shift. However, it is unknown how many entrants will be coming to Sacramento because they are not coming through the resettlement agencies, and there's a great potential that the needs of this population will be far greater than the needs of the Afghan population or entrants due to the lack of federal and state supports. So that to say, as Ms. Thomas alluded to yesterday, there is discussion of some contingency funding in the budget for this. There is no number associated with that because we have no idea what this population's need is going to be. So this is one instance where we would actually send out either a request for information from the community or request for proposal or anything we could get from the community, calls, emails, on who in the community can we reach out to who can help us through this process.
That's a quick question. So what is the latest prediction on numbers maybe coming to the Sacramento region for the Ukrainian refugees, Ethan?
So it's oddly designed. So the federal government or the Biden administration had said about 100,000 are going to be allowed to come into the U.S. under the humanitarian parolee. The number could be as far as 16,000, and that is based on that the Ukrainian population, Sacramento County has 6% of the U.S. So 6% of the 100,000 could be 16,000. And that can shift depending on what ports folks are coming to, where they're coming into, where they're landing. But I think 16,000 could be the high. As of right now, we have not seen a huge influx. We have seen a few come through with varying immigration statuses. We need to be prepared for that. But again, this is a population that we don't have a good handle on what the needs are going to be, that we really need the community to reach out to us, or we need to reach out to somebody in the community for help.
6% of 100,000, 16,000.
16,000?
6,000.
Oh, my math is horrible.
I wasn't going to say. I'm like, wait a second.
Well, no, I'm not embarrassed, but I'm
Thanks,
just saying, new math, I'll take it. If you get some more dollars, I'll use that for that calculation.
So can we apply that to the budget discussion, right?
I don't think so.
So 6,000. If
Sorry, my math is obviously horrible.
and that
6,000.
Ukrainian, I mean, the population is spread out throughout the county, and much more so than the Afghan population. What are the latest numbers on Afghan refugees in Sacramento, Ethan?
So the numbers we're seeing are about 11,500 in the community. That number varies a little bit depending on, but it's somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay, and I understand that. That's right, because you don't have in the Ukrainian refugees coming. None of them have that special immigration visa status or classification, and some of the benefits and supports that come along with that. So yeah,
and actually the first 2.5 months of the entrance for Ukraine, they were not eligible to any public assistance benefits, and so that has since changed.
Wow. Supervisor Frost,
I wonder if there's a place where these people can call, if they call our office and they need help with access into the country. Is there a place where we can refer them? Because there are Ukrainians who are trying to get into our country that have exited Ukraine and are working through other countries, but do they have to be in that special program, or is there a way that we can maybe help them if they contact us?
Let me do some research. I want to give you the best possible contacts.
Okay. I'm thinking from Canada to U.S. for one specific person.
And we have seen that. We've also seen them come through Tijuana, coming in from that direction. The thing that we're seeing out when they're coming from or through other borders is that the immigration status they've been given like a visitor visa, and under visitor visas, eligibility is very, very scarce for certain things. So I want to make sure I give you the right contacts, and I'll make sure that all board members get those.
Okay. Thank you. It's really hard for them. I mean, they got out with the clothes on their back. They left everything behind.
Very difficult. Understand.
Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
So just so turn this on here. I guess it is on. Just so I'm clear. So what is the proposal from the contingency fund that you've set aside? What would you come back to the board? And I'm talking specifically with respect to the need for the Ukraine to assist Ukrainian refugees. How do you envision that playing out? Because we're not making a specific decision on anything today.
No, we're not. We're just setting aside money in contingency.
Okay.
And as Ethan learns more about what the needs are, what the numbers are, then we would come back to you with a proposal after he connects with the Ukrainian, if there's any, agencies or programs that serve the Ukrainian population. We'll bring all that together and come back.
Okay. And then, so on the table right now, specifically with respect to refugee assistance, is the $3 million, which I'm supportive of it as long as we can make that additional outreach to make sure that it's meeting the needs. And when the time is appropriate, I would also like to have a discussion up here about possibly setting aside some additional funds for the needs of the Afghan refugees, but perhaps we'd be able to cover that with contingency funding as well. Is that your thought, Ann? Or because initially we talked about $5 million last year, and here we're looking at $3 million.
And I think what Mr. Dye is saying is that in conversations with the organization that has built a collaborative, they have come to a place where they believe that the $3 million will cover it. Now that might change once we pull in the resettlement
Right.
agencies, and yes, we would have to come back to you and say we needed more out of contingency to cover that.
Okay.
And I will be coming back anyway because I have to ask the board permission to contract with that organization. So you would see the numbers.
Okay. Sue, and I don't know, Phil, on the phone, if you wanted to weigh in as well.
I
Sue,
just
that's right.
wanted to, do we know where most of these refugees are going, like by district? I know a lot of the Afghan went to 3. I think I have a large Ukraine community, but you might also, Rich. Do we know?
3 definitely has a little bit of a split on both, and I believe your district has more Ukraine.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
District 5 does as well, has a significant Ukrainian population in Ranch Cordova. Well, I think it's probably going to be something that we're going to maybe have more regular discussion on. I mean, we kind of left it last September, and I know that you had a virtual forum, and I did as well, and that was helpful, I think, talking about some of the struggles. And it was during time of COVID, so we weren't able to come together, and you may have had something in person, but I don't want to get lost, I guess, and it doesn't sound like it has been, but it was kind of a shocker yesterday to hear that we hadn't spent any money, and again, if everybody's needs were met, I guess that was a good thing, but I think based upon the conversation here today, we kind of know that there's people that have probably a number of needs out there that could be very essential to their daily lives, and we just need to put the plan together, and whether it's with the organization we're talking about or others, and I think do some more outreach with the resettlement agencies, and to do that quickly, recognizing there are a lot of competing priorities here, but it's been many months since folks have left their country and resettled here, and I trust a lot of them are getting help, but I'm sure there's those that aren't. So, Ann?
Yes, I also want to say, and I don't want to put Ethan on the spot. However, maybe we can have those discussions between now and September, and then address it in September. Does that give you enough time?
It does, and I guarantee that my team is probably sending out emails to the resettlement agencies as we speak to start those conversations because they are important for the community. One of the things that I did fail to mention, and I want to talk a little bit, the Department of Health Services has the Refugee Health Assistance Program through primary care, and they have been doing health assessments and linkages to refugees, and they've received state funding for that, and about $2.3 million. And also in conversation or in discussion with the Ukrainian population, the Department of Health Services contracted with the Slavic Assistance Center for about $85,000 already in order to help through that process. So there have been some very small incremental pieces, but we have not forgotten about this, and we understand the importance for our neighbors.
What's $85,000 buy you these days?
I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Katari.
You said small, so you referenced it correctly. I'm just wondering, what's that do?
Right. Good morning, Siobhan Katari, Health Services. The $85,000 is to set up a hotline so that they're able to receive calls and start to direct folks to assistance. And so I'm getting the exact phone number for you, and I'll have that for you today, but it's so folks can call. We are in consistent conversation with them to see what other needs they have as well. But as soon as the crisis hit, we started to enter conversations about how to best get resources out to the community. So we'll be looking to increase that once we learn more.
Okay, so
thanks.
it's a hotline, not direct services. Supervisor Cerna, do you have anything you wanted to weigh in on this while we're on this topic?
Yes, I do. Thank
Go
you,
ahead, Phil.
Chair. I just want to follow up on some of the comments from my colleagues relative to their district-specific concerns. As the supervisor that represents mostly the city of Sacramento and very limited portions of the populated unincorporated county in District 1, I just want to ensure that whatever adjustments will be made in terms of service provision for both Afghan and Ukrainian refugees is being treated as a countywide effort. And we are not just restricting ourselves to the geographic boundaries of the unincorporated county.
That's absolutely correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Phil. All right, so and I think between now and September, which that's a couple of months, it sounds like we're working on this already. But it doesn't need to wait till September. And my view is there's some things that already, and if you need a budget authority before then, in order to we identify a lot of need, and you need to bring something before that. You certainly know you have that authority as well. But I just think that. This was healthy to have this discussion because we, kind of went off and thought it was all being taken care of, and obviously folks, weren't ignoring it, but I think learned a lot more here this morning. So, Supervisor Desmond.
Yes, and thank you, Ethan, for the work you're doing. I know it's been a moving target at times, and now it's a very complex thing. And so, yes, I agree. As far as expediting, so assuming we will end up approving this today, I imagine you can come back to us very, very quickly after you do this additional outreach and bring the contract back with these adjustments after you do that outreach. Correct. That would be the idea. Okay, great. Thank you, Ethan.
Okay. Very good. All right. Any other comments by board members on this topic? If not, thanks, Ethan. Appreciate you. And thank you, Siobhan, too, for contributing to this. Okay. Next
Jeff
item.
Gassaway is up next.
Mr. Gassaway.
Good morning, Chair Natoli, members of the board. Jeff Gassaway, Director of General Services.
Morning, Jeff.
I'm going to give you a brief overview of some of the security enhancements we're doing at 708th Street in the Administration Center. And a lot of it is based on what we learned during COVID and some of the protests, as well as what's happening, across the United States and locally. So one of the things that we learned during the pandemic and some of the protests were we really have no way of securing the lobby at 708th Street. The doors do not have panic hardware. So that's one of the items that we're addressing is replacing the doors at the entrance. We're also going to be closing off the east side to public access, as well as the lower level will only be on the ground level. At the east and west will only be staff entrances.
You've already done that.
Yeah, we have, and that's basically
I know I came
because of
through
the
the other
pandemic.
day, and good thing I had my pass with me. Otherwise, I would have go the other way. So
Right, but on the east side, we're actually going to, we have to open that up at some point, and we'll add another door internal so that the public has access to the cafe.
Yeah.
So, and then
Public Defender's office is located on that floor as well, right?
Right,
So,
yes.
Yeah. And I'm direct out to the courts.
The idea is to have the public come through the north and south lobbies, so we have better control of access to 708th Street. And then on 827 7th Street, we'll be replacing those entrance doors as well with doors that have panic hardware, so we can control that as well and still be able to have egress out of the facility. With that, we're also looking at security within the board chambers and the doors to the board chambers, because during the pandemic, during one of the protests, they were able to beat on the doors and pop them open and disrupt the board proceedings. So we're looking at that as well. I've worked with the deputy county executives and Ann, and we'll be adding metal detectors to the entrance at 827 7th Street and the north and south lobbies at 708th Street as well. That's part of our plan, as well as staff, to be able to staff those metal detectors. That's kind of a brief overview. There's other things that are happening. Back in, I think it was 2015 or 16, the Sheriff's Department did a security assessment of 708th Street. Back then, we made some of those improvements. During the pandemic, we revisited that, met with the Sheriff's Department, and they made more recommendations. We've slowly been making some of those enhancements based on those recommendations, and we'll continue to do so.
Well, thanks, Jeff. And again, I appreciate it. Again, this is not a complete surprise. I would just say that obviously we've had some, very tragic incidents across our nation, not just in real recent times, but certainly over time. I think part of the balance, at least in my view, is, and again, I think certainly the safety and security of folks who work here or come here to do the public's business. That's very, very important. That's obviously what you're looking out for. I've seen the sheriff's study, and it went, into a lot of detail. And this isn't a fortress; it's a public building. And I think the balance that I think is so very, very important, and I've said this many times, certainly at times from the dais, but also to others that talk to me about this, is that I don't want to impede public access, because I think it's very, very important. And whether it's in these chambers for people who come here to participate in, the public meetings, whether it's our meetings or others, but certainly to come to the building. And, a lot of direct services are located on, on the bottom floors. And I think it's, again, I know many buildings have instituted metal detectors and such, and that's a way to obviously intercept if folks are intent upon doing something bad, but also folks may be allowed to carry weapons, but that presents obviously a potential issue. I guess I'm curious because this is showing for $1 million expenditure in the budget, but we're also adding, I think, 9 security staff and a couple of sheriff's officers to the budget. That's going to be an annualized cost. And I guess as I think about all the various competing demands, and certainly safety and security for all the folks that work here and the public's business, how is that being funded? And what's the annualized cost?
It's being recommended to be funded with general fund, and I'd have to look in the book to get the total cost, but it is in there as part. I think it's the $1 million, correct?
Well, some of that's capital.
Part of that is equipment cost.
Yeah, right. That's what I said.
I believe the equipment costs are around $150,000 to $200,000, if I remember correctly.
To change doors and buy the metal detectors?
No, I'm just talking the equipment as far as the metal detectors and the screening equipment. The changing of the doors and everything is being addressed with CCF dollars. The $1 million is just related to increasing the security when the public is entering the building. So.
But as an annualized cost, as all the building security and other buildings, that's all general fund costs?
Well, no. I think for the initial year, it's a general fund, and then it'll be put into the allocated cost package.
That's what I was asking about.
So yeah, that's where the annualized cost will come in the future.
So why do we have to use general fund? Why can't you do the allocate? You're not going to do this in the next few days. I mean, even if it's authorized. I mean, you're talking about some modifications that require equipment, installation, and hiring of folks. Why do we have to use precious general fund dollars? Allocated funds have general fund component to them, but just to carve out $1 million.
Well, all department budgets that are before you today have the allocated cost package built into them, and we would literally have to redo everything to increase the allocated costs for those impacted departments. So it's essentially a one-time expenditure to get this started, and then the following fiscal year, the ongoing costs will be included in the ACP.
So what's the time frame for doing this? I know Supervisor Kennedy's in the queue, but so again, if this is approved, you're not going to spend $1 million right away. You got to hire folks to begin with. I mean, that's what's the contemplated time frame here?
So, hopefully we would be able to get up and running in, I'm going to say 4 months to bring staff on, 5 months, 6 months on the outside.
So why wouldn't we tailor our allocation to that? I know we're going to fund these annually. That's how you do positions. But again, the general fund piece of this is what's, again, we happen to be in a year when general fund's much healthier, but I've been here when we've been looking for nickels, and not that this is unimportant, but there's just no way you're going to do this immediately anyway.
Well, it is standard practice. For years, when we budget new positions, we budget for the full year. That might create will create some fund balance for the following year, because we won't have everyone hired. We won't have anyone hired on July 1st. Hopefully, we will get that done fairly quickly.
One thing,
Mr. Chair, this is Supervisor Cerna.
Yes, Phil. Patrick, Mr. Kennedy's pushed up.
I just want to let you know I think I've had my hand raised for a while now. I don't know if the technology's not agreeing with me here this morning, but
okay.
I do want to chime in as soon as I can. Thank you.
Yeah, Phil. Yeah, hang on just a second. So Supervisor Kennedy punched up a couple minutes ago. So let me get Patrick, and then I'll go to you, Phil. Patrick, you go ahead. Okay, Phil. Go ahead, Phil. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that I do respect. I have always respected Supervisor Tully's position. I agree with him that our administration center isn't a fortress. In fact, all of our government buildings and facilities, they belong to the people, and they should be as welcoming as we can make them. But I think we do have to acknowledge we've learned a lot of, I think, very important lessons over the last few years, not just with the state of increasing gun violence, but also, what we saw with, the very intense passions that our constituents can have, how that manifests itself sometimes in terms of inappropriate behavior and almost semi-violent behavior, whether it's breaking through doors or whatnot. I do also want to acknowledge that and make clear for anyone that might be listening to this discussion that I believe that what the CEO's office, Mr. Gasway, has put forward in terms of a one-time budget this year for additional security services and equipment, and then the ongoing cost is not. It's not intended to satisfy the security needs of the board only or staff only, but also, and most importantly, for the public. Remember that when we have meetings like we did yesterday morning, where we had probably 100 people in chambers, we have an obligation to keep them safe. And I will also note that I've really observed carefully our staff, I think, feeling somewhat threatened in recent months and years, depending on the circumstances in chambers with certain individuals and situations. And I think we have an obligation to our staff as well to make sure that they are not feeling threatened in the course of doing their work. I've agreed for the most part with Supervisor Tully in the past about the about the metal detectors and how that can be perceived as thwarting that welcoming intent for people's chambers. But I do feel strongly that things have changed. The times have changed. We've learned a lot, and it is a bit of an unfortunate testimony to the need for it now, but it is what it is. And my first concern is for keeping the public safe, and I think the measures that Mr. Gasway has outlined can do that. And I'm happy to hear the details about an interior doorway at the east entrance and hallway so that the public will continue to have access to the cafe. I think that's important. I didn't hear much about the west side. I assume that is only going to be a matter of putting panic hardware on the doors on the west side. But I'm in full agreement and support for what our CEO and Mr. Gasway are proposing in terms of additional security measures. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Supervisor Kennedy.
Supervisor Cerna just said exactly what I was going to say.
Thanks. I wanted to ask another question, though, because, again, I think part of it's the protocols then. If you're screening for weapons, that's one thing. But if you go to courthouse, I can just speak from experience that my key ring, I have a nail clipper. That was considered a weapon. I had to make arrangements to either get rid of the nail clipper before I entered the building, couldn't go into the courthouse. Now, I think, again, some of those things certainly go to security procedures, to who's making those calls. And I'd say it's one thing to screen for weapons and to have appropriate signage and so forth, but that can get carried pretty far. And I don't know who's in charge of that. And it's more than just obviously general services. You'll have sheriff's sworn officers, I guess, as a part of this. And I think at a minimum, I would at least, as one member of this board, want to know, again, I think about yesterday, you want to have people safe, but people come down here and they have car keys and so forth. And if you're screening for weapons, but if you're screening for all kinds of other things, because somebody's made that determination and it's not done here at this level, I think it gets carried a bit far at times, and I'll just say that. And I also want to know procedures. Is it just going through the metal detector? Are there procedures then for frisking people, looking into their purses, their backpacks? Having gone to Washington, D.C., you get a variety of things. Sometimes, you just about almost have to disrobe before you get into the building. Other times, you can walk in there and it's like, you could have been carrying something to say, and so I think that's part of the sensitivity, and I appreciate Phil's comments, and certainly, again, I'm not adverse to, making this, continue to have this a safe place to work, to do business, and for, public interactions. On the other hand, I think there needs to be that balance, and it's not balancing convenience versus somebody's safety, but it is a balance about how invasive we are in trying to do the charge of keeping people safe. So I guess, Jeff, I don't know who's thought about that, Ann, but to me, those are important elements because there are differences. I can tell you my experience in Washington, D.C. has been one where, and you can have lines. You've got lines of people. You got to take your shoes off. You got to take your belt off. You got to take off your St. Christopher medal. It gets, pretty invasive. And then you go to other buildings, you get a pass, you sign in, and again, I want to know about that too. People don't have to sign in to get in the building; they just have to go through the metal detector as planned. So I'm curious.
So I'll let Jeff address the questions about what kind of checking there will be. I do believe we'll check backpacks and handbags because I think that's an important piece. That's often where
you run them through the metal detector, but you're not necessarily opening them up and going through them.
What we had in mind was a traditional metal detector and then the X-ray machine. And your handbags and those other things would be put on the X-ray machine. And if something came up in that X-ray, then the staff would look in that with the individual there. We're still There's newer technology out there that we're still exploring as well. And, you know, I had a conversation with the Sheriff's Department, and, you know, as far as I'm concerned, for our building, nail clippers can come into the building. You know, we're looking for actual knives or
Weaponry,
guns or, you know, other items that so that's on a discussion with the Sheriff's Department on how we're going to be doing things within this facility. So now there may be, if somebody goes through the metal detector and they've taken everything out of their pockets, their belt off, and they're still setting it off, then the protocol would probably most likely be to go to a wand and kind of narrow it down to see what it is, but nobody would be disrobing or taking their shoes off or anything like that.
And I think that what Jeff just said is important, that we will work closely with the Sheriff's Department and actually develop some protocols so that everyone's clear on what the protocols are. I agree, nail clippers are not a problem, but we definitely don't want
And I think
other kinds of weapons.
The other piece that I want to emphasize is I'm working closely with Eric on this as well, just because of his background and bringing him into those conversations. So.
Again, I think those written protocols should be not just be known internally, but they should be externally known and certainly provided to board members at a minimum. I know that report came, I read the sheriff's report when they did the building assessment, and you could turn this place into a fortress with some of the things that are recommended there. That's my take on it. So, okay, Supervisor, I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
I wanted to address the west entrance because that came up from Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah.
The west entrance to the building, the ground floor level will be employee entrance, secure. The entrance to the lobby will be closed off. It'll still have egress, but the public will not be able to enter through the west entrance into the lobby. So we're securing that so we can have everybody funnel them into the north and the south. So we'll still have egress capability.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Frost?
I was just going to say what you're describing sounds a little bit like the state capitol.
Yeah.
Entrance security.
Mr. Cerna has his hand up.
Okay, all right, thanks. Phil, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I'm glad I did raise the question about the west entrance. I got a real problem with that, quite frankly, what Jeff just mentioned in terms of it being changed into a one-way out, the way I understand it, a one-way out portal for the administration center. And the reason I have a real problem with that is that that is, I think, an important access from people that are using public transit. Mm-hmm. And so, especially for those that are using public transit that may have some physical disability. Now, if I recall correctly, I'm not sure if there's a ramp on the west side. I don't think there is, but but generally for the public that doesn't have access or chooses not to rely on the use of a single occupancy, vehicle to get to and from the administration center to do a whole host of things that they're also obviously welcome to do and are designed to do there, including paying their taxes and fines and speaking to us at board meetings. I have an issue with that. I don't know if other board members feel the same way, but it seems a little discriminatory when it comes to access via public transit.
So the accessible entrance to 708th Street is on I Street. And there's signage at street level directing everybody to I Street. The thought was to reduce the number of staff and metal detectors coming into the facility And we can certainly add signage on the east side of the building to direct people exiting light rail to, they can either go on 827 7th Street and come through the hallway there, or directing them to the north and south entrances. I don't know if that is enough to meet your concerns, but we could definitely do that.
Phil, any other?
Yeah, it actually raises, kind of a broader series of questions for me in terms of how limited accessible access we actually have to this building for people that are, bound to wheelchairs. Is the intent, Jeff, to put the metal detectors at the north and south entrances to the buildings or to chambers?
The north and south entrances to the building.
Okay. So relative to other civic buildings, that's a bit of a departure. I mean, if you look at City Hall, for instance, the deployment of metal detectors, if I'm not mistaken, is reserved only for entrance to chambers, and only reserved for entrance to chambers for certain functions, certain meetings, namely city council meetings. I believe it's a mobile metal detector. I'm not sure if they have, I just think they do have an x-ray machine, but it comes and goes depending on the frequency of the city council meetings. So I'm glad I'm getting some clarification on this, because I think maybe the balance here may be to look at whether or not we should be doing this for general entrance to the building, or is it a better balanced approach to reserve the metal detectors for chambers?
Well, Phil, and I would just say to that they control elevator access at City Hall. My recollection certainly, and to your point exactly, you can walk into City Hall and actually access some of the ground level services. I think there's a couple there, but you're not going through a metal detector to enter the building. If you, and I don't think you're even going through a metal detector if you get controlled access. You have to get badged in to go to the upper floors of City Hall, unless that's changed recently. But there's access both north and south, and I think the point you make is that the only street level access that we've had have been either on the west entrance to the old building, or the east access to the new administration building. Those were, and then you get to elevators and to enter both buildings. Now, basically, by virtue of this, you still would allow access to the cafe, but it sounds like you may have a door that would then prohibit folks from getting further into the building. And again, I don't want to take the whole conversation this morning, but I think it does lend itself to some discussions about where and how, and still achieving, obviously, if the desired result here, which it is to have a safe and secure facility for all who enter and come here. But I think it does present some discussion items, and so I don't know how board members feel. I mean, about maybe having some further discussion. Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to support, as I said earlier, the budget request for this, and so that we do have authorized resources to move forward with some type of enhanced security, whether it's the full proposed intent to do what Mr. Gaspar has explained today, or not. But I would suggest that we, if it's the will of the board, to budget for it, but to have a dedicated open session meeting or workshop, whatever you want to call it, that is expressly focused on accessibility to this building. I think the fact that we would be cutting off one of the wheelchair accesses for the building should not be taken lightly. especially given the fact that we all know that this building sits on a bit of elevation change. So we have a bit of a hill that folks, again, in wheelchairs would have to, navigate. So I think it's worthwhile to do that and not try to, do it this morning. But I think given what we've learned, it's raising enough questions, at least for me, that I would like to have a broader conversation.
Okay, I'm certainly, I'm very open to that. I think it's a good idea. So, anybody else object? Okay, I don't see anyone in the queue. I don't see any objections to that. So it sounds like we would keep this as a part of the budget authority, but then come back, Jeff, with some further discussion. Obviously, you're still thinking through some of this, but I've given some thought to it, obviously, as you've expressed here this morning and talking with security and Sheriff's Department and Eric. So I think we need to take into account what we've heard and maybe hear further. But any other questions for Mr. Gassaway on this?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, so we'll come back on this at a future date, but the budget recommendation still remains in what's before us today. So, okay, let's go to number 6 on number 6. Yep, number 6 on the agenda. Sub-agenda. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. So I'm Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive of the Public Safety and Justice Agency. We're going to talk in a moment about a few questions that came up around the VOYA, which is the Valley Oak Youth Academy item. But I wanted to first just give a quick update on public safety and justice agencies and the various growth requests that you've seen. Most are definitely in line with either legal mandates, needs assessments, where we found gaps to really move the needle on much-needed criminal justice reforms, as well as other core duties. And as mentioned, many of them are MACE consent decree related in some way. So this one today is mostly Public Defender's Office related, but also a bit probation department related. So we do have Public Defender Benson as well as Probation Chief Yarber here to be able to answer any questions. But I wanted to first really give an overview specific to the Public Defender's Office and the growth requests, just an overview. So you've seen a 24% budget increase overall for that office, as well as, and that relates to about a 27% increase in staff. And so that is really the largest percentage increase of all of our various criminal justice partners, and certainly the most the Public Defender's Office has had, at least in known recent history. The growth requests around the Public Defender's Office are what I believe to be very smart and strategic, and not just, if you will, throwing staff or dollars at various programs. It's very much a needs assessment was done, and also based on data, known data. If there was no known data in certain areas, the growth was either limited or not done at this time. So the public defender did a great job, I think, working with the community as well as all of the internal supervisors to determine what is needed in the growth requests. So now specifically moving to the Valley Oak Youth Academy, there was a question about one position that we're putting forth to be considered in September, and then separately, but also for VOYA, a denial of 3 positions. So I wanted to explain that in an overview way, and then the public defender can speak to that in more detail if necessary. So this is juvenile justice realignment related. So pursuant to Senate Bill 823, the county put together a juvenile justice realignment plan, and that included a subcommittee to determine what was needed with the youth that would be coming from state facilities to county facilities. And part of that plan that was put together with the committee of criminal justice partners and others was that one position for the public defender's office and attorney. So that's why we are putting forward for that to be considered in September. The reason for September is really based on we don't have full clarity on what number of youth and when will be coming to us. So that's why it's a tiered proposal here. And that also, for that same reason, is why the 3 positions at the deputy county executive level, the other 3 additional growth requests asks were not approved at this time until we have more clarity as to how many will be coming and how it impacts probation, public defender's office, and other entities within the criminal justice system.
Eric, can I just ask you, though, so we talk about the Valley Oak Youth Authority. Basically, you're creating a separate section within the youth detention facility, calling it the Valley Oak Youth Authority, and you will segregate those folks who would have gone to the youth authority from the population that would be there for other juvenile justice related issues. And so you're basically creating within the framework of youth detention facility this Valley Oak Youth Authority. Is that correct?
Yes, it will be an expansion out at the youth detention facility. For that detail, I'll have Probation Chief Yarber provide a little bit more about that.
Okay. Because again, we just talk about Voya, but I mean, again, and it's not like there's some separate building somewhere. I mean, it may be facility-wise, somewhat separated, but basically it's the youth authority within the framework of the current youth detention facility. Yeah.
Yes, I'll introduce Chief Yarber.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Sure. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Marlon Yarber, Chief Probation Officer. Excuse me. So you are correct. Essentially, the Voya program operates inside a unit within the current footprint of the youth detention facility. We're somewhat, beholden to the rate in which cases resolve, and so, we've had to move essentially where that program occurs within the facility just based on the design. Some of our units, house up to 17 or 18 youth, and so as our numbers grow, we will be thinking through, obviously, how best to manage that population. We're currently at 15 youth committed to our program here locally. We anticipate maybe another handful resolving perhaps by the end of the month. And so we'll be, quickly looking to balance the management of that population and likely opening a second unit, if you will.
And if I could just ask, so these are folks that would have and have gone to, under previous circumstances, to the youth authority, typically a higher level of offense, higher level of challenge as it relates to both the acts that they may have committed, but also then the needs. And so how are we, and maybe just take a moment, because again, I think we may have touched upon this in previous board items, but we're now looking for additional resources here, both public defender, but obviously it's going to require probation oversight and I assume mental health and health services. And what sort of reimbursements follows behind that, if any? I guess there is some. And so maybe if you just take a moment, Marlon.
Sure, yeah. Supervisor. So you are correct. Essentially, probation provides the framework. We are obviously the entity that's tasked with staffing and managing, the 24/7, 365 care of those youth. And to your question or point, these would be the youth at the furthest end of the juvenile justice system spectrum, those who have committed 707B offenses, so essentially, rape, robbery, murder, carjacking, assault with deadly weapon, et cetera. Many of those youth obviously, present with significant mental health needs or treatment needs, and so we're very much prioritizing our work with behavioral health, thinking through the addition of clinicians inside the facility as well as additional psychiatric services. In addition to that, thinking through certainly the educational needs of all the youth who are in custody, so working closely with SCOE and ensuring that we're enhancing and growing our existing college programs. That said, also very much in support of all the things that the subcommittee has identified as priority, so includes supports as it relates to youth advocates, support for public defender's office, some contracts with community, et cetera.
And is it a requirement that the populations, because of the severity of the offenses, I don't know about the age differences, that there be a total segregation, or how does that work within the walls of the detention facility?
Correct. So I don't yet believe that it is a requirement, but however, it is a best practice, if you will, in terms of sort of correctional management. So in our case, we have a population now who are all programming essentially together, all undergoing treatment together, and to combine or allow them essentially dispersed across the rest of the facility, you maybe put them in a difficult position as there are youth who maybe don't have the same engagement, have not participated in treatment, or maybe not as motivated to pursue sort of the treatment plan, if you will, for those youth who are committed to the Voya program. And so the best practice, if you will, is to try to treat these youth together, separate from the rest or the remainder of the population.
With the offenses, and again, I don't know what the age range is, but I imagine they're from very young to just, pre-adult or 18. Well, are some of these folks sentenced and are committed under a framework that they'll serve time at Voya or but then they will move to adult prison or jail, or these are all on a pathway to exit at some point?
Correct. The latter is true.
Yeah.
We anticipate having youth up until age 25. Currently, if my memory serves me well, base term commitments range from anywhere from 18 months to 7 years, I believe, at the far end.
But as far as that age range with the 25, on the other side, within the youth detention facility, what's the maximum age there? Typically got to approve.
So I'm not sure. I know right now, I think our oldest youth might be 19, maybe 20 right
so you're
now, if I'm not
introducing
mistaken.
an older.
Correct. Correct.
You're well into adulthood at age 25. So.
Yeah, it is quickly becoming, for the most part, a young men's facility. Certainly we have young women as well, but it's quickly becoming a young men's facility. I believe we have 35 youth or young people currently over age 18 in custody.
And just one other question. So what's the breakdown? Are they all males, or do you have male, female?
Currently, in terms of the Voya commitment, is all males at this point. We anticipate within sort of those cases I referenced resolving here in short order that we may have a female commitment here, just trying to read the tea leaves, if you will.
And lastly, so will this introduce another element of gang affiliations potentially? I mean, obviously those exist even at the very youthful age, but I'm just curious, does that bring another element of that in, or because you see that obviously in the adult prison population?
Sure. So, we manage that currently. I don't know that it's anything new being introduced. The concern that looms, I think that I've, referenced to you all before when I've presented on the topic previously, is the potential return of youth who are currently under the state's care and custody in their facilities, likely July 1 of 2023. And so we have, yet another challenge, if you will, in front of us about a year out.
The intensity of health services, though, I know Siobhan's here, and again, for psychiatric, mental health, health services, are those costs then, those are costs that are borne through state reimbursement, or are those largely, because a lot of probation activities are general fund, and I guess I'm curious about this segment of the population, if you're going to have a much more intensified service requirement because of all the things we just talked about, maybe others. How is that? What's the funding stream?
So yes, the clinicians I referenced, as well as the additional psychiatric, all being born out of the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant that's supposed to help us offset this new responsibility. I've been very clear with my subcommittee and my team. Whenever realignment's mentioned, always sort of be careful because it never seems to go far enough. And the committee itself, I think, with regards to our plans, realize that our best wishes, if you will, already exceed the allocation. And so we've had to make, some difficult decisions around how best to support the operations, just knowing that at the very base, providing for the secure housing, but then also ensuring that treatment needs are met. And so as we go forward, looking to enhance those things over time as the block grant does grow for us a bit over the next couple of years.
Okay, let me ask you, any other board members have any questions regarding the Voya program or what's before us. I do want to ask Amanda relative to the position request under this, because they're eligible under the block grant. That was with the budget message. I heard what Eric said, why we're being recommended, but it wouldn't be specifically for you. So thanks, Marlon. Supervisor Cerna, do you have any questions for Mr. Garber before he leaves the podium? He's standing by.
No, I do. Thanks.
Okay, good. Thanks, Marlon. Amanda, if you might come forward.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Natoli and members of the board.
Good morning. Yeah, again, and I asked a question yesterday because I saw the recommended position, the one, and then those that were yet not recommended, and I heard Mr. Jones's explanation. Could you shed any light on what you saw from your office perspective, one, the need, but also I think certainly related to, and that's why I asked about the funding, because if it was eligible for state funding but was still not being recommended, and the other positions to be recommended in September. And so I guess I'm curious about workload, representation for these youth, and it sounds like there's 15 or so currently, but it sounds like there may be others that are going to come to be placed or committed in the near future. So.
Yes, of course. We are not really clear how many more youth are going to be coming, and so we submitted that request in anticipation. We do believe there will be more, and that as cases resolve within the juvenile court, that there will be some additional youth that will go to the Voya facility, in addition to the ones who are being transferred from DJJ and scheduled to be transferred back by July of 2023. But at this time, we still don't know exactly how many youth that will be, and so it wasn't our highest priority in terms of requesting growth, but certainly it was a request. We do think that eventually the numbers will go up, and there will be a significant caseload, and we will continue to advocate for growth as we get more information on that. It was submitted, however, it just wasn't our highest priority.
So you're being recommended for one public defender for the current caseload. So one PD carries 15 cases. Is that?
Well, it's unclear what an appropriate caseload is for that. Those types of cases.
That population.
Right. I mean, their cases are no longer pending. It's not as if we're preparing for a trial or we're still litigating the truth of the allegation. Yeah. It's more akin to a parole hearing, so to speak, which is a lot of work, and that we take those very seriously and we advocate very strongly at those hearings. But we will be working with a team. There's an MDT team that involves probation, involves behavioral health, involves health services, and so we're still getting a handle on what the workload will be that's associated with that caseload, given that it's a very collaborative approach and it's an MDT approach, and the hearings come up about every 6 months at a minimum. There are options for the hearings to come more frequently than that. But again, we're still learning this caseload, and we do anticipate having need in the future. We just don't have all the details right now.
You just revealed something I wasn't aware of. So once committed, they're able to seek reduction in sentence or seek exit from the system potentially every 6 months, depending upon progress being made and so forth?
Correct.
And that's where the PD would represent.
Correct, and we would advocate.
Yeah, depending upon the nature of the situation. So, okay. All right, that's all the question. I appreciate it. Again, that gives a little more insight, both you and Mr. Yarber, about how the process is playing itself out. So I don't see any other members in the queue, so thanks, Amanda. I think the next item is going to be...
He's up next.
I have the next item.
Yes. Okay, great.
Regarding the next item, Chair Natoli, I believe you had a question about there's approximately $600,000 being recommended for backfill for 2 of our grant programs. And you had a question about whether that was the same as something that may have been backfilled last year.
Right.
So there were 2 new programs last June that this board recommended for funding, and those were not grant programs, they were new programs. And those 2 new programs were approximately $600,000 for expungement and record modification, and then a second program for our pretrial support services. So the pretrial support services, that was approximately $600,000, I believe, as well. That included 2 social workers, several legal research assistants, and I believe $125,000 for CBO contracted services for like community intervention workers for our pretrial clients who are being released from jail and have their cases still pending and need some mentorship and navigation.
Okay.
After that growth request was approved and we started to implement fill those positions and work on that contract with the CBO, the Superior Court reached out to us because they wanted to provide additional funding to expand our pretrial services. And they wanted to provide us with funding for 2 additional social workers, some LRA staff, and some funding for transportation vouchers like bus passes. And that was because they liked our program and they wanted to expand it, but they also wanted us to support probation, identifying people who were on probation's pretrial program and determining whether some of those individuals could be stepped down from probation's monitoring, and provided services through our efforts. And that would allow probation's service capacity, they would be able to perhaps reach into the jail population and be able to bring more people out of custody to be on their probation.
So basically, you would move some over to the PD, step them down, create capacity within probation to hopefully address some of the folks that are incarcerated and move them to
Correct.
a different level.
That was what the court
wanted
us to do,
Yeah.
as well as having like more of a crisis, day-to-day crisis intervention social worker. So in December, we came before this board and sought approval to receive that funding and to create those 2 limited term positions. The funding was 1-year funding, so it began in January and it ends in December. When we came before this board, Chair Natoli, you made a comment that you thought this was a very worthwhile program and made some comment that you would like to see this continue. And so that is why we requested that these positions not be reduced, but that the funding be restored to continue that program.
Yeah, no, and again,
Yeah.
you addressed it. I just didn't know where the money was going and whether we were supplanting, or just continuing. So you've just explained that's what we're doing with what's being recommended here, is to continue not only what we authorized last year, but then what the court came in at a later date, and then we approved in December. And so now you have both those components are funded? Ongoing?
That's being recommended.
Recommended,
correct?
right.
Yes,
Right, yeah, that's what's
as
being-
well as our juvenile trauma response court program at our juvenile division,
Okay.
which is a BSCC funded program. The funding for that expires in December as well. So
Okay.
that's that $600,000 that represents the remaining 6 months on those.
Okay. And then, so then being recommended for a full year funding next year. And on the expungement, because we did put that, so is that being recommended, and what was the efficacy of that work? Because I think that's key, obviously, to folks beginning to, hopefully have a new lease on getting their records cleared and moving forward.
Right, that has been a very successful, promising program. There's a tremendous need for those services. We have had 3 attorneys dedicated to that work this past year, 2 of which were from the growth request. We've had LRAs working on that as well as some LRAs who work on the HEAP or HAP. It's now HAP for the unhoused. We have a specialized calendar to expedite those cases, and they don't have to pay a filing fee with the court to petition for record clearing. We have had some delays due to just hiring delays and vacancies. We've had trouble filling a lot of the positions in our office, and we've had one of the requests that we've made this year is for additional administrative support and support staff to assist us in being able to make growth that we receive move more quickly so that we can recruit and retain and have the resources that we need to recruit people and to retain them. We were unable to fill one of the legal secretary positions for that unit for quite a while, and that was frustrating. But this year I've submitted a growth request for a number of administrative service officers and IT support and space and equipment, because we really need to get that structure in place of having the administrative support, the equipment we need, the IT support. Without that structure and without that support, it is really hard to recruit additional attorneys and social workers and to keep them and to support them and to make it a work environment that is functional and efficient and supportive.
So the expungement activities are still funded at the same level as last year, is that correct?
Correct. Even though there has been a vacancy, there's been some vacancies there.
Right, yeah. But so the funding was put in place last year is, again, being recommended. You've had challenges, as you explained, as far as actually filling positions, and again, that's not unique to the Public Defender's Office, but we will continue those activities, and assuming you get fully staffed, if you aren't already, that you'll be able to follow through. And again, if once you're in the midst of that, if you see the need for more, obviously you'll work through the process to bring to this board and through the county executive the request that would, because I think that's a very important activity. That we,
absolutely.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
If I may add, and maybe Ms. Benson can talk about expungement related. I believe there's some state legislation that will aid sort of automatically some expungement issues. Maybe you could cover that.
Correct. There's the AB 1076 that requires the Department of Justice to provide a list of all eligible, everybody from 1973 forward who is eligible for expungement relief. And
it's got a 50-year time frame?
Correct. And we're working right now, actually I'm working with our research supervisor with the courts on how this is being implemented, whether it will address all of our concerns regarding record clearing. But the idea is that if it does address the issues with barriers to jobs, barriers to education and housing, this will be a huge improvement. It will be a workaround to the filing fee, which is a real barrier for many of our clients. Even if we work with them to prepare their petitions to file them,
still got to pay for it.
There's still this filing fee that's in the way, and then obviously the court also. Anytime there's a growth request, it impacts other justice partners. So probation. If the court doesn't have the staff to process these, we could file hundreds and hundreds, and there would just be a backlog. And so we have to be mindful of that as well. But we're hoping that this new automatic expungement law is going to be very effective at really getting a large number of people the relief they need. We're still working through it. And so...
But maybe keep us posted.
Yes.
Again, I heard of the legislation. I wasn't aware of how that would play itself out, but I think that's an important element to, again, some of the criminal justice reforms, but also, moving forward, hoping in a positive way where people, serve their sentences, have, gone through, but they still have other things that really hold them back. So.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Thanks. Well, I appreciate the explanation, and thank you for the efforts, and thank you, Mr. Jones, as well. So anybody else have any questions? Mr. Cerna, anything?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. All right. Number 8, substance use disorder numbers. Good morning, Siobhan.
Good morning again. Just a very quick follow-up that you asked Supervisor Desmond yesterday how many folks we served for substance use treatment. It's 900 for residential treatment and 4,600 for outpatient treatment. And whereas I talked about needing additional capacity in the residential side, we currently currently have capacity on the outpatient side, but I will say that we anticipate needing to ramp that up. So as we do more outreach, engagement with the homeless community, for instance, as we set up some of these other wellness crisis programs, we will need more opportunities for folks to enter treatment in the future, but we'll be back at a later date with that.
Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Siobhan. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you getting back to me actually last night about it, that's good to hear. I mean, we want to be a victim of our own success, right, when it comes to the outreach, and look forward to continued conversations with you about this.
Great, thanks.
Great. Supervisor Kennedy?
Okay, so to be clear, the $10 million is what gets us to 1,230 residential beds, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
So you're saying that in the future you're going to come for outpatient requests, like maybe September or maybe next budget year? Or?
There's nothing slated right now to come. So what we anticipate happening is, sometimes folks need to be stabilized in residential treatment before they're actually amenable for outpatient. So once we get more residential beds, once we start doing more outreach and get folks deployed in the field, we will come back. Currently, we don't have a request on the table. And much of that money is federal and state anyway under our ODS waiver, and so it might not be a need to come back for any general fund request, but just growth in general, maybe next year.
Okay, well, to state the obvious, I think this really needs to be a high priority for the county.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thanks.
Great.
Phil's hand is up.
Okay, Phil, go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Siobhan, for the information. I was hoping you either have it today or can provide it in the near future, any breakdown in terms of the type of substances that are being addressed out of the totals that you cited?
Happy to provide a breakdown. What I can tell you, just from what I researched for yesterday's presentation, was that 45% or so of our residential treatment clients are in there for methamphetamine substance use disorder. So we will get the other breakdown and send it along.
Very good. I would imagine another significant percentage is probably opioids.
Correct.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Phil.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Siobhan. All right, working down the list. Emily.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think mine will also be relatively quick. Yesterday we had a little bit of a conversation. Supervisor Desmond asked for some more numbers on the impacts of the encampment services team, and we talked a little bit about how they're just launching in totality, and so committed to bringing some really definitive numbers as soon as probably August or September. But I do want to give you a little bit of preview. I did go back and look at where the teams are currently deployed and the impact of those deployments. So we have the 3 multidisciplinary encampment services team. It did take us a while to get staff as well as contracted providers hired, and they are deploying every week in 6 locations throughout the county. I can tell you those locations. They will change as needs change. Currently, they're deploying on a regular basis to the Roseville Road corridor, to South Watt and Elder Creek, to the Alta Arden and Arden corridor, to, what we call South Sacramento, which really is the area we were talking about a lot yesterday, Florin, Power Inn, Governor's Circle, the Odea Drive or Odea Alleyway areas, the Marconi corridor and the Folsom corridor. And between those 6 areas, at any point in time, we believe that the census of folks experiencing homelessness is probably between 100 and 120 people. Now, because these teams are case carrying, a lot of their initial work really is engagement, developing rapport. So it's going to take some time for them to really show the change and help people move out. And even though they're out there every week they're not engaging with 100% of the people, right? So they might go out today and speak to 5 people and tomorrow with a different 5 people. So that is ongoing work. work. Our database that you also funded with ARPA is beta tested right now. I think it'll be live in about a week or so, and will allow us to track with a lot more precision where camps are, the size of them, our efforts, and the outcomes. And so really look forward to sharing that work. I also just wanted to, you asked us about the Parkway. The Parkway teams, we now went from 1 navigator to added 10, so we have 11. Those folks started deploying in earnest in May and have really spent a good amount of time trying to get hold of more distinct censuses within the Parkway. It's, as you know, it's a very complex area. They've spent the past few weeks really focusing on 2 large encampment areas in the Lower American River Parkway around Camp Pollock and around the Wood Lake access area. And this is in furtherance both of sort of the concentration and under advice of the rangers, and also because of the alignment of the new sheltering beds that we opened at the Salvation Army. Final thing is that in addition to these very targeted efforts that you funded, we continue to do our daily, weekly, regular response coordination through our DHA social workers and in partnership with the City of Sacramento as well as the other cities. And so on a regular basis, we're deploying teams on a one-off check-ins to camps, and those numbers really fluctuate over depending on the week. But the Emmett database will allow us to be more precise with that report. As one example, just the other week, we deployed with the City of Sacramento at their request in the River District, which obviously is a very large area, but they had about 2 days that they were really concentrating efforts. And so we sent some teams out with them, and during the course of those 2 days, 13 people were connected with behavioral health services and 14 were moved into shelter. And that certainly is a small number in comparison to the size of the need in the River District, but it sort of gives you a flavor of sort of quantities that can be established. So that's what I have to share today, but looking forward to bringing a more robust report in a little bit later. If there's other questions, though, I'm happy to answer them.
Yes, thanks, Emily. We have Supervisor Kennedy and then Supervisor Desmond, and maybe, I don't know if Supervisor Stern is on.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. I'm very excited about being able to get this data and being able to really track tremendous work in a very short period of time.
Thank you.
Quite frankly, my question is, you kind of answered it, but I want to specifically ask. When we get this data, are we sharing? Are we working with? Are we capturing data in the cities as well as unincorporated area?
Yeah, that's a great question. Currently, the majority of the data that we have is coming through our own internal system, so 311, your offices, our county teams. But certainly, as we get requests from the cities, we will continue to collect those. It may not be as direct as like a 311 call, but it certainly is on our radar for continued efforts. My understanding is the City of Sacramento especially primarily uses their 311 system, so we will be having conversations with our 311 about interoperability, but it might be in phase 2 or 3.
That's great. I mean, that's incredibly important because we've committed to providing services, and so we need to know that information in every jurisdiction. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And Supervisor Kennedy asked some of the same questions I was thinking too. I mean, that's going to be really crucial as you get this database certainly set up that we can track not only the progress we're making in the unincorporated areas, but the services that we're providing in the various cities. And then I'm curious, just in terms of that coordination with not only the City of Sacramento, but other cities. What are we doing to make sure we get the word out and establishing a process by which they can request assistance from our more holistic encampment team efforts?
Right. No, I appreciate that. I think that's a little bit iterative. We've certainly done the most with the City of Sacramento. They clearly have the most number of encampments. And so we have established, we do meet regularly with the city leadership, my counterpart at the city, myself and Siobhan and Ethan, and we've established, at this point, we get requests from them sort of as camps rise to their radar. We are working to get notifications sooner so that we can sort of be proactive at the front end. Their system is very different because they're responding sort of on a daily basis, and we're sort of doing a little bit more organization around camps that are known quantities. So there is some work to do, and I do agree that we, and the other cities as well, we haven't done as much proactive work, but it is something that we'd like to be able to extend these services throughout the entire county. One of the things that is in the growth request, and DHS's team will allow us to do that, because right now we're somewhat limited in capacity. As much as we'd like to be everywhere, we only have as many staff as we do. But the growth request for DHS to add 11 additional behavioral health outreach staff will allow us to do that co-deployment on a much more robust and regular basis. Right now, when we do those co-deployments, we're just shifting resources that otherwise would be in a camp that we're working in. So it's I think with the new resources, we'll be able to be much more proactive.
Great, thank you. And yeah, you need the resources on the front end, but we need the additional capacity on the back end too, which is why the discussion was, I think, so important yesterday. And I think, the public is certainly, more and more frustrated over this, but I think a lot of times when they become educated about the challenges we face and the efforts that we are undertaking, that is really crucial, that they just see that we are out there. And it's funny, when we were at Be Well, I mean, it's a very visible program, kind of the mobile response when they're out there at these encampments. And I think there's a lot of value in that, and the public seeing that we're out there and engaging. So
yeah, and I think one of the things that I'm very confident we'll be able to say with this database is not just where we're at and how frequently we're at, but the time it takes to engage and get people to accept services. It may be 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 attempts, and we need to be able to show that level of effort and the outcome of that effort.
Yeah. Okay, and then on the Parkway, so we've actually hired we have all 11 navigators on staff?
So I'm going to, and Ethan can correct me wrong, we have a contract with Sacramento Covered. They are the employers of the 11 staff. Now, whether all 11 staff have been hired by Sacramento Covered, I don't believe. I think they're still in the process of hiring up their staff. Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Bill, anything on the phone?
Yeah, thank you. I do have my hand raised.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have I guess a much more general series of questions for Emily. And it comes, all these questions really stem from what I observe on a daily, if not hourly basis with regards to my district staff. And I'm going to assume that it is largely the case with all other 4 districts. But Emily, so when we get a constituent contact, whether through email or call or other means, about either the perceived impacts or the real impacts of folks that are homeless and camping either in RVs or cars or tents, in different parts of the county, when you hear from our staff, what is kind of the protocol? Because our staff are really the first touch point from a constituent offering their concern. Our staff then need to kind of assess, well, who's involved? Is it a combination of code, hot team, Emily and her staff, in terms of the services that perhaps you want to simultaneously offer, but at the same time address the illegal camping or whatever. So can you maybe elaborate on kind of how you have experienced how that works or how you perceive it works?
Yeah, definitely. I'd be happy to. We do hear regularly from all of your staff, and we welcome that. I do have a staff person currently in my office who is she's our encampment response coordinator, and she is busy all day receiving reports of camps through your offices, through other means, through 311. She is managing the database. What she does with those is the immediate thing she does is she coordinates with our partners throughout the county, whether that be Department of Transportation, Water Resources, Code Enforcement, depending on the physical location of the camp, to sort of get eyes on the camp. Because sometimes what we get from constituents is very detailed, and sometimes it doesn't contain the level of detail we need. And then she will bring it into our weekly team that I know that Bruce talks quite a bit about. We have a weekly meeting that includes all the department heads from the impacted departments, DHA, myself, Transportation, Water Resources, Waste Management. And that team will sort of sort through the list of camps that need response, that need follow-up. and she will continually track that. And so weekly we are doing that. Our list grows oftentimes, and so sometimes we have a backlog. Oftentimes we have a backlog, and then we are reporting back out into your offices as appropriate if you are the connection with constituents. We're also happy to be that report back to the constituents, and so that somewhat depends on your staff and the relationships.
Great, that's helpful. My sense of what I see in terms of my staff's time and their willingness to obviously address the constituent concerns as they come in is that I'd say over the last 5 years, the percentage of time and energy that they devote to addressing constituents' concerns, including those that are unsheltered themselves, has grown considerably. I mean, it is pretty overwhelming. And of course, I think we can all acknowledge that, homelessness, while obviously the crisis that it is not the only issue that our constituents have that require our attention. Again, judging from not just the experience recently, but over the course of years now, Mr. Chair, I'm going to be proposing that, and I've had some conversation with the CEO's office about this, but I'm going to be proposing that we look at a additional budget request for additional staff for all 5 districts that are going to be designed to help manage the intake of calls for service, as complex and dynamic as they are for the unsheltered population and the various communities that we represent who are feeling the impacts from that crisis. It is really just kind of grown to a point where I don't think we can, quite frankly, be honest with ourselves that we have the capacity with, a administrative assistant, chief of staff, and a special assistant to manage it all. We're a county of, 1.5 million people, and as I think Emily alluded to yesterday, the point-in-time count is coming out shortly, and it's going to tell us what we already know, which is that the numbers have grown exponentially. So I think it is time, and it's incumbent upon us to be honest with ourselves and be fair to our staff, most importantly, to augment our resources to be able to handle that intake. As Emily has already mentioned, there's been a number of, I think, thoughtful elements to her department's growth request, and that's laudable and supportable, and it's good to hear. But I think there's got to be an equal complement of resources on the front end, and by front end I mean that first point of contact with our constituents. This will, I think, not just help our ability to be more responsive as the 5 representatives for the county and the roughly 320,000 people we each directly represent in our districts, but it would also free up our existing staff to be able to be more responsive to the whole litany of other issues, concerns, grievances that our constituents have. I think this is really not about packing our offices with as many people as we can, but it really is about being as service-minded and helpful as we can to the people we represent. So, that is something that I'm interested in hearing feedback from my colleagues, of course, but I am very intent on pushing for that. So that said, I do want to finish a few other questions though for Emily.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So relative to this, kind of dovetails off of what Supervisor Desmond was mentioning earlier, relative to the 11, or hopefully 11 navigators in the Parkway. The Parkway is 23 miles, 4,500 acres. While the number, the percentage increase in navigators is great, and certainly I support that. Like the Ranger Force, quite frankly, it's still low compared to not just the acreage, but in this case, the number of people that are living unsheltered on the Parkway. So the question for you, Emily, is what do you think, given the numbers that you know of that are living unsheltered on the Parkway, what do you think the optimal, all other things being equal, including budget, what's the optimal number of navigators? How many navigators do you think we need to ultimately have to do the kind of job that you want us to be able to do to get people the services they need?
Thank you for that question. That's tough to say because, as we just talked about, the navigation is one side of it, the behavioral health certainly, and then obviously access to shelter and housing. But in a pure ability to regularly touch folks living on the Parkway, I would probably recommend working with the 10 or 11 we have now, developing that census and seeing, maybe coming back in a couple months to see what impact they're able to make and what gaps that they are unable to meet. The other thing I think that will impact that is that I understand for the first time the point-in-time count will have a Parkway-specific count. In the past, the Parkway count has been embedded within whatever jurisdiction that part of the Parkway is in, and so I think that will also help us inform the size and scale and scope. I don't know if I feel comfortable putting a number out today. I do know that, as with just generally in homelessness, we have unmet needs, and so anything more would be welcome. But I'd prefer to see if we could use the census data that these current navigators are doing, plus the point-in-time count, and potentially come back to scale it up to something that would be manageable. Oh, Siobhan wants to add something too. I don't know if you can see her.
Yeah, Siobhan's coming forward too, Phil.
Great, thank you. If I could just
add. Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just add one thing to this, as we're sort of assessing how many navigators we need, I think it's important for us to kind of overlay it with some of the discussions we've been having around CalAIM, and the intent of CalAIM really being to serve the Medi-Cal population, of which the homeless population really overlaps. And part of CalAIM is the unrolling of these community supports, which housing navigation and is one of these community supports, and doing this enhanced care management for folks who are homeless. So there is a whole workforce out there of our community-based organizations that are entering into contracts with our managed care plans to help augment this kind of work. And it doesn't mean the county shouldn't take a leadership role. We absolutely should be taking a leadership role in figuring out where to deploy folks and how to get folks linked. But I will just add that we have this whole workforce coming, and so we might not want to duplicate efforts unless the county was wanting to become our own sort of community supports or ECM providers in the future, and that's a decision we've decided to hold off on for now. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion as well. Thanks.
No, I appreciate that, Siobhan. But I also, believe firmly too that, we're behind the 8 ball on homelessness in general. I think there's no one in that room in chambers right now who can tell me differently. We are, in crisis. If it wasn't evident by the discussion yesterday, we're looking at doing things differently. We're looking at freely admitting that we're, going to be experimenting with things to do things differently. In fact, at some risk. So while I understand that there are different component parts to helping those that are unsheltered, and we shouldn't duplicate efforts, of course, but everything boils down to it's not enough today. Even with the growth requests that are being considered, I think we'd all agree it's not enough. Emily had a very diplomatic response, which I take as code for 11 is great, but we should have more. It's not. In other words, 11 is not enough in terms of the navigators. So, I want to be able to say honestly at the end of our budget discussions that we have done everything we can to think comprehensively about how to best approach the homeless crisis, and we can say with a straight face that yes, we've prioritized in our budget, which of course is the standard reflection of values that we always refer to every June, and that it in fact does reflect the fact that we are doing everything possible while trying to minimize sacrifice to other aspects of service delivery that the county is responsible for. But so I appreciate that. At this point, Mr. Chair, I would ask you and my other three colleagues if they have any thoughts about what I've proposed in terms of the district staffing.
Yeah, Phil, I again appreciate the comments, and I thought we were going to come to that once we kind of concluded our discussion, hearing the public comment. Certainly, I think we can ask board members now. I would just say I don't think it's all just related to homelessness issues, that there are a variety of, obviously, things that we get inquiries about in large volume. Certainly, COVID has had some impact on how we've had to try to transact that. But again, we can certainly take comments now, but I know there will be some other requests as well, and I think that's certainly one to entertain relative to staffing. I know that you've obviously tied it certainly to
I'm not asking for to gauge the support for what I've proposed now, but I don't know if there's other members that feel similarly or don't, or have other ideas. But to me, it's just become glaringly obvious that with 3 staff and what you just said, that we have all the other responsibilities outside of grappling with homelessness, that it's time that we honestly face our own staffing shortage, at least in my estimation.
Yeah, no, I certainly welcome the discussion, and we can do that now or come back to it in just a moment. I'm very open to that conversation, and there are a variety of needs, and Supervisor Desmond's in the queue, so let's go into the discussion.
Thank you. No, and I appreciate Supervisor Cerner raising the issue. I think it's an important discussion to have, not only in the context of homelessness, like you mentioned, Chair Natoli. And I'd like to have the discussion later and piggyback on some of the things that Supervisor Cerner brought up, and hear from our thoughts from our county CEO too when we have that discussion.
Okay. Yeah, and I would just note that as we look at needs, again, we have departments, we have a whole vetting process that goes through the executive's office, but it's for certainly board members in our respective roles to judge certainly the volume, as well as obviously the complexity and just the comprehensiveness of what we're called upon, certainly in our role, but also in being responsive to the people of this county, and seeing to it that we address the issues that are presented to us on a daily basis, and that is daily, because it's not just the weekdays, but we certainly get encounters throughout the course of any given week. So, if it's a pleasure of the board, let's come back to that discussion. We've heard that. Any more as relates to the presentation that Emily has, and we'll bring this back in a moment to talk about staffing. But if not, Emily, I think you're done for the moment. So
Great,
thanks.
thank you.
Okay, great. All right, and thank you, Supervisor Stern. So we will come back to that in just a bit. Then we have one more on our sub-agenda, and Mr. DeFonte is before us, and this relates to conversation yesterday as well. So, Dave.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. So, batting at the bottom of your lineup this morning. Oh, yes, please. No problem. So here to address two questions. The first relative to shopping carts. So the board asked whether any of our departments have contracts to address abandoned shopping carts. We did quite a bit of talking amongst ourselves last night and this morning. We've identified one contract, and that's with DOT, and it's targeted removing carts from the right-of-way. And the contract isn't used that often because often carts found in the right-of-way have property, personal property within them, which complicates their removal. So one contract. But that's not to say we're not involved in addressing this issue. Oftentimes we are removing carts from county facilities, say parks, within normal cleanup activities, as well as code enforcement through normal abatement processes. So we are very much involved in some of those efforts. The PBIDs also provide this function. We have actually reports coming to your board in July that will speak to all of their activity, but they'll also talk about this specifically. Some of the numbers just off the top, Antelope has removed 174 carts over the last year, Carmichael 430, Florence 728, and Watt 153. So we do have a lot of activity within the PBIDs, returning those carts to their rightful owners. Finally, I'll just mention that County Code Section 4.63 addresses shopping carts. It specifically puts the onus on cart owners to prevent unauthorized removal as well as address retrieval.
Good luck with that.
I'm sorry?
I said good luck with that.
Yes.
I mean, that's...
so I will touch on that just for a moment.
That's just words on paper is all that is.
So we do have actually a fairly robust program through planning, which I can touch on just for a moment here. It requires that each shopping cart have a sign affixed to it with the name of the owner, the address, phone number, et cetera. It makes it unlawful to remove a cart from the premises. It also requires that cart owners prepare an abandoned cart prevention plan, and that plan has to be submitted to planning and a fee paid, and that plan is subject to the planning director's approval. There are penalties associated with not executing on that plan. And that's implemented by planning through the business license renewal and land entitlement application processes. So as I think we've witnessed on the roads, that's hit or miss at best.
That's a paper tiger. Yes. That's all that is.
And we can talk a little bit more. Barry Chamberlain's here with Code and Todd Smith as well from planning if there's any questions about that ordinance and how it's implemented. So moving on, if there's no questions.
Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Desmond want to talk about it.
Sure, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we actually had a lot of discussion when we developed the CART policy. I guess what I would like to know is, not today, but follow up, is because you said there are penalties. What have we collected since we adopted the ordinance?
A few hundred carts.
We'll look into that and get back to you.
Yeah, again, this isn't a budget. I just want to know. Thanks.
Yeah. Rich?
Thank you, Dave, for the follow-up. And yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Kennedy asking that. I'm interested in that as well. And what enforcement action have we ever taken any enforcement action as a result of that ordinance? And so I'm just curious, what is the process right now? Because again, I want to make it very clear also, I'm not talking about shopping carts with personal property or associated with an encampment. I'm talking about just clearly abandoned ones that are on their side, or they're pushed off the sidewalk into the brush. I mean, someone reports that to 311. What is the process for going and retrieving those carts? Because I see a lot of these carts, and I've submitted to 311 myself, and they're still there, a week later, 2 weeks later.
Yeah, I may ask Barry.
And I'm not talking in the PBID, Dave. I mean, I understand the PBID is a different story, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Barry and I were actually talking about what a more robust program might look like in the future. But Barry, do you have any response you wanted to provide relative to that, or Ron?
Ron, bring the tag team down.
Thanks, Barry. Barry's heard me complain about this many times.
Exactly. Good morning, Board. Barry Chamberlain, Chief of Code Enforcement, Sacramento County. Not much. We
That's an exaggeration.
We do, when we do illegal dumping, we pick them and take care of them, get rid of them. When we do abatements on property, we take them all and get rid of them. As far as day-to-day enforcement on them, no. And we're in the process of working through that. And I've spoke with Dave this morning, and I gave him an item showing what would be our plan. It involves planning and business license, and we can certainly move forward with that, sir.
Okay, I'll be very interested to see your suggestions, and just in terms of the actual, that's in terms of the ordinance and the enforcement of the ordinance. I'm also just speaking in terms of just the response when they're out there, and I don't know if there's maybe an opportunity to look at some of the P bids that are near these areas. Maybe you can tack on to their maintenance contract. I don't know to just make sure there's a quicker response.
I also think that we're going to work on getting a contract together with an outside. With a contractor so when we get these complaints, we can forward them to them. They can go pick the cards up, separate them. Also give us stats on where the most egregious complaints are coming from, people that are not. Because within the ordinance, the onus is actually on the stores to have security, keeping an eye on what's going on with the carts, and to make sure that they're making, going outside and collecting the carts and bringing them back in. If you read the ordinance, which I have many times in the last day, there's a lot of things we can do to make things better. And that'll be the goal moving forward. I also think that maybe to some degree you could tell me what you need, and although our trucks aren't necessarily big enough to be wheeling around carts, but we can actually do something to help you while we're working our way through this.
Thank you, Barry, and I appreciate so much. You're a solutions-oriented guy, and I appreciate you hearing me vent often to you about this. I think we have a real obligation to be, we're telling our constituents, the public, hey, you've got to, by and large, accept some of these impacts of homelessness at these camps because our hands are inherently tied, but. It doesn't mean that we can't. It doesn't mean there isn't a lot of there aren't a lot of other things we can do to try to mitigate the impacts of it, and I think this is one of them. So, I look forward to having that conversation with you.
Yep. If I could, I just would suggest that, and I don't make light of it. I mean, again, I know that it's something that we've talked about many times on many occasions in these chambers, and. It's a quality of life. It's a blight. It's a safety issue in some respects. They end up in the waterways. They end up in the streets. Certainly, they clog the accessibility at bus stops and other transit locations. And for a variety of reasons, some of them budgetary, we've never really taken this on. And we can, again, say we're going to enforce it, and there are some enforceability within the ordinance. Again, I don't make light of that either. But maybe it's one of those things, just as we do with abandoned vehicles and derelict vehicles, we budget, in some capacity to see to that it gets attended to. And I think working with P-bids, with a contractor, with our own forces, it makes sense. And, we're now going to, with the outcome of the measure on the some of the funding that went to help with abandoned vehicles, I think we just need to, bite the bullet, so to speak, and let's figure it out, working with certainly Code and Department of Transportation, Mr. Defani, and with the business community and some of the entities we have. We just ought to figure out what it's going to take to do it, and to, again, show the pride that others don't necessarily do, with not only with debris removal and so forth, but with the shopping carts in this community. And again, I wouldn't create a whole nother program, but I think we have the ability to do this. But part of it is funding, and part of it goes to being able to remove them and to return them to their owners, and then to hold people accountable. But on the list of things, it is one of those things you get complaints about. And there's really no entity tasked with it. We can, you can say Code or business license here or planning, and people have to submit a plan. Well, that's, again, the reality is, though, is it just doesn't get normally addressed. And so I guess I'd suggest that, working certainly with Ann and folks that are here, let's come up with an approach. I don't see it as being overly expensive, but it is something that lends itself to, a real issue with a lot of folks of blight, but there is a safety component to it as well. And if there's an ability to recover from some of the folks that are responsible for their property that leaves their physical property, then we can look at who are the biggest, those that show the most a number of carts out there, and then have a conversation about, you need to do more. And there are ways to do that. Other jurisdictions have dealt with that. So I would suggest that when we come back, maybe for the September time frame, and obviously I know Barry worked on some of the issues that we currently have, but I would offer that as a thought. And while you're there, if I could just, Barry, so with the measure, the SAFSA measure is not going to make the 2/3. So we've lost that. It was already in the budget for this year to supplement the funding. Recognize that if it was approved by the voters, it would be restored sometime next spring. I do think that for the September time frame, we probably need to know that was a part of what you do. The sheriff also gets funded to do tows, and I would just say to the CEO, I guess I'd like to know, within the sheriff's budget, because a lot of it, if it doesn't get done by the sheriff, then it falls to code enforcement, or the CHP does some of those. And again, it's a component. We're not talking about where people are living in the vehicles. We're talking about abandoned and derelict vehicles, both on the street and on private property, and in some cases. And there's a cost associated with that. I don't know if we're covering costs now, and you've come to this board in the past for RVs, which are very difficult to dispose of. We get burned out carcasses of RVs, and those that are truly abandoned. We're not talking about ones that are being lived in. And I guess my question to you is there sufficient budget? I mean, we're backfilling now with the recommended budget, but is that sufficient to do what needs to be done out there?
Well, I think so to start with. I mean, once we get a handle on how we're going to ultimately deal with RVs, then that could be a problem. But at this point in time, we take mostly all the burned out, all the abandoned vehicles that we can. The majority of the rest of them are occupied. Emily and Alex, who we meet with every week, give us ideas of where to look and what's going on, and we go out and take a look, and we take what we can take, and we have Forensic Clean that picks up all the garbage around the sites. They do a tremendous job. So I think as a group, we're taking a look at all this, and we're staying on top of it. And I think that as we move forward, and ultimately if there's a plan of what ultimately we're going to do with the RVs, then there might be an issue with money.
But you're able to get to the cars?
What's that?
The cars and the boats, you're able to get to those?
Yeah, those are fine.
Okay, so they're sufficient. Assuming you're funded with what's being recommended here, the $300,000 backfill.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. All right.
So the other thing is that there will be a good enforcement process, at least from code enforcement. And I mean, if people are not getting their plans together, we will be able to, on the word of planning, go out and issue violation notice for non-compliance. I just think that we haven't done it, and we need to do it, and we'll get it done.
Okay. Thanks, Barry.
Yes, sir.
Phil, anything on your end?
No, not now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, David.
All right, and to Barry's good credit, he literally handed me a plan to do just that this morning. So thank you very much for being so proactive. Very quickly, the second question that I'm here to address, maybe if I could throw this on the overhead, is estimated expenses related to homeless encampment debris and illegal dumping removal. So my understanding is a version of this spreadsheet was provided to your board as part of the final budget last fall. So what we did was take that spreadsheet and update it with most recent numbers. Again, these are estimated expenses as provided by the departments that you see there. And we have representatives from each of those departments should there be any questions. I also have copies I can hand out if helpful.
Yes, if you could hand copies out, please. So those.
Mr. Chair,
yeah, go ahead, Phil.
Supervisor Turner, can I ask the clerk to magnify the overhead, please?
Okay, yeah, just a moment. She's distributing it right now. Thanks.
I'll scan it.
Okay. She's going to scan it in for you. And so the number is 9.1 million
Roughly, yes.
annually?
Yeah. Yes.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes.
And that's a very similar number to what you saw last fall when a similar version of this table was provided. I believe those numbers are up a little bit since then.
And do we have the tonnage that's associated with this removed?
I did get some information from Waste Management. I can actually provide those to you now. I don't have a complete picture from all departments.
Okay, give us an idea. Go ahead. Tell us.
Provide these to you. Let's see.
Wow.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Phil.
Question for Mr. DeFonte on the,
go ahead.
chart he distributed. So, and some of the comments he made, if I heard him correctly, that the numbers are up just a little bit. Obviously, we could read into that different ways. Is it up a little bit because of limitations on our end in terms of the ability to address illegal camping debris? Because I can almost guarantee you it's not a reflection of the proliferation of the amount of debris that's out there associated with homeless encampments. I'm trying to understand the brief comment.
We have Liz Bellis walking up to the podium to help answer that question. But for frame of reference, the encampment debris number, the total on the bottom last year was a little bit less than 7.3 million. The number this year is 7.5 million. The number under illegal dumping last year was 1.4. This year, it's $1.67 million. With that, I'll turn it over to Liz.
Well.
Good afternoon, Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. I just wanted to state that in addition to this tonnage that is on the overhead, park staff removed 1,303.5 tons of trash and debris off the American River Parkway in calendar year 2021.
So that's in addition to what's on this chart?
Correct.
So they just show 158 tons, and you would add 1,330, you said?
Yeah, 1,303.5.
Okay, so 1,400 and... Phil, did you get that?
I did, but I'm not hearing an answer to my question.
Okay.
The question is, if we're not seeing considerable increases in tonnage or the amount that we spend or the amount of personnel that are redeployed to address this, but yet we are hearing more from our constituents about the problem. We are seeing for ourselves more of the issue out in our districts, trying to reconcile that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Mr. Vicari is going to, he's got the catcher's glove on, so go up and go for it, Mr. Vicari.
So Ron Vicari, Director of Transportation. Just a quick answer from Transportation's perspective, and I do believe this would probably apply to Waste Management also. Our numbers are up a little, as we said. The reason why they're not, don't seem to be significantly up as you would expect, is the county's contractor that we have has taken on a really large portion, which was what we talked about currently, ForensiClean. And so they've taken a lot of what we used to do, but we're still doing, even with all of that removed from our effort, we're still doing more than we did before.
Doesn't that get counted, though? Doesn't ForensiClean keep track? We don't get the number?
I'm sorry, in the numbers that you're looking up there under like transportation. So transportation's numbers are up a little bit from what transportation's numbers used to be, but such a significant amount of the effort that we once did is now being done by an outside contractor. So I just wanted to add that for the discussion.
But their tonnage is included in here?
forensic cleans tonnage is included in there. We don't always track all of our tonnages, so I think this is an underestimating the total tonnage, but certainly the effort has gone up significantly. And I guess a better way of saying it, for it not for the effort that Forensic Clean and the contractor is doing, we would more than have doubled our services.
And does Forensic Clean operate under the same protocols as our staff would relative to, particularly as in the camps and materials that are accumulated, and working through the whole issue about possessions and what's necessary for the person, and so they operate under the same protocols?
Yes, it's from Emily and part of our encampment team, and I'm familiar with the protocols as I'm part of the encampment team. But Emily, who would be the one, and certainly Mr. Shalone, who manages that contract, is up here now.
Okay. Phil, I don't know that you got your question answered. Doug is now at the podium room, so.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the responses. Again, it's, if we're going to use as a metric the amount of tonnage or what we see anecdotally out in our districts, I think we can all agree that while all the efforts, whether it's Forensic Clean and in combination with their own code or DOT efforts, it's still obviously not enough. It's not I don't say that as a criticism for all the valiant efforts that have been redoubled, but it's still, I think clearly apparent, at least to the supervisor, that we have a net, this net increase in illegal dumping and encampment debris that continues to increase, and so we seem to be chasing it as it does, and it's not a very good position to be in very most of the time, especially when you have to explain it to a constituent who isn't getting their issue addressed in time.
Okay, thanks. Doug, do you want to? Ms. Sloan?
Yeah, Doug Sloan, Director for Waste Management and Recycling. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Forensic Clean. One of the beauties of the Forensic Clean contract is where DOT is charged with litter that's in the right of way. We pick up material that's at the curb. Water Resources is in the ditches. Forensic Clean can actually go through a camp, and their staff is trained to actually engage, and they have some relationships with some of the folks that they meet regularly, but they'll go through the camp and ask people what they want removed from the camp. That material could then get taken out to the curb, either disposed of by the Forensic Clean team or by our team. But it's a really useful tool because my staff isn't trained to go into those camps and ask those questions, nor do we have the time to do that. But Forensic Clean crews are really that bridge to help get the material out of the camps and verify with camp participants whether it's actual trash or whether it's owned by somebody, so we don't make the mistake of taking somebody's personal property.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah, Liz.
Hi, again, Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. I wanted to provide some context from additional numbers from prior years, and also might help answer Supervisor Cerna's question. In 2020, we removed 926.5 tons. In 2019, we removed 1,397.5 tons. And I think one of the key elements that needs to be addressed is the fact that the COVID pandemic had an impact on the amount of trash that we could remove because of the public health order that required us to keep encampments in place. And so that did have an impact on the amount of tonnage of debris that was removed from encampments in the parkway, and I imagine in other areas as well.
Just an extreme amount of tonnage. I mean, nearly 8 million pounds of material, a little less than that, but just in a $10 million a year. And sadly, we're still still chasing it, I guess. That's, part of the point here. So, other questions, comments by board members? Okay. If not, thanks, Doug. Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. All right. That carries us. David, anything else you had?
That's
okay.
it.
Carries us through the sub-agenda. I think we want to go to a public comment and then bring it back to the board for discussion about any items that we hear comment on, any items that we have we wish to raise in the context of the budget, and then we will take a break at some juncture and return later in the afternoon. So with that, we do have one person in the chambers have signed up to speak, and then I know have some on the phone. Everyone's been very patient, so let me go to Diana Pagetto. Diana, please come forward. It was good morning, now good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My legs got cramped sitting up there. Diana Pagetto, the Executive Director of the American River Parkway Foundation. I think it's an apropos time for me to actually come up and speak because, as Liz was talking about trash, the Parkway, as we all know, is ground zero for the homeless. I'm here today really to implore you as a board, as staff, to come up with a comprehensive plan for homeless services. And that means shelter as well as all services. And we say that because, as I said, the Parkway is ground zero. There is a question about mapping. We have started mapping. So for those of you who know, there are 2,500 to 3,000 homeless camps on the Parkway. It's a Google map. We created it. We're tracking them. We know exactly where the camps are. We're doing it through our volunteers, through our Miles stewards, because they want to see the Parkway become the recreational habitat that it should be, instead of, it looks like a war zone out there. So there are 2,500 to 3,000 camps. I don't think there's anywhere else in Sacramento County where there are that many camps. And if there are, please show me. In regards to the effects of the homeless on the Parkway, I think you all know, but it's an environmental and a health hazard out there. We have contaminated soil. You have batteries that are buried that we're trying to get out of the dirt. Our volunteers are out there. County maintenance is out there. I don't think county maintenance's job is to be a garbage collector like they are. They are removing, I'm looking at Liz because we've talked about it. That's not their job. That shouldn't be, and as the administrators of the county, this is what you're asking your employees to do. The hardened soil, we're in the middle of a drought, one of the worst droughts we've ever had. The compacted soil from the encampments, from those that are living there, that is going to kill the vegetation of the Parkway. This is a natural and scenic river, and we're letting it just disappear due to the number of homeless that are out on the Parkway. We can talk about water quality. Yes, the raw data came out the other day. And for those of you that have actually gone through it like we did, there is a correlation to homeless camps. Why is there an increase of dog feces at 5th Street? There are 200 camps right there at 5th Street. How many of those illegal campers on the Parkway actually have animals? They have dogs. That's dog feces. What about the trash that is out there? We just got done talking about the trash. Why is the bird count higher, the bird feces count? Because they're going into that trash. There is a correlation. That water through the American River, yes, it's processed. That's all water we drink as residents of Sacramento County. And I think as residents of Sacramento County, we can do better. I don't think any of us want to see the homeless. I can speak from my own experience. I am a resident of Sacramento County. I've had to call the sheriff to get a homeless individual off of my front porch. I actually called Supervisor Desmond and asked him, who should I call? I called the sheriff. Do you know what the sheriff told that homeless individual? And I'm embarrassed as a Sacramento County resident. Go north, south, east, or west, but do not come back here. We didn't help that individual. The individual was on meth. Where was the homeless hot team that's supposed to go with the sheriff that you guys have funded? They didn't come to my house. They weren't there. And to send this gentleman off down the street to say, go get help somewhere else. The worst part, I was the second phone call to the sheriff's office that morning on this same individual. We're not doing justice. We are not serving the homeless or the residents of Sacramento County. I will say this is why the foundation has taken the step, and we are partnering with businesses, Five Star Bank, Von Hausen Motors, developers, because we're going to help you. We want to be a partner because we need to find land for shelter. You guys can only do so much, but if we can get the developers and the private businesses to come forward to help us find some land, so then with that land, the county can provide those critical services, then we as a community know we're going to do better because we have to work together to achieve this. And I know I've gone over my time, and I'm sorry, but we need to achieve this. We have to stop this. We want people to come out to the Parkway. We don't want people not to come to the Parkway. We want to drive down a street. I drove down Alta Arden the other day. I was talking to George Grinchwich with Von Hausen Motors. They're spending $300,000 a year on security at that one location on Howell and Alta Arden. A business should not have to do that. I can speak from our own office. We are in the Parkway. We, the foundation, built the building that we are housed in. We have an evergreen lease with the county. We cover all maintenance cost. I can tell you in the last 8 months, we have had all of our sprinklers destroyed. We have had our backflow devices broken into. We've had our fire suppression system broken. We're a nonprofit. Our donors do not want to be paying for that. There comes a point where the cost to do business and the cost for businesses to remain in Sacramento County is getting outrageous because of the effect of the homelessness. So we have to do better as a community, and we have to work together to achieve some sort of shelter space as well as critical services. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana. Any questions, comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, sure. Mr. Desmond, go ahead.
I would say I want to thank Diana for being here as well. I know we have other people for public comment. One thing I'd like to, I know the Parkway Foundation has been very engaged and vocal on the impact of homelessness on the Parkway. And I know they have regular conversations with Liz Bellis, but one thing I'd just like to throw out there is I think it would be helpful. I mean, I think we might have a discussion later today on some other budget requests from the board, but I think it would also be helpful for some engagement maybe with Emily and Siobhan and others with the Parkway Foundation board to talk about the comprehensive plan we have right now in Sacramento County and have a real candid conversation with the board about some of the challenges we face and hearing from them some of their ideas on how we can do more and the impact it's having on them. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Sure. Okay. We look forward to some more discussion here before we certainly get down to our deliberations this afternoon. So, all right. Thanks, Diana. And thanks for the work of the foundation and your advocacy, but also I think the interest in trying to help us find solutions. Okay, with that, that's the only in-chambers speaker I had. And unless there's any others, let's go to our phones. And again, thank people for their patience. So I hope it's going to be a fairly short morning.
Mr. Chair, I'm confused.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kennedy, go ahead.
I apologize.
Yeah, good, no problem.
I thought I asked the question earlier, and I thought I understood the answer, but apparently I misunderstood. I thought we were going to hear from the departments, and then we'd have public. So that they would have an opportunity to hear from the departments.
Right. Okay, yeah. So we want to hear from, we still have some more presentations. Okay, good. Yeah. And I think Supervisor Cerna wanted to ask Diana a question, so we'll go to that in just a moment. So Diana, if maybe you want to come forward, I think Supervisor Cerna, and then we'll hear from the departments. I know this issue of the hot teams. I can thank you for the reminder, Patrick. Yep. Yeah, go ahead. Supervisor Cerna, go ahead. Bill? Is he still on the line? Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, actually, no.
Okay.
I don't see him.
All right, just hang on
I
a
don't see him.
second.
Let me give a text real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. While we're waiting for Supervisor Serna. Go ahead, Sue. Yes.
I just thought I'd comment. I know in my district, I was told by the sheriff that because of COVID and they weren't able to do their normal training, they were down on the number of deputies, and so the hot teams were actually reduced during the last year or so. So I'm hoping by the end of this year, they'll be able to recruit more officers and we'll get some of those resources built back up a little bit. That's one of the conversations I had around the hot teams.
Do we have a representative?
They do a
Sure.
great job, the hot teams do, when they're there. They're specialized in what they do. But the other officers may not necessarily be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we did have a representative from the Sheriff's Department in chambers all morning. He just in the last number of minutes had to leave, and Under Sheriff Barnes is on his way, but is not here yet.
Okay, good. I mean, again, I'm sorry for, again, apologies. Things went longer, but Supervisor Serna, is he on the line?
He's calling back in.
Okay, all right.
He got disconnected somehow.
Okay.
Well, while I'm waiting here, I invite all of you to come out to one of our cleanups because I think it's a great way to see firsthand what it's like to clean up on the Parkway.
Yeah, no dead air. Get those advertisements in.
We had some of you out at our last cleanup that we invited all to. So Supervisor Kennedy, Desmond, and Natoli were all out there picking up down at Northgate with Liz Bellis. And you know, as I've said before, the Parkway, if it wasn't for county maintenance as well as our volunteers that are out there picking up hundreds of thousands of tons of trash a year, it would look like a landfill.
Yeah. Do you keep track of your the amount that you?
We keep track of, yes, we had over 5,000 volunteers last year, and we only started volunteers in March because of COVID.
But the tonnage, do you keep some estimates? So does it get factored into these numbers?
We keep the tonnage, and we actually keep it by mile, so we know exactly how much is picked up at each of the 23 miles.
Diana, is it transmitted to parks so it gets built into the total? Okay, so that needs to get, again, that reflects certainly volunteer efforts. And again, if it's just a good solid estimate, but I would say from here on out, we ought to have that, because that was part of the request yesterday, was to get some cumulative total, both on the illegal dumping, but certainly with regards to Parkway and encampments. And so again, there's a number, so that's, you know, that's whatever that is. I don't know, that we should make sure we keep that as a part of our calculation, because again, it goes to the, I think, to the question Supervisor Serna was asking, but it reflects obviously a tremendous amount of effort.
Right.
Okay.
And can I add on to
Sure.
that? That's a great.
Yes, we can. Phil, you back on?
Yeah, I had to kind of get on a different means here, so I apologize for all the technical glitches here. Yeah, so thank you, Diana, for being patient with me, and I did want to just ask a very general question. I assume that the efforts that you referenced in your earlier testimony about working with local businesses, namely Five Star Bank and others that serve with your board or on your board, those efforts are intended to increase the foundation's ability to address many of the impacts associated with homelessness, but also to advance the need that you, I think, clearly explained for more services in the first place, to keep people from looking to the Parkway as their last resort for, you know, habitation, and for those that are actually camped, the 2,500 to 3,000 decided to move them into a place other than the Parkway. So if that is the intent that I think I heard with that new initiative that the foundation's deployed, I assume that if it were the will of the board to consider contributing perhaps significant resources to that effort, that it's all you're able to, increase proportionally that effort? That's kind of the question.
Yes. I want to make sure. So in answer to your question, Supervisor Cerner, yes. I mean, so from the foundation board's perspective, we understand that, yes, as an organization, we want the illegal campers off the parkway. We also understand by moving them to another location, if we're not providing services to them, we're really playing whack-a-mole. And that's not what we want to get into. We want to ensure that proper services, because then you move them to the street and then those communities complain. So that is why we said we have to go out to the private industry to look at how we can assist the county in developing, if there's land available, to develop shelter space, and then be able to provide the correct wraparound services for the homeless individuals.
Sure, thank you. Is there I don't know if you mentioned it in your testimony or not, but is there a specific fundraising amount that may be associated with the initiative that you set for yourselves?
We have not set an actual fundraising dollar amount for this. What we were looking for was bringing the private industry partners together to look at what land they have, to see that would be first step. Of course, as a nonprofit organization that we are, we can always come up with a dollar, but for us, it would really be looking at the restoration of the parkway, looking at, considering 16% of the parkway burned last year and all of 90% of those were human-caused fires. How can we restore that land? How can we mitigate for future fires? Because even so far in 2022, there have been 70 fires out on the parkway. There was a firefighter that was injured earlier this week out at Cadillac Drive, where he had to be taken to the hospital because a tree fell. So, if we can look at mitigating some of those effects, so those dollars, of course, those are long-term restoration dollars, and as Liz knows, restoration is 3 to 5 years, that you're looking at anywhere from $3 to $10 million just to be able to do some of the long-term restoration that's needed and tie that into the Natural Resources Management Plan, which is to be approved, fingers crossed, this year. So, Phil, in answer to your question, I didn't answer, yes, we have a goal of 10 million, 30 million.
No.
I guess they didn't like the number.
We can go higher.
Okay, so Phil, are you still there?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Cerner. Now you're connected.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, so you weren't commenting on the Ms. Pagetto's suggestion. Yeah. Okay, all right. With that then, Phil, anything else? You still on? Okay, may have lost the connection, Diana. Okay. Supervisor Desmond, well, see if we can.
Are you there?
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
yes.
Cerner.
Bill, go ahead.
Yeah. Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. We're here. If you can hear us.
Okay. Well, again, my apologies here. So again, I assume, given the response from Ms. Pagetto about kind of the broader details about the initiative, that again, if the county were able to flank that initiative with some resources, some dollars, that we could actually increase the benefits associated with what we're trying to do. Which what I think this county wants our foundation to help us with. I think frustrations been communicated clearly, not just today.
Okay, so if I hear your suggestion, you're suggesting maybe some seed money.
As this crisis has deepened, but assuming that is the case, that we can get some proportional benefit out of it for the good of the parkway, for the good of people who enjoy the parkway. Reference earlier, chatting about this, I will be making
Phil, you're kind of fading in and out a little bit.
that effort that the foundation's involved.
Okay. I think if I heard you, you're going to be making a suggestion, potentially a motion as we get later into the discussion about this. But you kind of faded in and out, Phil, if you can hear us. But I think we got the gist of it. So.
Yeah, and lastly, if the clerk's office could try and reestablish the earlier connection, I'd really appreciate it.
They're working on it.
Supervisor Cerna, I'm going to text you now a phone number that I want you to call in, and it's just directly into the meeting. So if you let me know that you got this text message that I just sent.
Okay. Right, I'm going to sign off and go to the other one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Supervisor Desmond?
Alma, please end the Zoom.
Just very briefly, I want to underscore what Chair Natoli mentioned about the trash removal. I mean, that should be, the trash collected by the volunteers in the parkway should be included in that amount, especially because it's all taken to a kind of a central or certain locations, and the county picks it up from there, I believe. So we already have a role, so that needs to be included. And then I look forward to a discussion when we have maybe recommendations or requests from board members. So I think if we have an opportunity to match or work with the business community, specifically with respect to finding more capacity for relief on the parkway, I mean, we need to be able to take advantage of that opportunity. And this is what we desperately need in terms of finding more locations like we approved yesterday. We need to engage with the business community and need to convince them that we need their help to find these locations because they're so difficult to find, not just on the parkway, but everywhere. So thank you.
Okay. Then what you just said, though, is that if you collect the trash and put it for central pickup, then it would get counted in, would it not? You don't haul it to the landfill or the NARS yourself.
We don't haul it to we'll put it in dumpsters, and so those dumpsters, Liz, if I'm not mistaken, are weighed by county or not?
Yeah, coming down, Liz, because I think we need to account for that. So you're doing this effort. They're in dumpsters, and when somebody weighs them because they get.
Yeah, they're general tonnage, like it's a 40-ton dumpster or a 20-yard. Sorry, excuse me. Yes, but as far as we're not specifically going and weighing each truckload, we are estimating all of what is picked up and put into the dumpsters.
So so your numbers include those estimates then?
So when we are providing support services to volunteer efforts, then those numbers are included in all of our totals. So example, when our maintenance staff are going out and we're taking our heavy equipment and loading up into our dumpsters, then that is included in our efforts. If they're doing something that is not directly supported by our staff, that might be accounted for separately from our total.
Okay, so in large part it is counted then. I just,
Correct.
again, so that's what, again, make it clear, because I came with the same impression. Rich, did you want to say?
Does that help clarify?
It does. So in large part, we're not, the tonnage may be not entirely reflective, but in large part it's reflective, obviously,
Correct.
what the volunteers are collecting that we're then picking up and putting in. But you put them in a dumpster yourself, don't you? When you ever clean up, don't they just throw the bags in themselves, or our folks are putting that in there?
Our volunteers are putting it in dumpsters, and sometimes we rent our own dumpsters. It depends if the county has a dumpster, but a lot of times we'll rent our own dumpsters. When we do our big Great American River cleanup, then that is where the county picks up that refuge up and down the entire 23 miles of the parkway.
Okay, so maybe they can have a little better alignment. Again, it's not to get all hung up on counting bags of garbage, but I do think that, as we're reflecting upon impacts and trying to get some handle on costs associated with, obviously, but certainly the volunteer contributions as well, I do think if there's a ability, Liz and Diana, to align or make sure that we, you're not going to catch every last ton. I trust that, but okay. Diana, just before because you mentioned the cleanups and asking for folks to come forward, I just wanted to make a note, and I know Ethan Dye's in the audience, that the one that Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Desmond and I were able to be a part of earlier in the spring. I had an opportunity to engage with one of the parties that was camped there and did some follow-on, and Mr. Dye and his department actually worked with navigators and with our team of folks. And my understanding of the last report was that that party and another party to the camp and maybe even someone else were sheltered. And again, it was someone who had been in that location for about a year and a half, and circumstances again are not necessarily important for me to detail, but again, there was some follow-up, and I just, again, it does show much of what Emily said, that, with some revisiting, but again, those are, on onesie, twosies, dozens, when you've got hundreds and hundreds of folks, it's magnified many, many times to the points that have been made here. But I just wanted to let you know that day there was a connection made, and I give credit to our DHA and other folks who weighed in. So thank you, Ethan, to you and your staff. And Diana, again, thanks for all the work you do to certainly help do whatever we can to not only keep it clean, but to hopefully find some solutions that could be more long-term. So thanks.
Supervisor Natoli, we're looking to hire navigators if you're got some time available.
Well, I'll see after the first of the year. Maybe I'll be looking for work, I'm sure. So good. Thanks. Okay, very good. Thanks, Diana. Thanks, Supervisor Cernay and all those. So, okay, that takes us down, well, not to the list. We've got to go back to the, we had some requests then for some additional discussion.
So we don't have department presentations for you. We have department heads here and available to answer your questions. We did just get notification from Under Sheriff Barnes. He is about 40 minutes away. That was probably 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
So he's at least a half an hour away.
And certainly apologies to whoever was, I didn't, we could have made some arrangements if I'd have known.
Yeah, we had, is it Chief Santos?
Oh.
Chief Ramos
Chief
was
Ramos,
here all
yeah.
morning, and then he had to leave. So, but Under Sheriff Barnes is on his way.
Okay, so Supervisor Kennedy, maybe I'll go to you. I know you had some departmental heads requests.
I primarily wanted to hear from the Sheriff's Department. I've got a list of questions, just clarification on budget. And I have a couple of, I think a lot of my questions are actually going to end up falling in Mr. Jones's lap, but I have a couple of questions of Marlon, and if now's the time. Or?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's ask those questions, and then we'll still come back to public testimony. We still have people waiting, but this may help inform some of that comment. So.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chief. Thanks for being here.
Sure.
So, don't feel picked on here. If you watched the hearing yesterday, you'll see that there's a trend happening up here, and that's we're all interested in metrics. And I just wanted, to know, what are you all doing? And I'm going to be asking the Sheriff's Department the same thing, to really track through metrics what you use to track not just, the easy stuff and like how many classes were attended and all of that, and clearly you've been looking at recidivism rates for a very long time. But do you go beyond that, beyond just recidivism and track your clients? It's probably very labor intensive, I can imagine, but to track your clients and what their success rates are, like through the adult day reporting centers, and what their job placement numbers are, or anything like that.
So you are correct. It is very labor intensive, and it's an area where we've not been as well resourced as we'd like. We do have, just in the last few years, the implementation of the Power BI tool, which helps us with some data tracking and reporting. One of the things I've given my staff direction on is really think through which things we think we can quickly post and make publicly available, as we know that there's great interest, obviously, in what criminal justice looks like, how it performs, et cetera. To your point, we do track sort of, the things that we have, readily available with regards to program completions, people getting off of probation, violations. We do have information like that. It's certainly, more focused really on the current initiatives that are of high profile, so things like pretrial, things like our VOIA program that's been referenced here today. And so that's really kind of the first steps is, think through what's available big picture. This is not secret information because we are often, subject to Public Records Act requests and turn those around. But it is often, a bit of a labor to do that work. And so why not sort of think forward and know that this information is, going to be requested and shared, and let's again, begin to post it.
I know that the auditor back in 2020 hit not Sacramento County, but all counties for not adequately showing or assessing the effectiveness of AB 109 programs. Did we do anything based upon, did we do anything to pivot based upon, those findings, or was there anything, direction that came from that audit or from the legislature?
Yeah, so I don't recall offhand that we did anything directly in response. What I'm most aware of is just the conversation that's presently occurring with our Community Corrections Partnership Advisory Board. So a board comprised of folks, not really at my level, but people who are much closer to, where the heat is, and includes certainly community input. But they are working very quickly on both sort of definitions around outcomes that are really applicable to the initiatives, as well as having a broad discussion around, again, what can be shared, and let's all talk and agree to sharing data and posting information.
And you and I had a pretty lengthy conversation not too long ago about the DJJ stuff, and we were getting criticized because the money went towards staffing and not towards programs. And, and I understand where you were coming from. You got to staff up if suddenly you have this. Where you see us in the coming year on that issue?
Yeah, so, the challenges were somewhat just beholden to, as it was referenced earlier, I think Amanda referenced the resolution of cases. My team has heard me talk about, the thing here is, not for probation to line its pockets essentially with the funding. But that said, we do have a very significant responsibility with regard to the secure housing of this population. And so, in the first year, really just ensuring that we're able to staff up and be ready as, we were getting cases before the legislation was supposed to even, go into effect. And so being agile enough at that point to move resources, which really is to mean put staff in the unit, be prepared to, again, support youth who are committed to the program. What I see going forward is really sort of the annualization of that, the ongoing costs. As referenced, we're currently at 15. We could be at, 18 or more before the end of the month, and that triggers for us essentially, the opening of a second unit. And so with regards to the resource that Senate Bill 823 provides, it's that initial sort of implementation that I referenced from last year, along with the expanded population as we go forward. A significant challenge, I referenced it earlier, is just the number of youth that we might get back in custody is really daunting. And for me, it's of great concern because there are all sorts of things on our list that I agree to, even as the chair of that subcommittee, that we want to see funded. But I've also got to ensure that the youth are properly housed and cared for while in my custody.
And I've heard you say from the podium before that there's a concern about mixing populations.
Correct.
And this is a completely different population than what we're used to housing.
Correct.
Do you have the facility needs? Are you seeing what you need to meet that challenge?
Yeah, so short answer is no. I heard some other folks use those one-word answers. No. There are a couple funding streams, though, at least one that we're already in receipt of, and there's something presently in the governor's budget that we hope will materialize. We sought and applied for funds to address the needs of our North Field. So, outdoor recreation, large muscle exercise is a great tool for us, and, keeps kids tired, which often leads to less agitation. So again, kind of a best practice in the correctional environment. And so utilize some funding to address that. We're putting together essentially a turf with an all-weather track. And, we've got, a Justice League with all sorts of athletic events for our kids who, they really take to it. And we're excited about what it will mean for us in terms of operations. In addition to that, the chief probation officer sort of statewide have, obviously been talking about this challenge for quite a while now, at least a year plus, and we like to think we're making some inroads with the administration around just facility needs. And so, the bill itself, Senate Bill 823, talks specifically about, more home-like environments and really supporting reentry and making it more conducive to, youth's needs. And all of the facilities, because I have some experience working for the state, all of the facilities were not built with that in mind. And so for us, it's, could we change the flooring? Is it possible to put a skylight in a dorm? But, is it, I think as I heard our presiding judge reference, when I was in college, I had a small room, not so much unlike that, but it had a desk and a chair. And so, when you think through those things, again, in the correctional environment, they're very expensive. But we hope to access, some funding streams going forward to be able to do some of those nice things that I think are really conducive to rehabilitation and reentry.
So nice to rehabilitation and reentry, but still segregated from the general population that you
Correct. I mean, I didn't say it earlier, but thinking through sort of that age component that Supervisor Natoli touched on, it's hard for me to think about, a young man who might be 21, 22, physically mature, more mentally mature, perhaps even more sophisticated, being housed with someone who's 14 or 15 who may only be here for just, the weekend or perhaps, a couple weeks until court resolves. So really important that we, are supported in managing that part of our population.
Thank you. And just one, this is a minor one, but since I picked on the sheriff last year, I got to be fair. You guys have this juvenile phone benefit.
Yes.
What's that go toward?
Yes. So it's really reinvested into the facility. So it's done things like paid for tablets, paid for other recreational activities in the facility. I'm aware of some of the comments as it relates to the amount of funds, which is a bit inaccurate. So
what would you say they are?
The funds are actually in a trust account, and the amount that I think I saw in comment has been developed over several years. And I will just say, I think in the last year, maybe only $41,000, if I heard my fiscal team correctly. To that point, just as it relates to phones, perhaps it's a byproduct of COVID, if you will, but, for us in our facility, we really prioritize connectivity with families. So much so that, I think we've got maybe the most liberal visitation policy, around. I haven't heard, I haven't heard anyone say that they've got anything equivalent. You can essentially visit in YDF from 8 to 8 every single day. And usually, our peers who come to visit will look at us like we're crazy. Like, how do you manage that? And it is an expense, it is a cost, but we value it. But as the pandemic sort of came on, as things began to shut down, we certainly had to shut down and limit the amount of foot traffic into the building, and that then forced us back to look at phone access is really just one thing we could do to ensure connectivity to families. And so, all of our kids at the point of booking at intake, they get, I think, about 3 calls. They get to call a parent, they can call an employer if they're working, and they can call an attorney if they've got a name and a number. And then once they're assigned to a housing unit, they're essentially given a phone card. And they're allowed to utilize that phone card to call whomever they want. We don't dictate that necessarily unless there are some, victim issues perhaps. And then each week thereafter, they're given another phone card. It's also, a tool that we utilize as part of our behavioral modification program. And so it's incentivized. Kids can also earn additional phone cards. And so we've tried to eliminate that barrier. I think my team knows kind of where I'm at with it, and they've obviously are aware of the conversation sort of, nationwide as it relates to connectivity, particularly of youth with their families outside and how important it is. And so trying to eliminate that barrier the best we can. We're also, though, so sort of back to the best practice piece, we're also, though, very mindful of not creating an underground economy, if you will. And so, not just having, a plethora of cards out there that could be bartered or traded or gambled for or, used for whatever nefarious purpose. So
that makes sense.
It's an ongoing challenge.
So if these are small numbers of the overall budget, but, I just want to know, $40,000 last year, but it accrues in a trust. But you're giving cards out. So where do you make the $40,000?
So that I don't have that answer today, Supervisor. I had a similar thought. I'm like, I need to ask a couple more questions. But
If you could follow up with two things, it doesn't have to be today, but follow up with where the money has been spent from that fund,
sure,
and where it how we get that money. That would be fantastic.
Sure. I do know that our system, collect calls are still possible as well, if I didn't mention that. But I do know that our system, I believe, charges, I think it's 7 cents a minute for each call that's made that isn't paid for, out of one of those other sources that I mentioned. But we can certainly follow up with you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You're very welcome.
If I could just follow on, so that's we recently made that's set in statute now, that per minute, that's the maximum. But again, I've received some of the same correspondence, or at least received correspondence regarding this issue, and I was going to ask about it, so I'm glad that Supervisor Kennedy did. Sure. If folks need to reach a parent or to reach an attorney or someone who's providing counseling or whatever, and their card doesn't have sufficient minutes allotted to it, how is that dealt with? Because again, I think to your point about connectivity, and I understand that you use it in a very prudent manner as you've described it anyway. So how does that work? If I get a card, or if I need to talk to I'm having some struggles here. Your folks are trained to recognize that.
Right.
So how is that handled? You give people a card. Why not just give them access to the phone?
Right. Well, we certainly treat each. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You got it.
We certainly treat each case, on a case-by-case basis. Right. And oftentimes staff are empowered, like, hey, if you think this youth might benefit from the phone call that, they may not be able to afford or don't have a card, by all means, connect them to it. In addition to that, calls to an attorney are not charged. They don't have to they don't have to utilize the card for that, so they have access to that as well. Okay. The only case, I think, to your question where it might be applicable is maybe if they've exhausted those resources that we've provided and then still want to make additional calls. They may have to wait until they're provided a new card the following week, or they may have to make that collect call, as I referenced.
So, because at least the correspondence I received said that they were given one call when they entered the facility. You mentioned 3. So there are 3 calls: attorney, parent,
employer,
or family, and employer. Assuming they had an employer, not all of them.
Correct.
But they are given 3 calls. So I'd be interested, just as a follow-up, so you trust you'll share with the board, though, Chief, to the questions that Supervisor Kennedy asked. So.
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks. Yeah. Patrick, you're back up again. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, my question is less for Marlon than it is for County Council. And we had spoken earlier that there's some kind of a statewide lawsuit going on about, Sacramento County is not named, but about the DJJ block grant program. Could you illuminate that?
Sure. So I did a little research. The lawsuit that I was referring to was against the state of California, the state controller. And in fact, that lawsuit was dismissed earlier this year. The allegation in that lawsuit, which now I think it's the California Alliance for Youth and Community Justice, and also the Youth Law Center, they are now writing similar letters to the county, which we received earlier 2 weeks ago, I think. And basically the allegations is that the counties and the state are not properly complying with SB 823 in regards to the Brown Act and open meeting laws and allowing for public participation. As I mentioned, the earlier case against the state was dismissed, and the reason it was dismissed is that the court found that the Brown Act doesn't apply to those bodies. But in the spirit of public participation, and I know that the chief has also weighed in on this, Sacramento County has allowed public participation in many facets of the issue, and they're the probation department, along with county council, is looking at ways to increase the public participation so that public can weigh in different venues and in different ways. So we are certainly looking at that as an issue, but again, it's not a legally required mandate, and there is no concern that the way we've been handling public participation is a legal issue.
Thank you for that. And Chief and I have had that conversation too. And that, my feeling is I understand it's not covered under the Brown Act, but let's not look at that as the ceiling, but the floor.
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that, Supervisor. Just for what it's worth, the subcommittee itself is taking up this same issue, and we're going to talk about essentially meeting frequency and the ability to do at least one or two, perhaps large public workshops in the coming year.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
If I could just, this is Lisa Willian. We're not inhibited, though. If we wanted to, again, still would be under the jurisdiction of the probation department. But if we didn't want to charge for calls, you still would obviously have the ability. You wouldn't have this recovery of the 7 cents per minute, however that's calculated, and wherever those monies are ultimately used. But we're not inhibited from saying we would want to not have charge for calls in the juvenile institution at all.
Correct.
So we could do that. And it's a policy matter. I mean, it sounds like there's some revenue that could be, and maybe reinvested in youth, activities or other types of things. But you could still administer it in a similar way. It's just that we wouldn't charge for those calls. And I guess I would certainly be willing to entertain that in light of some of the other things we're trying to do. And again, I don't know, we need to decide it here today, maybe with a report back. Again, certainly not intruding upon the ability for you to administer that appropriately, so you don't, like you say, get some other unintended problems. But I trust, and I don't know what's the annual income off of the calls there.
Again,
you don't know. Okay.
I only know I think about 41,000 in the current fiscal year.
Okay,
but.
So maybe get back to us, and I guess maybe we flag that for September. I'd be willing to take a look at that, and obviously it would require some budget augmentation, but a policy decision around that. So
no, very open to that conversation.
Okay. Very good.
I think it's in line with my philosophy. So yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm really interested in entertaining you. So thanks, Chief. Any other questions? Supervisor Cerna, did you have anything for Chief Governor?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, Patrick, do you have any other questions? We're still
not
waiting.
for the sheriff.
Okay, so we're still waiting. Under Sheriff Barnes' arrival. I appreciate him making the effort to get here. So with that, we've kind of exhausted certainly the items that we had in the questions from yesterday and those that were posed. And we still have some outstanding for the sheriff. So let's go to public comment then. Are we ready to do that then? All right. Recognizing that there's one piece we just still don't have. But so again, with apologies to those that have been in the queue for quite some time, we'll go to our public comments.
Okay, I'm going to have Jillian transfer the caller that waited yesterday. So we'll start there.
Okay.
Can you transfer the call, Jillian?
I'm going to give the caller 6 minutes for waiting 2 days.
Hi, caller. Thank you for your patience. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michael Alcalay. Hello and good afternoon, and thank you for all the hard work that you guys do on behalf of the county. I'm calling about or advocating for an additional budgeted position for District 3. I'm calling because as a constituent in that area for more than 20 years, the needs of that community, because of its 80% unincorporated constituency, are challenged with having only 3 really hard-working, dedicated staff members to service 314,000 people. Whereas in the city of Sacramento, each of the 8 districts has about 50,000 constituents and 3 staff members, and the mayor, believe it or not, has 12 staff members. I really believe in order for District 3 to stay on top and be able to deliver the services they need to provide in a very timely manner, that I want to encourage you to pull from the not recommended budget for District 3 an additional position, because I think we deserve it as constituents. Like I said, we don't have all the services of city council members in other districts or in other cities, and sometimes it's a challenge to get timely information back from our district supervisor due to the amount of workload. And again, in comparison to the rest of the supervisorial districts that have more of an overlap, so you almost have 2 times the staff, because if they need a city service, they can call their city council staff, whereas District 3 does not have that ability. Everything they do is directed towards people who live in the unincorporated area. So I really want to urge you to, in this budget cycle, to get another FTO or FTP or whatever the accurate acronym is, to assist us in District 3 so that we can get more timely responses. Even though in my mind, 1 additional staff person for this district will not be enough, at least it's the start. And I know you guys have been talking about it for years, and I hope this year you can make that happen. And I realize there's all these other budgetary needs throughout, but I really believe this will help 314,000 people. So thank you very much for your time, and appreciate the call back from the county clerk, who let me know yesterday they would be doing that, and they did. So my hat's off to the staff. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your comments. That's FTE, and
FTE.
and we're going to. You may have heard. I don't know. We actually had some discussion. Supervisor Cerner brought it forward, and have agreed to. Before we even recess this afternoon, to have some additional discussion around that. So appreciate your advocacy, and thanks again for your patience. You get the award for being on hold the longest. So.
Well, you're very welcome, but you guys get the award for really doing the people's business. So thank you all very much, and
Okay.
Congratulations to you, Don, for your year of chairmanship.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Michael. Appreciate it very much. Take care. Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Have a good afternoon. Okay. All right.
Okay, next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Courtney Poole, and I'm a resident of District 1. I am calling in support of the Community Care Coalition's budget demands, which were sent to you previously. As a community member of Sacramento and a mental health professional who works in schools, it's clear that we as a community are hurting and struggling, and the systems that are currently being funded are harming our community and disproportionately impacting Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Our budget can reflect values of care and dignity for our community members. Primary preventative and behavioral health care, including supportive, affordable housing and mental health care, can impact our community in such a positive way. Appropriate emergency and crisis response programs not connected to law enforcement will prevent harm from occurring in our communities and people to actually get connected to trusting person-centered care. There are a number of community-based orgs who are already connected to Sacramento County residents that need to be funded sustainably in order for this good work to be able to continue. Many community members lack basic necessities to live, including food, housing, childcare, and fair wages. Research tells us that social determinants impact health and safety tremendously, so let's fund basic necessities to improve this, rather than funding law enforcement, which has no research in improving community safety. Finally, increased county funding for public defense focused on pre-conviction plea and increased investment capacity for criminal record expungement through the Public Defender's Office can actually support individuals impacted by the criminal justice system. Budget decisions are active choices that the Board of Supervisors are accountable for. Please use these budget demands developed by a large coalition of orgs and individuals living here in Sacramento to make your decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Courtney.
Okay, next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Liz Blum with Decarcerate Sacramento. You all have received over 385 letters advocating for investments in public health systems and public defense that our community needs and deserves to be safer and healthier. We know that a long history of defunding of social safety nets and increasing punishment policies has left us in the place we are today, where some departments get the lion's share of our discretionary dollars, while the departments that are tasked with prevention, harm reduction, and public health get the crumbs. This is a policy choice. This is changeable, but it takes our Board of Supervisors being proactive, working with department heads to strategize on growth that is possible, being hands-on in the details to figure out how our general fund can grow the infrastructure and capacity for the services that are so urgently needed. Yesterday, the public learned that last year's emergency allocation for $5 million in Afghan refugee support funding was not spent, not one dime. Meanwhile, organizations like NorCal Resist have supported 170 Afghan families with food, rent, and legal support, totaling about $500,000 without any type of government funding. The process of distributing funding to community organizations needs to be radically changed to be truly accessible to community groups that are providing life-saving direct services. While there are plenty of excuses for the bureaucratic delays in spending, it's clear that when something is a priority for county staff, it happens quickly. And when it's not, it sometimes just doesn't happen, despite the will of the board. How is this okay? How can the public have any faith in government when unelected county staff do not follow the will of the board's direction? This is not how our democracy is supposed to function, and yet this is how our county bureaucracy is functioning. What we saw yesterday and today was just the tip of the iceberg. What other departments are not spending their budgets the way that they're intended to be spent? What accountability mechanisms are in place to ensure that budget allocations are spent the way they are intended to be? And not just when it comes to the general fund, but also in semi-discretionary funding like AB 109 and SB 823. We still don't know how the county is spending AB 109 funds, despite years of requesting this. This is a basic measure of transparency that the public deserves. You should also be aware that the committee recommendations created for SB 823 DJJ realignment that Eric spoke of were not followed by the probation department, and the county is currently being sued due to Brown Act violations from this process. As someone whose sibling has gone through mental health court, I do recognize the benefits of collaborative courts for getting our loved ones out of jail. But I also recognize the role of the public defender's office is to defend the public, to defend us before we are forced to plead guilty or face a criminal conviction, to support us in our pretrial release from jail, to ensure that we are innocent until proven guilty. What are the graduation rates of all collaborative courts? The advocacy data of collaborative courts should be discussed before dedicating such significant general fund dollars. Please scrutinize the sheriff's, probation's, and DA's budget as closely as you're scrutinizing the impact of the budget requests from other departments. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for beginning to do Another question I'd like to ask is, how will the board ensure the PRA data staff requests made by the Sheriff's Office will actually increase the number and speed of completed PRAs by the Sheriff's Department? And finally, please fulfill the Clerk of the Board's request for $106,000 for more staff. They deserve it. We appreciate the board clerk staff so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Liz.
Flo is smiling from ear to ear, Liz.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Liz. Before you leave so you mentioned an organization that had assisted 170 families and/or individuals, Afghani refugees. Could you forward that information either to each of us, or I know that Ethan Dye spoke early this morning, and I think as part of the discussion, which you probably heard, there's an interest, obviously, in reaching down into the community, and I know that Supervisor Desmond spoke to that, and certainly Mr. Dye did. So if you could forward the contact information for that particular organization and any of the statistics that you shared, I want to make sure, and Mr. Dye, he's nodding his head in the audience here, we'll get that to him and do some follow-on to, again, recognize, obviously, the work that's been ongoing with that organization and serving some of those folks. So if you could forward that, that would be helpful, okay?
Thank you. I will. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thanks, Liz. Okay.
Okay, next caller, please. We have about 5 callers in queue. I just want to let everybody know. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Kazua Hugh, Program Manager at Lao Family Community Development. My comment today represents the collective voice of the 5 resettlement and placement agencies that are located right here in Sacramento County, and they include Lao Family, IRC, Opening Doors, World Relief, and the Sacramento Food Bank. It's also a comment that relates to Mr. Ethan Dyer's funding recommendation for the Afghan refugee program and counter-proposes use of these funds that would be the most effective for the immediate needs of our current and future resettled families. On behalf of the network and our proposed initiative, Refugee and Family Housing, Lao Family has submitted a $3 million proposal to the Office of Supervisor Desmond for a portion of the $5 million that the board approved in 2021. We have prioritized immediate access to 106 units of housing for purchase and master leasing in the Arden Arcade and North Highland areas at 4 privately owned properties. These units are for sale and they're vacant in the open market. Lao Family has negotiated agreements on all 4 sites, and more description is in the request we submitted yesterday. This is a one-time request. We are not asking for operating dollars or case management dollars, as we have those secured already. All 5 resettlement agencies reflected in this request possess capacity and leverage programs and resources to support the ongoing needs of resettled families and include legal, workforce, education, and health and well-being services, just to name a few. This is our priority, and in collective opinion, the most effective use to create immediate, permanent, affordable housing supply. We're in a predicament, and have been since the start of COVID, where our vacancy rates in Sacramento cannot accommodate the current and growing housing needs of resettled families. Sorry about that, excuse me. The needs of resettled families arriving directly into our community. Families are arriving here whether there is housing available or not, and we're looking to each of you to support and approve this funding request as detailed in our proposal. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you for your call today as well as yesterday. I don't know if that proposal or has been submitted to Supervisor Desmond. Have you received a copy of the?
Yes, I've been working very closely with Lao Family on a district ARPA allocation request. That's what we're looking for, but I'm certainly open to having a discussion about some funding from our budget. But that's where it is in the process. It's ARPA specific.
So again, I don't know if it's been shared with us, and you've been working directly. But again, it's just having heard yesterday, and then again today. Certainly, as one member of the board, I'd be interested. Again, we may not take it up immediately today, but it sounded like it was a pretty urgent request. So.
We're working out some of the logistical and criteria issues with our ARPA consultants and the budget folks. That's been the reason for the delay, but I'm sure it will come to the board.
So we will hear more.
Yes.
So it is under consideration, I guess, to our caller.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, caller. Thanks, Mr. Desmond. Thanks. Okay. Next caller.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hey, Courtney Hansen with Incarcerate Sacramento and a member of the newly formed Community Care First Coalition. I would love to touch on what's going well. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli and Kennedy, for those critical questions and ideas you just raised, but we have extremely limited time, so you'll just hear sort of my laundry list of concerns. Yesterday and today I've told a story about which departments experience scrutiny and which departments get to run their own show behind the scenes. I am shocked that it takes explaining to convince county leaders that our most overfunded department should present in front of this board and your constituents during budget season. Think of the myriad of questions that were asked of each of the other presenters. You don't think folks would have similar questions for the probation department, slated to get $11 million more this year, or the sheriff's department asking for $18 million more. These are public funds. Most departments here have to explain how they're doing their job efficiently, spending as little money as possible, getting by with a limited budget. They're asked about metrics, results. How many people have you helped? How do you know this program is working? Why then can law enforcement submit paperwork asking for $18 million more and not have to show any efficacy behind what they do? Their massive raises have actually defunded other vital programs that actually make us safe, stable, and healthy. And that is exactly why the Community Care First Coalition has come together, not just to talk about what we don't want, but what we do want. Preventative care-based investments like robust permanent housing and 24/7 drop-in centers. I really appreciated Siobhan saying that the 24/7 center is a model to explore, but how will we actually prioritize building that capacity when most of our money goes to the carceral system? I know you all received hundreds of emails asking you to support the Care First platform. Please know that this was developed alongside people who are currently at this moment locked up in our jails, on probation, and living outside. By the way, people who will have even less access to these meetings if you install metal detectors and more police. We do need more transparency on AB 109 dollars specifically. Ms. Thomas highlighted that this is an area where you have discretion. I can't even figure out exactly how much money we get, but roughly $50 million a year has been the number in the past. This has been, I think, a decade now, so that's at least $500 million. And what have the outcomes been of that spending? Where has it gone? You can choose to spend the majority of these funds on community-based alternatives to incarceration like Alameda, Contra Costa, and Santa Clara have. But to my knowledge, the vast majority in our county, has gone to sheriff and probation. In terms of hiring challenges in the jail, if we lower the population, we won't need as many people working in there, and we can fund health workers in the community. I have heard every health leader here in these chambers name this as a capacity need, and most people do not want to work in a setting like the jail where vulnerable people are routinely tortured, traumatized, and made to suffer under conditions that deteriorate their mental and physical health. And I'm also speechless about the $5 million that never went to Afghan refugees, the incompetence and total disregard in that scenario, while I hear this board talk about fortifying their own building for their own protection. So how can you say there was no need for this money when NorCal Resist, a member of our coalition, directly supported 170 families? You should fund them, but it can't be through some bureaucratic and inaccessible process. Because when y'all do that, it's literally so cumbersome that it takes away our capacity as community groups to do the actual work on the ground. So that's why we decide to sell tamales or collect Venmo donations instead. And I also support funding the county clerk by $100K. And if you need a place to get that money, take it from law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Again, Flo's smiling ear to ear, so that's, she's got 2 votes for that already.
I promise I didn't ask.
She didn't even have to ask. Thank you, Courtney.
All right, next caller, please, and thank you. We're still hovering at about 5 callers. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Brown. I live in District 1, and I'm representing the Sacramento Climate Coalition. First, I want to acknowledge that there is some money in the new and enhanced program for climate, but it's way too modest at less than $200,000. And I'm hoping that the FDE that's recommended in there is actually in addition to the sustainability coordinator, so that you now have two people working on climate. With the climate emergency that we face, a lot more money is going to need to be spent, and a lot of it is going to end up in basically responding to catastrophes that we should be getting ahead of by reducing our carbon emissions. For an example, the city of Sacramento, who hasn't yet passed their climate action plan, budgeted an additional $4.4 million last summer for their climate program. Here are some ideas that we have about how you could fund climate more. There are a number of cities around the country, like Portland, Athens, Ohio, Boulder, Colorado, the city of Albany here in California, that have created special dedicated funds, either using utility user taxes or bond funds to fund the climate programs that enables you to dedicate the money to new programs to get people off of fossil fuels. We also advocate for the creation of a public bank, which would be another way both to get money out of the banks, which help fund fossil fuel companies, but also reduce the expense of borrowing money, from a bank, because if it's a public bank, you're not going to pay as high an interest at that bank for loans for the programs that you're running. So some other ideas that we want to propose are using public-private partnerships with companies that will come in and make the conversions or retrofits to energy efficiency and new electrification programs, and take the money basically over time from the bills, basically getting paid back long term. This keeps the county from having to put the money up front. This could be used both for the county itself and also for county residents, since California law allows public jurisdictions like yourself to serve in the role of finance through on-bill financing, through water and other fees that the county charges county citizens. Some other innovative ideas that we would like to propose is dedicating a percentage of each department's annual budget towards climate change and reducing their own carbon emissions. One of the things that John and the sustainability program will need to do is basically develop metrics on how much greenhouse gas emissions each of the departments is emitting, and in an effort to reduce that, you could actually mandate each of the departments set aside a percentage from 1 to 5% of their budget to purchase new vehicles, to purchase new equipment that is electrification or hydrogen-based, but which does not emit because it doesn't use fossil fuel. We have a number of other items, ideas. This is a challenge in front of us that's not going to go away. I'm going to mail those in to you all. Thank you for the time to make the comment. Climate is the biggest challenge in front of us. I've listened to the testimony about the homeless. This is a grand tragedy that we are not addressing yet. It's just going to get worse as things get hotter. We need to have the money and the investment there to deal with the challenges that are growing every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for your comments. Look forward to your written communication. Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. I'm a primary care doctor and addiction medicine doctor, and I work and live here in Sacramento County. And, the first public commenter in person said, I don't think any of us want to see the homeless. I just want to take a minute to reflect on that statement, because I think it illustrates a lot about the way the community and sometimes the board think about people living outside. And instead of thinking about not wanting to see people living outside, I think we really do need to spend time and effort and prioritize funding to think about how we can improve care and lives to these folks. I see people and care for people experiencing homelessness almost every day, and their lives are valuable, and they are fighting literally every day for their lives and existence. And I'll say it here and as many more times as I can, I encourage you all to find housing and housing with wraparound services, including on-site health, physical health, mental health, and substance use disorder care. The solution isn't trash pickup. And once people do have housing, they'll have trash services like the rest of us. And the solution isn't the hot team. I disagree with the Board of Supervisors assessment that it's a valuable resource. And in fact, I don't think there's any evidence or data at all to support this. And on the contrary, there are much literature out there that supports that police interaction has a negative impact on people's physical and mental health. Just a couple of weeks ago, I had a patient who was living outside and had been moved around so much that he hadn't slept in over 7 days. And because of this, his physical health, his mental health had deteriorated. And I tried to get him into services and just hit dead end after dead end. And people do not trust the sheriff, and people don't trust the hot team. And so the solution needs to be housing with compassionate services. Right now, there's literally nowhere for people to go. And every day I see and talk to people who are pleading for housing. And every day, every single day, I literally have nothing to offer them. And as far as substance use disorder treatment, I mentioned I work in addiction medicine as well, and I refer to the county AOD almost every week. And cheers to the staff, they're doing a lot. But the wait list to get into residual treatment is so long. And in order to get on the wait list, you have to, we talked about the call yesterday at the budget hearings. You call in, you do your assessment, then you get placed on a wait list. You're on the wait list for sometimes weeks, months, and you have to have a working phone in order to get the callback number. And so it's a system built on barriers. And never once in the years providing care to people with substance use disorder have I been able to get anyone into residential treatment that same day or quickly. And so please continue to prioritize funding for these services. They are doing a lot of work, and they really are important. And I just want to quickly touch base on the way people are treated inside of the jail. This is at the forefront of my mind right now, because I had a patient recently who was on Suboxone, which is a medication for opioid use disorder that's been proven to save lives. She'd been on it stable for many months, and then she was brought into the jail, and that medication was not continued. And because of that, when she was released, she was no longer on her life-saving medication and returned to using opioids and immediately overdosed. And so these policies and the lack of investment into evidence-based and community resources are a direct result of the way Sacramento County has chosen to invest its budget, and they are directly leading to preventable deaths and loss of lives. And I just encourage you all, and just think about everybody, all the individuals, and when you're thinking about how you're spending your money, and please prioritize the lives of folks living outside. Thank you.
Thank you, caller, for your comments. Appreciate them very much. Thanks.
Okay, and if you could send the next caller, we're hovering at about 4, so that means they're just calling in.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, board. This is Mackenzie Wilson, a community organizer with Incarcerate Sacramento, and a brand new member of a member of your brand new Community Care First Coalition. First, before I get started, shout out to Flo. You better get that money. It has been I swear, y'all, you better give Flo money.
She's got quite a fan club going here, Mackenzie.
Yeah, we love Flo. We're going to send flowers to her. So I want to say that I know it's been a long 2 days, but I also want to give a bit of constructive critique that moving this quickly through a budget and not allowing for public comment throughout all of the items makes cramming our thoughts and our comments into 3 minutes extremely frustrating. And it just makes this process it's not participatory, let alone accessible enough, which leads me into me bringing all of these things into 3 minutes. I'm very concerned about this year's budget, y'all. I am And I'm looking forward to the Community Care First Coalition coming in over the next few months to talk all about it before September. I think what concerns me the most is the massive investment in carceral spending. I mean, I'm here for carceral health and making sure people get those services inside the jail and getting more investment in our constitutionally mandated public defense. But I do not see an investment in access to primary, preventative, and behavioral health care. None to real forms of non-law enforcement, emergency, and crisis response. I can't believe how much I heard about hot teams instead of housing or mental health substance use services. There isn't enough money for community-connected care or any money going into real social determinants of health. I'm extremely concerned that we've talked about needing security and cops inside of a building that I have felt safe in until now, but didn't think twice about why folks would come into that building, fed up with feeling unrepresented, unheard, homeless, hungry, tired, and the list goes on. With some investment into government transparency and accountability and the creation of a participatory budgeting and policy system, I mean, we could alleviate most of that concern. Again, I never hear this space really addressing the roots of the problems facing my community. This county is short hundreds of thousands of affordable public housing units, yet we talk about how to further criminalize, quote unquote, illegal camping and parking. These aren't blights or derelict vehicles. These are people's homes because our government isn't doing its job of making sure we have access to basic needs. What is the point in navigators when we aren't investing or creating more things for folks to be navigated to? And no offense, but I swear to God, if somebody talks about my unhoused neighbor, like as if they are not one of your constituents or one of my community members, again, I'm a loser. We've been challenging the imagination of this county for almost 3 years now, and I'm not seeing anything that thinks outside the box that this county has been stuck in for forever and a day. In fact, with most of the corners of that box leading to jail cells, cops, courts, and probation, I dare to say that this is a status quo budget, and again, reflects the intentions that you all have for my community. Simply, I think the ask is that you leave room over the next few months for us to come in with budget and policy priorities that have been created with thousands of Sacramento County residents, and do not allow for this to go through without looking at it again until September. We still have time and opportunities to change course and directions that will lead us to a healthier, safer, housed, fed, and freer community. It's time, and this is if I have time permits, I am hoping that we can demand some sort of item breakdown around what we keep talking about, this AB 109 funds, and from the CJ partners. They did not follow the recommendations that y'all passed. P.S. I can't believe I'm the one having to tell you this rather than y'all following up about it. And if we used millions of dollars for housing and community-based alternatives to incarceration, like what would that look like? What if we spent $9 million instead of cleaning up trash into building housing and services? What if the additional positions given to the sheriffs and the probation department every year went instead into social workers and substance use treatment and health and mental health experts? Simply, this budget is no different than others. I see $2.5 million going into a food pilot program, but I also see the same amount being wasted on trying to build Nocton Lewis's dark tower at the jail. I'm disappointed that we didn't do more or better. And again, I really hope that y'all make space for a lot of changes to occur to this budget recommendation before you finally vote on it in September. Thank you so much. One more time, shout out to Flo. Let's get that money.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them.
Okay. Can you send the next caller, please? I promise I didn't ask anyone to do that for me. Well, I didn't. They have the wrong amount. I want to say it right now, but I won't.
Yeah.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Hello, board. This is Dr. Corrine McIntosh Sacco.
Hi,
I'm a
Corrine.
licensed clinical psychologist in independent practice, and I'm a community mental health advocate. I'm also a constituent of District 2. And like the other callers, I do want to start with giving a big shout out to Flo, Team Flo. Totally support her getting full funding. She does an amazing job of not only watching her structure these meetings right and assisting y'all, but also the customer service that she provides as a representative for the county. So really want to shout that out. And I'm imploring you to please prioritize health and human services by making the life-sustaining financial investments that's needed for our county's residents that are identified in the Community Care First Coalition's demands that I'm sure you've heard a lot about. Even with the federal consent decree for the dangerous and unconstitutional conditions of our county's jails while still experiencing a global pandemic, right, over the past 2 years where there's been disruptions to services and education, there's social isolation, economic stressors like job loss, housing instability, and difficulty covering daily expenses continue to plague our community, let alone the resulting mental health crisis that myself and other mental health professionals are trying to help folks navigate, even after you all declaring racism a public health crisis in this county a year and a half ago, and with the historic increase currently happening in gun violence. Sacramento County is not keeping up with our community's needs. A clear example of that is a homeless count. In 2019, this county had 5,500 people experiencing homelessness, and today that number is quadrupled, with the SAC continuum of care approximating about 20,000 people experiencing literal homelessness in Sacramento, and at least 23% are adults and children in family households. Between 20 and 25% of students at schools in Sacramento County have high rates of suicidal ideation, and special populations of youth, such as the transgender and lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth, their rates are approaching 65 to 70%. It's clear to me we lack accessible and appropriate mental health care and social services in our community. What we do have isn't nearly enough. Sacramento County is well below the average both at the state and national levels for having substance use disorder treatment beds available for adults and youth. And likewise, our county has a shortage of subacute psychiatric and community residential psychiatric beds, again, for both adults and youth. It's no wonder our jail population is so bloated. And yet, you're considering giving almost over $18 million to the Sheriff's Department and $11 million to the Probation Department. And what I'm learning is there was $5 million that was earmarked for Afghan refugees that's just been sitting somewhere, where people are starving and people are wanting to end their life because of the poor quality. You know, I can't help but notice some of you think we can police and incarcerate our way through our community not being able to meet their basic needs. And some of you care more about the conditions of the roads in your district than you do about the physical and mental health of our entire county. The demands of the Community Care First Coalition prioritize spending on housing, health care, mental health, and substance abuse treatment, which are community care needs, which actually contribute to the health and safety of our county. You have a prime opportunity to prioritize a $7.3 billion budget that strengthens preventative care systems that can create racial and health equity instead of continuing to cause harm, so that we can all enjoy a safe and healthy Sacramento. It's what public health and behavioral health professionals have found in research. It's what's in the data, and it's what our community has been demanding. I stand with the Community Care First SAC Coalition to amplify the voices of the community members who generously gave their time to advise on what kind of investments would actually create a healthier Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Appreciate your thoughtful comments.
Okay, next caller, please. You have about 3.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hey, y'all. My name is Nikki.
Hi, Nikki.
I am an organizer with Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee, a volunteer peer crisis counselor with Mental Health First, an organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento, and a longtime street outreach worker to people who are unhoused in our community. I want to start by noting, after Jeff explained the security issues, that the county clerk staff truly have had to be the ones to navigate this year. I'm really surprised their request was not recommended. They were the ones who kept chambers safe and de-escalated during heated times. but they're also the ones who do the invisible labor of making this whole show run. So to Flo and others on that team, thank you for your work, and we hope that the board is going to recommend that funding, whatever number it is, Flo. So appreciate y'all. You know, we're doing all this talk about trash when we know we need to talk about housing. Of course, you know, we're talking about encampment data tracking instead of talking about housing. We're talking about the HOT team, which, let me tell you, is an actual disaster instead of talking about housing. Their impact to those living outside has not been the great job that everyone is declaring it is. I do wonder where you were even hearing that from. People who live outside, who've been forced to interact with these officers, have been clear that they are treated with disrespect and forced displacement without meaningful housing or even shelter provision. This is not a successful program. Homelessness is a racial justice issue, a disability justice issue, an economic justice issue. This is so much more than an issue of what housed people have to see. And we have to stop responding to it that way, because we won't solve it that way. And you are adding valuable FTEs apparently now to your offices and in homeless services to just track people's complaints instead of actually trying to get people who want the services that might become available actually access points to get them. And that's a problem. Instead of criminalization and torture, a values-based budget would work towards aggressively developing housing for people with very low to no income, voluntary services offered through harm reduction-based outreach, not just housing navigation, but real basic needs, services met. People need water. It's 105 tomorrow. People need so much more. You know, reaching 10 sites with water is a true drop in the necessary water bucket. We need regular trash pickup and water delivery for encampments, access to hygiene facilities, including opening the locked bathrooms that are already in the parkway. And we need to be developing strategies to include those experiencing homelessness along the river and in other areas in decision-making about their lives and the stewardship of this area. Because all of this, y'all talking around people, is not just alienating, it's stigmatizing. Y'all have focused more on criminalization and cleaning up rather than the focus on what is it people need, what are the gaps in the housing that we have across the community, not just for people who are already experiencing homelessness, but for people who are looking at experiencing homelessness. And on that note, one of our demands as part of the Community Care First Coalition is around public defense for people who are experiencing housing instability. And right now, folks who are facing evictions have no right to counsel, and we think that you should fund right to counsel for those people. We need to stop the flow of people into our streets and rivers and work authentically with those people to resolve their homelessness, not try to solve it from the top down. That has not worked, and it will not work. I cannot implore you enough. Yeah, I'll end there.
Okay.
Oh, and $18 million to the sheriff. Are you kidding me? He's not even here to talk about it. This is like truly an example of the default status quo deference to law enforcement expansion in the face of desperate need in our communities. And shame on y'all if you let this go forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, next caller, please. I just want to say for the record, I think the county exec did recommend approval of our budget, a portion of it, and I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
And I'm happy with that. I'm happy. Thank you.
Well, the community wants more, so you might get more than you asked for. So.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Keon, and I'm a community organizer, and just want to start off by saying hell yes to giving Flo her $100,000 request, because why the hell wouldn't you out of a $7.3 billion budget? You can afford that if you can afford to talk about metal detectors and increased security for your county buildings. Let's be real about this, okay?
Thanks, Keon.
So, start off with, a budget reflects our values as a community, and in survey after survey from grassroots organizations to county actors, the overwhelming consensus has been to spend funds on genuine community care needs. That includes affordable housing, access to affordable health care, especially mental health and trauma services, substance use treatment, and so many other needs that we have been chronically underfunding for years on end. Instead, based on the values that are reflected in this current budget proposal, we appear to be perverting our community's values over, for a handful of county execs and maybe a supervisor or two, bending to the will of a minority of wealthy PBIDs and property owners who are hell-bent on serving their own self-interest and prioritizing money, profit, and carceral punishment over actually addressing the systemic causes that are related to this crime we keep talking about and the homeless problem that we are so concerned about seeing. I can't speak it better than all the previous callers before me, and just saying it's absolutely absurd how much time we spend talking about the symptoms of problems that they have the power, that you all have the power to solve. And that we spend on criminalization and enforcement. Why aren't we spending, if we care so much about the needs of all county staff and and the public, why don't we why aren't we censuring people or punishing racist actors that have organized against the violent anti-vaxxers who threatened county staff and are creating these unsafe conditions? Rather than spending on decades worth of bad solutions that have done absolutely nothing to address the core problems that are that we are facing, why aren't we conducting an assessment of barriers to accessing services and implementing strategies to mitigate these root problems? How about we fund preventative care, primary care, and behavioral health services rather than spending it all, so much money, billions of dollars, on our jail system? Why aren't we also opening up our budget process to allow for more public participation, not trying to pass a recommended budget within the span of just 2 days and then waiting until September before we even think about this stuff again? How about we fund basic necessities such as items for basic personal hygiene, daily living needs for people that are living on the outside, so they don't have to keep littering these parkways that you claim to care so much about, while simultaneously not addressing their problems? And why aren't we actually limiting the fees that we're charging people, especially within the current jail systems and such? We should be establishing annual budget priorities that center community care needs over law enforcement and economic interests, so that we can ensure county staff will allocate sufficient funding towards health services and other social determinants of health, and particularly housing, education, youth services, mental health care, and prevent budget decreases for these critical services. We need to actually guarantee that in, because as it stands right now, you have literally spent over $1 billion funding to the sheriff's department and are prepared to give him another $18 million without him showing any kind of metrics. He's not even in the building right now to explain to you why his department deserves these funds. And yet here you all are ready to just let him go. The fact that the county CEO didn't see fit to require them to come in and present this when they're your largest department in the county speaks volumes to where this where the county staff's priorities seem to lie. The county executive's priorities seem to lie. We need a strategic rethink, and we need actual imagination and bold vision, because right now it's not a lack of resources that are why we can't afford to address the root problems or fund these critical issue needs. It's really just a lack of imagination and also a lack of political will, and frankly, just self-interest. Y'all care more about being comfortable. Some of you care more about being comfortable than actually addressing the needs and priorities of your constituents. And that needs to change, or else you need to get the fuck out, period. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cam. And I would just note that the undersheriff is in chambers, and we're going to go through the public comment here, but Undersheriff Barnes is here, and we'll address the board here in a moment when we get through the public comment. All right.
Mr. Keon was our last caller, and so I will close it now. It's been open this whole time.
Okay.
And so I'm going to just, someone might have slipped in while I closed it, but I just want to let everybody know.
All right. Very good. Thank all of our callers, and Flo's got a growing fan club out there, so that's good. We'll come back to that item in a moment, but I think what we need to do, we're now almost at 2 o'clock. We have questions. I know the undersheriff is here, maybe some other questions. I think we should then maybe hear from board members, unless you want to take a break. You're going to need some time to, I meant hear from the undersheriff, and then maybe we want to talk about what next. So, yeah. Okay. Very good. All right. Undersheriff Barnes, please, Jim, come forward. Thanks. Thank you for making the trek down here. I know you had someone in the audience, but we could actually have the undersheriff here, so that's great.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Board of Supervisors, Madam Clerk, Flo, I too am a fan. And county leadership. No, Jim Barnes, Undersheriff for Sac County Sheriff's Office. I apologize for not being here this morning. Chief Deputy Santos Ramos was here prepared to answer any questions. I had a conflict, and so we switched, and I came down this afternoon, so I thank you.
Very good. Okay. I think there were some questions yesterday, and I'll let supervisors weigh in regarding hot team and positions and whether they were filled and so forth. But also, I think there may be some other questions. I know Supervisor Kennedy had some questions, and Supervisor Desmond as well. So I'll just turn to my colleagues, and we'll just start there. So good.
You're up first.
I'll start with. I'll start. Good to see you, Undersheriff Barnes. Thanks very much for being here, and I for one, on record, I'm a big fan of the hot team, and so that was I think it's staffed with the right folks with the additional training they have. I mean, I think this board demonstrated a commitment to that program, and it's been a great program for a long time. I realize that you're under a lot of staffing constraints. I think the real challenge that we're seeing out in the community, and you and I have had this discussion, and I have it frequently with other members of the department, is when do you think we might be able to see some relief? Because it's extremely important to have those hot team officers out there to interface with our folks at the county to make sure we can help get folks into treatment they need, and folks who are really causing the problems, committing crimes, that we can address that too in our communities and with our small businesses. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, when we can expect to see maybe a little more relief and a little more hot team staffing out there.
No, it's a great question. As you know, I think a lot of agencies had some staffing deficits due to retirements in March. Ours had seen where we climbed to deputy sheriff vacancies to a number. It was kind of an all-time high for us. But since then, we have had academies graduate. We have hired lateral law enforcement officers. And so now in June, it takes about 30 days for them to get the training in the correctional setting. Then they can start pushing employees out to the field. So that has that trickle effect. So I would say, as far as getting people too hot, I would say within the next month, by the end of this month, will be one where we can start adding staffing to that. The goal and commitment is to, by the summer's end, I would say by August, because we have another academy graduating, which will help with that staffing need, and then we will be able to hopefully be full by the end of this summer.
Okay. Yes. Well, I appreciate that, and I know you're always making these judgment calls about staffing, and I know that's a complicated thing to meet the needs of the folks, particularly in the unincorporated county. But I would just appeal to you, whatever you can do to try to get some more of the hot team staffing out there, because that is, sometimes not having them there thwarts some of our efforts, right at the county level, but certainly it's a frustration I hear more and more about from my constituents. I know you do as well, so just wanted to go on record and make that appeal to you directly. Thank you, Jim.
No, I appreciate that. And, we have been augmenting the hot team and their staffing with the problem-oriented policing teams and also some patrol teams when there was a need that arose. So if there's something they need staffing, we do apply that to them. But I do hear you, and that's something that we want to do as well.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. Hello, Undersheriff. How are you?
Great, sir. Thank you.
I hope you didn't break any traffic violations while you're to get here.
And unwilling to admit to. No, I'm kidding. Thank you.
I have some specific questions just on budget, because, as you know, the summaries are very short, and what you do is complex. So, when we look at I'm starting no particular order, just left to right, in the consent decree area, there's about $3 million toward the records. It's through the extra help, What's that mean?
The extra help cost, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but what's that mean? I mean, the extra help is referenced throughout the budget, but is that just, it's capitalized, so is it a program or is that just extra help?
No, extra help is utilizing a lot of the times our retired annuitants, which it does not have that unfunded liability attached to it. So when there's a vacancy, we try to utilize that pool in a correctional setting to keep costs down without calling in full-time deputy sheriffs.
Okay, thank you. That's good clarification. I won't have to ask that next year.
Well, maybe we'll spell it out a little bit more without, so it doesn't just say extra help.
Okay, thank you. I thought maybe it was a program of some kind.
No, sir.
Okay. Next, gun violence reduction. There's a 336.84 new increase for gun violence reduction. That's not very much money for such a big problem. What's that going to go toward? And I realize that Mr. Jones has other efforts that are involved, but do you know what that specifically is going to go for?
Well, I believe the gun violence reduction is part of a grant that we received, if I'm correct, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, where it allocated a position for us to work with federal partners to find out who are prohibited from carrying firearms. If they believe to still have them, then we will work with the ATF and actually contact those individuals to recover those firearms.
Not that I'm trying to learn how to do your job, but I'm just curious now. How do you identify who has a gun that shouldn't, typically?
Well, if someone is registered to have a firearm and we are able to do records checks that says they have a charge that now makes them a prohibited person, we will do our background. One, do they still live in this area? If not, we'll share that information with other law enforcement agencies so we can address it appropriately.
Got it. Thank you. Training fees. We're looking at $750,000 with the fund balance of about $95,000. I just want one simple question. Does any of that entail additional mental health training services?
Well, I don't know specifically that, and just in all fairness, as I took over under sheriff in March, there was a transition. I do have Anita on the line that can help with that, with those conversations of what that was when this budget projection was put together. But we look at all training when it comes to de-escalation training, mental health training. We're looking at everything that we can to enhance the expertise of our officers in those settings. So if it is an increase to the general training budget, yes, that includes that as well.
So we have increased significantly over the last 6 or 8 years the number of hours that are required for your deputies. If you can follow up with me, not today, if you can follow up with what the latest is on exactly what the regimen is for specifically on de-escalation, mental health, all of that for the training, that would be great. And not just for new officers and existing officers.
Yes, sir. I'll follow up with you on that.
Thank you, sir. You speak fast. I'm going to be done pretty quickly. Jail industries. I found this curious because, as you know, I've been out when you were at RCCC and saw what you do, and I think there's, some great aspects of that program as far as job training, and, I think it's going to go toward addressing recidivism.
Yes.
But first of all, it's a small amount of $233,442, and then it shows nothing for now. I just maybe I'm not a budget guy, but I just maybe reading's wrong. But it shows nothing in 2020 and 2021. But we're 2021, 22. But we've been doing programs for years in jail industries.
Yes, we have. And we look at just obvious ways to expand programming, like in the engraving shop, as you mentioned. They're looking to do a screen printing edition, so that'll help with someone that goes out. So I can look specifically and report back what that is for the reentry or engraving. I think that's what you were saying, the engraving shop. Is that correct?
It doesn't. That's part of my problem. It doesn't specifically say.
Okay. Yeah, I can report back to you on that one specifically. But I know they're looking to expand the programming in the engraving shop to utilize like screen printing.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but I may be able to offer some clarification, though, on why you're not seeing a prior year amount, because this is one of those new restricted revenue funds that I mentioned that wasn't previously budgeted. So you're seeing 2022, 23 is the first year.
So in previous years, when we took these functions out of another pot of money.
So it's reflecting the revenue that's coming in, right? And so those revenues were offsetting expenditures, but we weren't specifically budgeting for those transfers to come into the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond had my questions on the HOT team. I'm just going to put in my pitch as, as everybody puts in a pitch for Flo, I'm going to put in a pitch for District 2. We don't have anybody down South Sacramento right now, and we're desperate. So just throwing that pitch out there for you.
And can I chime in on that really quick? I mean, specifically, and it's not just exclusive to the HOT team, but I know you're aware of the discussion that we had yesterday with the Safe State community that was approved by the board, going to be in South Sacramento, and I know you're aware of all the effort that's going into these, and I think that with respect to the community concerns, whether it's down there in South Sac or other places we're going to be exploring it. I understand there are resource constraints, but I'm a firm believer that we need to have a partnership, and this has to be a collaborative effort with the Sheriff's Department. And probation and even the public defender's office and everybody to make sure these work and make sure we're responsive to the needs of the community and to individuals who would try to disrupt the success of these shelters. So I just want to throw that out there too, because I know you understand that, but I really think it's important that we have engagement and good partnership with the Sheriff's Department as we are trying to look for these locations, because unless we can have more capacity, we're not going to be able to get a handle on this crisis that impacts the Sheriff's Department, impacts everybody. So just want to throw that out there as well.
No, and thank you for that. I know I've been in conversations with county leadership, and I've given full support and commitment to the program because we have to do something. To not do anything about it and let it continue to grow and complain about it is not the answer. So as a sheriff's office, we'll see where we fit in, and we'll do everything possible, and that's been my commitment to all the county leadership. You got it.
And then Under Sheriff, also, we've been criticized as a county of not releasing data from the jail in a timely manner. This is a budget question because we are increasing the number of FTEs in your department. Is there going to be a considered effort, considering you are getting more FTEs, for us to be more timely about different things like 911 calls and making more available where it's appropriate, and protecting all of those legal, guardrails we need to. But it just seems like it's been difficult to get we've heard from media sources, but the public as well, to get data out of the Sheriff's Department as far as jail data and responses and all that. Will this help you do that in a more timely manner, or are you already addressing that and the question's stale?
No. We're looking at how do we evolve, because could you imagine with the PRAs that come in not only daily but from many different sources. So if we're getting repeat PRAs, not to duplicate the work. So we're trying to find that tracking system that if a community-based organization or an attorney is researching it, or now a media outlet wants it, we want to make sure we're not duplicating the work and it's more streamlined. These two positions will help in that process, because you can imagine the ever-growing public records request. Yeah. You have my commitment, the sheriff's commitment right now of finding out how can we put some forward-facing data out there for the public to see it. But so it's, so you can actually understand what it means. Throwing numbers out on a web page or something may not give it some, I would say, some teeth as far as what we're really facing with as far as calls for service, increased demands, and staffing. But that is something that we're looking at. How do we do that to be more transparent on the front end?
Good, I appreciate that. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I guess those are the big ticket items I have for you. For Mr. Jones, when we have an upcoming hearing on the May's consent decree, might I ask that you make it very clear as far as where funds are coming from. I mean, whether they're coming from correctional health. They're coming from behavioral health. They're coming from the Sheriff's Department. Be very clear on where funds are allocated and which tranche they come out of.
Yes, Supervisor. We're actually working on that in anticipation of that being an upcoming item.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have at this time. Thank you, Undersheriff.
Yep. Thanks, Patrick. I did have a couple of follow-ons, Undersheriff. In the budget document, it talks about one of the goals, I guess, for the upcoming year is to identify a new location for the work release division. And it specifically says, as a follow-on in the budget item to expand alternatives to incarceration while effectively integrating evidence-based security treatment and training for offenders. So what is the challenge there, and how quickly can we move? If that will expand the opportunities to have alternatives to incarceration, then again, recognizing, and again, you know as well as anyone, some of the demands that are currently in place relative to the jail, to reduction of the jail population, and to do that in a way, obviously, that not only meets obligations under consent decree, but certainly maintains public safety. So if this is not just a goal, what needs to happen in order for this to find a new home, but also then to allow us to expand the ability to have that alternative to incarceration?
No, it's a great question. I think as we're trying to find a new location, we have identified a couple, but unfortunately, part of the people who will come to that division are people who register as sex offenders. And unfortunately, when people find that out, they don't want it there, and we understand that. But when we're looking for alternatives to sentencing or, incarceration, we've been a huge proponent of it. You've heard me say it quite a bit about what can we do on the front end. And I think working with the JDTRC and probation and the other leaders about what can we do as far as smooth handoffs if they are released to make sure that they get the transitional housing. Through the work release division, we're going to look at all opportunities on what we can do to identify programs that would help people be more sustainable when they're no longer having to report to probation or parole or even work release, and just continue to work with the county partners. So for us to really try and expand what are alternatives, and you hear the callers, I hear their frustrations, and I think a lot of us as county leaders, we're trying to figure this out. And for a lot of agencies to take the hits, including the sheriff's office, I think we're committed to it. And I'd be welcome to be part of those discussions moving forward if they'd allow us at the table. What can we be doing better? And that's part of it, is just having those discussions through work release, through the county partners, community-based organizations on what we can do. We got a lot of amazing work that's being worked by here in the county, and I'll brag about all the organizations I work with. I think what I like to see now is what we're doing is actually coming together, and how do we have those wraparound services so when they are released, they go to probation or they have a community-based organization that'll help them stay on their feet and not get recidivate.
So, Sheriff Barnes, the work release division, and I can understand that if it's a part of the component of those folks that would report their, in lieu of being incarcerated, if it's those that have the category of sex offenses, it seemed to me that that's not the predominant number of folks that would be, eligible for the program. Is there a way to carve out that component and to allow us to find a home for the work release division so that we can, again, expand? That's what this says here, to expand the ability to, offer the alternatives to incarceration. And again, if that component is problematic, I get it. We hear it. We talked about it even yesterday in the context of the tiny home criteria and so forth. So it would seem if you have to have the whole package of those folks to report, but if there's a way to reasonably recognize folks that have either been sentenced and or adjudicated, and they're part of that population, to not have that hold up the whole effort to find whatever needs to be as far as facility, if that's what we're talking about here, so that program can expand.
Yes.
Are there thoughts about that? About again, if there's, I have no idea what that proportion of the population is. That's the sex offender registrants. But I can't imagine it's a very large proportion of your population that would be served through work release division. And so are we being innovative and looking to, if we have to, I guess we have to move, is that right?
No, yeah, that's correct. And I think you're spot on as far as being able to identify those individuals that have to go for that specific reason is how do we find a different location within the department that'll have a live scan machine, have ability to have officers in office space, and we are looking at that. We can look at that, and we can commit to trying to find a solution to that to help us find a place to relocate.
Okay, because again, and I don't know if that's the only impediment to expanding, but I just, again, reading purely from the statement here in the budget document. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, and thank you for the response, was that talked about the accomplishments in the initiation of the risk assessed sentencing pilot program in coordination with the district attorney, public defender, and the courts, which allow for reduced sentences upon completion the individualized in-custody training and treatment plans. That was a pilot. Is that pilot still underway? Is it still being funded? What's the efficacy? What's the data behind that? And again, you've got other folks within the law and justice system that are party to that. But again, as we hear about population numbers in the jail, all the various issues related to care and custody, it would seem to me that if we have a pilot that's being, has the pilot been completed? Are we still in the pilot stage, or are we going to integrate that into our budgetary and staffing going forward?
No, it's still ongoing. I think it's usually a case by case, but we still have the collaborative courts in which individuals, if they qualify for, and I know we're in discussion with the public defender's office through the district attorney's office. I'm a huge fan about expanding that if possible, but obviously we have a role to play from the sheriff's office on where we fit in. The one idea we talked about moving forward that is going to be happening is the reason why I truly believe a lot of our programming and our recidivism numbers are as low as they are is it comes down to that one key factor of that risk needs assessment. When you can get to the root cause of the criminogenic behavior of an individual and put a success plan together for that individual, there's a high likelihood they're going to be successful upon release. That's why our data says that, and that's why I believe right now someone gets arrested, they get sentenced, they go to the branch, and we find individuals who want to participate in it. And what I'm hopeful to do is work with the county leaders of how do we utilize and move that risk needs assessment to the front end when they come into the main jail. And identify that matrix as far as who would qualify that. For a first-time offender on a DUI that may not qualify, but if you have a repeat offender that might, how do we work with the county leadership on that and identifying those needs, put that plan together with what's already in place so they can navigate the justice system, that when they get out, the relationship has been established, the trust has already been built, and they have a plan on how they can be successful. Partnering with probation upon release, and then also community-based organizations. So they're working with the families at home. Are they ready to receive that individual back home? And is it going to be a high likelihood of success when that does happen? So that's what I'm looking towards building on what we can build towards. I do believe there'll be a significant staffing ask maybe from other county agencies because there might put a demand on them as far as identifying those treatment programs. And that's what I'm hopeful to move forward. But right now, long-winded answer to say, yes, it's still ongoing, and I don't believe we've adopted a plan on how we're going to make this concrete and staffing needs moving forward.
So thanks for that. So Eric, you've kind of got the more global look at all this. Where are we with beyond what we're doing now? And if this is still a pilot, again, we're going to have this workshop on the May's consent decree, and certainly this is another one that, pre-sentencing and looking to try to address the population in the jail, but certainly getting service to people in the community. So, how does this integrate to what's in the budget, but also what may be forthcoming?
Yes, Chair, I think we'll have more information on that on the workshop we will soon be doing revolving around, and it's not just all things May's consent decree, but
I know
much of it is, and so it really comes down to the recidivism reduction of jail population, reduction in incarceration, and increasing in services. Those are the 4 key points of the work that all of the various criminal justice agencies in the county are doing. And so we'll be bringing more detailed information around that soon.
Okay. And into some of the callers' comments, but things that we've talked about even in the board's discussions, that is this integrated then with what we're doing in health services, not just in correctional health, but also in community health services, because, again, that goes not just community-based organizations, but obviously the county is a big provider. We've talked about drug and alcohol treatment, residential programs. We've talked about behavioral health. We've talked about a number of other service components, a number of which are being recommended in this year's budget. And we have a lot of partners, a lot of community-based partners out there. So is that going to be part of the discussion and the presentation that we're going to see? You just mentioned that's one of the 4 legs, I guess, of what you just mentioned. So will we see that as a part of the discussion?
We can certainly bring that in. I mean, a big part of the public safety and justice agency restructure is to work very closely with social services, both for those incarcerated and not countywide. So it wasn't going to be part of that specific project or topic that we'll be discussing, which is May's consent decree, jail facilities.
Ann, did you want to?
Well, I do want to add that we are proposing some significant investments in mental health services and substance abuse services that we talked about earlier today, and that does not mean that there won't be a need for additional programming to support diverting folks from jail or actually letting folks out of jail. So there will be more to come on that, but I think some of the additional investments we're making this year will also help support that.
Okay. Again, it's kind of key to this overall consideration. It goes to if you have a shift or some reshuffling of some of the resources that if again it may be additional, but it may be also reshuffling that you've got to get. It's integral to the conversation about not only those that are incarcerated, but those that are somehow are touched by the criminal justice system. Okay, and then just lastly, I wanted to ask, because it said the goal is to complete deployment for this year of the body-worn cameras for all corrections and court security personnel. For some reason, I thought I know we did it for patrol, but I thought we had already completed that project. So we're still in the midst of the training and the deployment of the body-worn cameras?
That's a great question. It's a supply chain issue right now when it comes to the technology is what we're waiting on right now. But once it is all in, we will deploy it.
Okay, so do we have correctional officers with body-worn cameras now, and we just don't have all of them, or we have none?
We don't have any because some of the technical component on the back end of it to support the infrastructure is not in. That's what we're waiting on. Once that supply chain is in, then we will be there.
But you still have to do training behind it, so it's not just a matter of get the cameras and put them on the lapel.
Correct. We will have the training before the cameras get here.
What's the estimated time? Again, recognizing you don't control the supply chain, Jim, but...
It would only be a guess, but I can follow up with you if I can talk to someone at Tech
Okay.
Services to get a more concrete answer for
I think
you.
it's important. It's been now 3 years since we actually funded that. We're in the third year, and again, I know you rolled them out certainly in patrol where you have a lot of public exposure, but you've got folks that are both in the courts as well as obviously those that are in custody, and I think the body-worn cameras, again, it was a policy that many folks supported. I didn't realize we had not deployed yet. I had no idea about the supply chain piece of that. Well, then how did you get the cameras for the ones that we've already deployed?
The ones that you're talking about in patrol?
Yeah.
Oh, we'd ordered those before the supply chain issues.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Well, thanks. I see Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Kennedy are back in the queue. So, again, thanks.
Good afternoon, Under Sheriff Barnes.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. I had a lot of my thoughts and questions covered with the conversation, but I did have a couple of questions. One was relating to the work that we're doing with the community partners. They described, like when WellSpace was going to come on board, that we would have a situation where our sheriff deputies would actually be able to come up to a situation and rather than maybe do a report and write them up or take them to the jail, be able to hand them off to one of our service providers that was the more appropriate diversion from the jail system. I wanted to ask you how that's working, and if you notice a difference in, I know it takes a lot of time to, I'm presuming it's actually a good situation where the deputies can go do something that they're better at, and the professionals can work with that person, whether it be mental health or drug rehab or whatever. I'm just curious to know how it's going.
Yeah, it's still ongoing. I'll tell you, when I met with WellSpace, we talked about what services they offered. We had to find out and identify what criteria would fit when we contacted the individuals out in the public. Then it was an educational component with the officers. So it is ongoing. I don't have statistics as far as how many we've contacted and transported. I can look into it and see if we have that. Also working with the county partners regarding the JDTRC, identifying someone that might be a cite and release, or for trespassing, if that's someone that we can bring down to the JDTRC, offer up that cite and release there so they can be, get the treatment they need, maybe be connected to CalAIM and help them from that standpoint. So those are ideas that working with the county leadership that we're working on right now.
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to ask you about, I had some conversations regarding, I'm not even sure it was, I know we're going to have these conversations regarding the consent decree regarding services in the jail, and the conversations that I've had are relating to accommodations for medical and dental professionals, and the work conditions and their challenges relating to recruiting because of those cramped, I guess, conditions is one way of saying it. The conversation was long, but I know this conversation around consent decrees been going on over time. We're doing everything we are as quickly as possible, but in the meantime, is there a way to give them some relief regarding the administrative? I'm sensing that there are, challenges with this workspace and so forth. And so I just wondered if there's immediate relief that you guys are working on, or is it all pending whatever we do with consent decree?
Well, right now, as you know, that building, it's made of concrete, and it's really tough we can't just open up walls. We have an administrative floor that does house a lot of the administrative and management for the sheriff's office. We have in the past have made accommodations for oncoming personnel from the medical and psychological services. So I would have to find out specifically what is being happened to be able to respond accurately, but we're always open to it. I do know that we're trying to look at how do we move individuals from maybe a second floor medical to open up a third floor, so there is some relief when it comes to spacing, and that might help. But I'll have to look into that and get back to you specifically.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks, Supervisor Frost. I have Supervisor Kennedy and then Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I actually, it dawned on me that Chief Yarborough is not going to forgive me if I don't ask you a couple more questions.
Did he pay you to do that?
So the word du jour is matrix, and matrices for success. Is the Sheriff's Department committed to really looking at diving down into what programs are working, what programs aren't? I mean, if somebody's incarcerated, 4 or 5 times over the course of a year and they're in certain programs, are you looking at, which programs are working, which aren't? And do you regularly look at that data, analyze that data, and does that help drive your decisions, and how do you do that?
That's a great question. And we do that annually. We do track statistics regarding recidivism. When I was a commander out at the branch jail, I had to learn everything about the reentry programming and what came with it. And what I found out is most county agencies were tracking recidivism by local database searches only. And we actually petitioned the DOJ for analytical purposes only to get statewide numbers. We shut the programming down, recalculated everything, and the numbers really didn't change. If we had a program that was not doing well, then we have all been committed to making sure that program goes away. And we find programs that is more successful or are more successful that are research informed and deliverables when it comes to statistics.
And thank you. Appreciate that answer. Also, a couple things. One is, we keep hearing about the closure rates, or whatever your term is, of cases, and that we're behind. What's the response to that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what you're saying.
Closure of cases, and
if I may, Supervisor, clearance rates.
Clearance rates. That's what I meant. Thank you.
Clearance rates for like investigations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And where are we at with that?
It seems like through the DOJ, California DOJ came out with a report that we seem to be a little lower than most counties, a bit lower. So is there some reason for that? I mean, is there something that's missing? Is there, in your opinion?
Well, I will say this as a former investigator of sex assaults and homicides. I know it's not going to be a popular answer, but staffing can be an issue. Our homicide rates, closure rates are some of the best in not only the region, but in California. But when you look at the property crimes, the increase in that as far as closure rates, it depends on does it have a serial number? Is there any biological evidence? Is there physical evidence that we can to be able to hold the people responsible? As those cases increase, the closure rate will show as we can either pend it or we close it, and we don't want to pend it because there could be something that comes back of value. So I don't have an accurate answer, but I will tell you that whenever your caseload increases, or if you have an average investigator that would have 10 cases that are now carrying 45 cases, it's a little difficult. Not an excuse, it's just a challenge that we're trying to overcome.
Undersheriff, I'd be a liar if I said I'd expect you to answer the question with staffing.
Yeah. Well, and again, I know it's not popular, but that's when we talk about reallocating resources within the organization. Under the consent decree, we're trying to make sure we maintain staffing there. Patrol, we're trying to maintain staffing so we have people responding to emergency calls. And then the specialty units and or identified units as the hot team and the pop team, we're trying to find that balance.
And then finally, my last question, I promise, is the fund that was, and again, I asked this of probation, the fund that was like the telephone calls and all of that was intended to go, at least legislatively intended to go toward improving the
Inmate welfare fund.
Impact welfare fund. Yeah.
Inmate welfare fund.
Yeah. How inmate welfare fund? How what parameters have you put up, if any, since we last had that discussion?
Well, I think, and I can't remember the department. I apologize off the top of my head, but we have added a member to the board to have conversations regarding where that money is allocated, is spent. But it's safety, security, I believe. Is that correct? Sorry. Someone from Siobhan's team,
Health
I believe,
department.
is there. Okay. So that's what we're doing, is trying to offer that extra layer of transparency of where we're going with that money, and if it can go to medical care or psychological care, if it's appropriate within the specs of what that's for, then we'll do it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Cerna.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Undersheriff, for joining us. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I did want to ask, generally speaking, given the conversations you and I have had recently, along with a broader group of county departments, all focused on trying to address designing a better protocol for main jail releases in downtown Sacramento, in the district I represent. What in the budget growth request is reflective of that effort? And if there isn't any growth request associated with that project, can you explain why you don't see the need for any new available resources to kind of accomplish the goal of not only minimizing some of the impacts that we know occur when we release our inmates primarily from both jail facilities at the main jail in one very specific neighborhood, but also and perhaps even more importantly, how do we better connect those that are being released with resources to help them immediately with their own personal challenges and get them to a location that perhaps is more amenable to their ultimate success.
No, thank you for that. And I think putting in context what we're talking about in our discussions is when inmate releases happen at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and there's not a lot of available resources to help them get them where they need to be. We're talking, first of all, with our surrounding agency partners that may have officers that are contacting individuals and might be under the influence, and they believe the best solution is to bring them down to the main jail, in which they would be identified as someone who would be released usually within 12 hours and might fall in that timeline. So we're trying to partner them with the JDTRC as well. So instead of coming to the main jail, they'll go get treatment and hopefully connected to services. We've also opened up a space for anybody from the county, I think it's behavioral health, and I can't remember exactly who's coming, to actually interview some of the individuals that are being released, try and produce a list 30 days in advance so we can try and connect those services. So that can happen whenever someone gets released. The problem is now, just for everybody that's listening, is that if someone is in custody on a warrant or have time to do, and all of a sudden that warrant changes and it's 6 o'clock in the evening, and it says that person needs to be released by midnight, we have to hustle and try and get that individual out by midnight. So there's some mandates that we have to get people out sometimes at that early morning hour. We are working with the court system right now on some of those populations that we believe that might be early releases on an arraignment of how do we do that in the morning instead of the afternoon so that individual doesn't get released later in the evening. So to answer your question, no additional growth request or budget increase for that. It's just how do we work better with our county partners that when that does happen, utilizing the county-based organizations, that person might need maybe a ride share back to their location if it's Citrus Heights or a surrounding agency. So really, we're just open the doors and being part of those discussions at the table that we can actually say, how do we fit and how do we notify the individuals that if they need the help, how do we get them from the main jail to the JDTRC so they can be connected to services. So those are ongoing discussions and an ongoing commitment from us as a sheriff's office that we'll continue to find out how we be that better partner downtown so we're not contributing to some of the issues that we're seeing.
Great, thank you for that. I don't know if Siobhan is still in attendance there,
She
but
is. She is.
she's been instrumental in these discussions as well. I don't know if she has any comments relative to the budget and this overall effort, but if she does, I'd appreciate hearing from her.
She's all teed up and ready to go. So
Thank you, Supervisor Serna. Thank you so much, Undersheriff. I think it was really well articulated, some of the front end things that the Sheriff's Department and other partners are working on. One of the things I will highlight is the reason you don't see a specific growth request for that is because we have made a request to our managed care partners through CalAIM to actually set up some additional funding sources to allow for us to do linkages by sending in community-based organizations into the jail and starting to link with folks before they're released from jail. And so that's been underway for some time, but we're looking to more fully fund it with dollars from our managed care plan partners. So that's why you don't see. Now, what you do see in the growth request on the health services side, though, are those additional services like substance use disorder services where we will be able to get folks smoothly transitioned. So even though we're asking the managed care plans to fund those navigators and those folks to link, we still are asking you to help support a growth request for services. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Okay, any other questions for Undersheriff or for any other staff on this? All right. If not, thanks again, Jim. Appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, good. Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions by board members before we kind of bring it back here? And then we're going to take a break here in a moment. But I think also try to get some idea about what we might want staff to look at during their break as well. So, Ann, any procedurally, are you okay with doing that, or would you like to take a brief break and come back and have that, and then try to? I don't know. Again, we could spill this over tomorrow morning, if necessary. So,
well, I think if we could, it'd be nice to finish today.
Sure, I'm very fine. I just want to get.
And that may mean. I mean, I don't know how long your deliberations or suggestions for other funding will take.
Yeah.
I mean, if we could get through that, and then allow a long enough break for food and working that through. The other option is we could take a short break now. I'm looking around. I'm guessing people are hungry. It's 2:30. Okay, everyone's nodding their head.
Okay.
So maybe a short break now.
Okay.
30 minutes, and then is that enough, folks? Yeah. So 30 minutes now.
Huh? 30 is fine.
So maybe come back at a little more, like maybe 3:15.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. Let's take a recess till 3:15. We'll come back into session. Then open it up for discussion here at the dais, and then out of that there will probably come another break, and then we can return back late afternoon for deliberations and see where that takes us. So, okay, all right. With that, then, thanks to everyone who's weighed in. We're going to be in recess until 3:15. Good afternoon once again. Please call back into session the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Thursday afternoon, June 9th. And with that, we'll have Flo once again call the roster to reestablish a quorum, please.
Okay. Supervisors Serna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Desmond? Here. Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, I understand we had some folks that were in the queue when we closed public comment, and they've been waiting very patiently during this period of time, and while we had some intervening board questions and discussions. And so I think we'll go to those. I think there were one or two folks, so we'll take those, and then we'll bring it back to the board then for some ongoing discussion. So.
Yes, we have 3 callers, and I did want to go on record. I spoke to the gentleman that was on hold for so long, apologized. That was my oversight. I should have said something to this board before you took your recess, and it just completely slipped my mind. Okay. So we'll take that caller first, and then we had some folks who called into another queue, so staff had to go pull them out of the other queues and bring them in, and they were, so that's what's happening.
Okay, very good. Okay, with our apologies, and we'll go to our first caller.
Hi, caller. Could you start with your comments and mute the background so that way we don't hear double? But thank you again for your patience, and please start with your comments.
Start now?
Yes.
Hi. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the budget today. My name is Steve Wirtz, but I first want to just acknowledge Chair Natoli, because I believe this might be your last budgetary hearing process. So, Don, I just want to applaud your long-term dedication, integrity, work ethic, and commitment to the community of Sacramento. Thank you, and you will be missed.
Well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate it, and thanks for your patience today. And I appreciate you having written us many times over the years, and I've again certainly appreciated your thoughtful commentary, both in writing and certainly during times of public hearings. So again, thank you, Steve, and we'll go ahead and I didn't start the clock yet, so you still got 3 minutes. So
okay. Thank you so much. All right, so to the budget. So I just have to say, wow, it's $7.3 billion. There are so many complex components to the budget and so many competing interests. I agree with the earlier callers suggesting that a more substantial community input process at all stages of the process should be considered. I also want to applaud the language, but I stress language, not the budget itself, indicating the potential transition away from viewing public safety as simply a law enforcement activity toward a more evidence-based community approach that focuses on the upstream, systemic, historical, structural, and institutional root causes of inequality, poverty, racism, and continued disparities. A public health prevention agenda, as Don mentions, I've been arguing for many years, needs to be the driving force for the budget decisions. I already sent in an email in support of the priorities in the budget agenda proposed by the Community Care Coalition. But if this transition is to be realized in this budget, I propose you cannot continue just increasing the sheriff's budget even when we don't have transparency and accountability to the community. We just heard the undersheriff not provide data on the closure rates. And more importantly, I want to remind the board that when I was in the building when the last Truth Act forum was held, the sheriff actually lied to the board about their illegal involvement with ICE in terms of their transferring civil holds clients into the ICE's hands. They have still not rectified that. Finally, the primary reason I'm calling today on my concerns with the budget are really around climate change. Chris Brown covered the issue extremely well. All our efforts are undermined and undone if we don't address global warming now in a serious and fully funded way. I went through the budget and I see that under the environmental management section, planning and environmental review, there is only a single part-time FTE being proposed to help implement the climate action plan when it's, and all the items that could be taken on right now. In an ECOS letter to the board as far back as April of 2021, they highlighted the many items in the draft plan that will need staff work, including the greenhouse gas items 7 and 11 through 23. So please increase the budgetary priority to this critical issue with both increased funding for the direct staffing and, as Chris suggested, with, sorry, that's my time, with, let me say that again, with both increased funding for the direct staffing and, as Chris suggests, with inclusion of dedicated funds and activities in other departments and activities. So thank you for the opportunity for speaking.
You bet. Thank you, Steve.
Mr. Chair, this is Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Supervisor Cerna, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if Steve's still on the line.
Steve, if you're still on the line, please. Supervisor
I am,
Cerna.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good. I just want to make certain that you're aware that I have taken very seriously what happened at the Truth Act hearing, and I've been working with County Counsel's office as well as some of the advocates that you know well to seek some changes to how we go about ensuring that we are getting the full story, the full picture from future sheriffs as it relates to something as important as understanding the relationship and any circumstance that we should know about, that the public should know about as it relates to immigration cooperation that is the subject of the Truth Act. So just want to make sure that's not hanging out there for others that might be watching, that leaves them thinking that the board is not pursuing some changes. The board is, at least the supervisor is. Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna, I appreciate that, and I am aware of those activities underway, and I'm pleased to say that we will be having a new sheriff that you will be able to work with on this issue, and I'm hoping for the best in that regard as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Phil. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Real quickly before you leave, though, I want to ask County Council, when we had the Truth Act forum and then we asked for some follow-on, I know that was underway. Where are we with that, and when does the public actually get a chance to know, see what came out of all of that? So.
Sure. So at the board's direction, we did hire an outside firm to investigate the allegations made at the Truth Act forum. That that investigation is complete, and the outside investigator is preparing their report. I'm told that it will be submitted to me by the end of the month, being June, and then at that point I'll work with the county executive and her team to decide when properly to bring that back to the board.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you, Lisa. And I knew it was in the works, and I just thought since Steve had asked about it, and Supervisor Cerna had commented on it as well. So, okay, did you hear that, Steve?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
We look forward to seeing the content of that and for rectifying for future activities.
Okay, very good. Thank you once again. Appreciate your comments, and thanks for always weighing in on important issues before us. So, okay, next caller, please.
Can you transfer the next caller? And I think this is the only caller. I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding what's being communicated. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Hi, caller. Can you hear me? Caller?
Hi there. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes,
I really want to appreciate the people that were calling in before to really raise up the need to speak to the investments that are sorely needed within our community, especially as we come out of this horrible pandemic, and a number of people that are still struggling to make their basic ends meet. And really can't stress enough the need to think outside of the box and stop putting money into the same tied solutions and really put that money back into concrete solutions or concrete proposals that have been offered by the Community Care Coalition, such as funding preventative primary care and behavioral health services outside of the jails, including alternative law enforcement drop-off centers, community-based substance use treatment, and mental health care clinics. And also, we need to provide services and programs to better support low-income, unhoused, incarcerated, formerly incarcerated residents in accessing medical and behavioral health care, such as subsidized or free transportation to doctor's appointments. We have all the resources that we need to actually make this happen, but unfortunately, we still have some people within this county that continue to prioritize services that really aren't providing those services, like the homeless outreach teams that the sheriff provides, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but the county is budgeting $2 million for the homeless outreach team to provide 9.5 full-time equivalent hours with 8 deputies, 1 sheriff sergeant, and a retired annuitant. But those are supposedly been blended into the patrols. I'm just kind of curious, how long does it take to train these deputies to serve on the hot teams? If we're so understaffed within those teams, why would, can they even be funded or deployed within the same fiscal year? And if they can't, why are we even spending that money on them? Why can't we just put that $2 million into, say, the 911 alternative call center or the homeless initiative, like the homeless outreach initiatives, to actually go towards community-based care, like community-based organizations that are already providing that care, regardless of what the sheriff or the county is doing. And they've been doing that for years on end without much support or access to the resources that the sheriff and other law enforcement institutions have. Similar to what other supervisors have brought up as well in naming the very low clearance rates that the sheriff's department has been providing, I didn't actually catch how many deputies are actively employed by the sheriff's department, sworn officers and civilian staff, and how do you explain the current numbers that they are getting in clearance rates? For instance, the sheriff's only cleared less than 32% of the 2,500 violent crimes that the department investigated just in 2020, which was the most recent data that the state DOJ actually has. And then even for property crimes, they've actually seen a steady decline since 2011, as the sheriffs have only cleared 5% of the 7,700 property crimes that were investigated in 2020. So really just want to understand, how do we explain such low clearance rates despite the consistent investment in over $500 million that going into that? So
okay, thanks.
I want to name that, and also name the need to really put more community input into participation in this budgeting process. And we'd love you to consider doing something like participatory budgeting, which is what the city of Sacramento is currently working on.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Keon. Okay.
We have one final caller.
Okay, and these are new callers.
Well, they were in the wrong queue. Yeah,
Okay.
they were in the wrong queue and trying to get into the right queue.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
This is PJ. I'm referring to that one public commenter in person taken before those of us on the phone. The reality is that unhoused folks are pushed out of neighborhoods and end up in the parkway. They don't want to be there. It's the only place they won't be harassed. Now, I work in environmental justice, and it's the concept of addressing historical inequities by focusing on communities that have historically been abused by a system that disenfranchised their voices and left them susceptible to pollution and other health issues related. Now we're turning that on its head, kicking out a disenfranchised community from the parkway so the parkway can be beautified for the well-off folks who want to impress their out-of-town guests. That is pretty messed up. Earlier, it was mentioned that some encampments are being reached out to. I'm curious if one of the services being offered by Homeless Outreach and Rangers is blocking off access to vehicles for the island encampment over by Sierra Health Foundation, because that's what has happened recently. The only path for many folks to receive supplies and support that they don't get from their government and they do get from mutual aid organizations so they can receive water and the like has been cut off. Really appreciate that. The residents, many elderly and infirmed, appreciate that. That's sarcasm. As far as documenting multiple outreach attempts to get folks to accept services, why are multiple trips required to convince people to accept services? Why don't they want those services? Do county staff document shortcomings outlined by those experiencing homelessness to ensure that any shortcomings in those programs are fixed? Or are shoulders shrugged and in-house folks not listened to when they spell out the issues they have with a variety of those services? That being said, I'd like to see more investment in behavioral health. It was amazingly lackluster before the pandemic, but it is even more necessary now. It is absolutely a giant gap in our healthcare system due to systemic stigmatization of the need to deal with mental health. That is to say nothing to the fact that it is absolutely cruel that unhoused people with mental issues who are unable to care for themselves are required to fend for themselves in a world that in some cases they may not even be perceiving accurately. We should be their community if they don't have family. Instead, we leave them to their own luck of survival. Provide services and programs to better support low-income, unhoused, incarcerated, and formerly incarcerated residents in accessing medical and behavioral health care, such as subsidized or free transportations to doctor's appointments, and support efforts such as CalCare. And lastly, I will say what I just heard from unhoused advocates. Police, unclear whether city or county, but I believe city, moved folks at Diaz and Stockton, and in the process stole their water and coolers. Stole their water and coolers on a day estimated to be over 100, on a day before a day estimated to be 106 or higher, on a day 2 days before another day expected to be around 100. This is what we mean when we say fund our communities. Fund them substantially so they can help the least of those in their neighborhoods. No human being who cares about other human beings does something like that. It's utterly disgusting, and this is common from what I've heard working the past few years and hearing unhoused interactions with both sets of law enforcement, city and county. And this isn't the exception, it's the rule. Cruelty as the rule doesn't deserve our tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Appreciate your call. Okay, I think that concludes our public comments and our callers. And with that, then I'm going to bring it back to the board. Before we get into other suggested items, let me ask if there's any other questions of staff on items that either were covered this morning or anything else you recounted before we get into further discussion. Okay. I had just one thing for Emily, if I could. Emily, it relates to a letter we received from the Mental Health Board regarding 3 additional scatter site houses, and they listed a number. I wasn't able to track of whether that's in the recommended budget or not, and if it is, good, but have we considered doing more of that? I mean, why are we limited to 3? The cost that was listed was $360,000. After some of the conversation we've had the last couple of days, if you can provide housing for 18 residents at $360,000, that's rent. That's not all the wraparound services. It seems to me that pathway that we've been on for a number of years should continue to be one that we ought to put more effort into. So that's my question.
Yeah, thank you. Those 3 houses that are in the budget that I recommended are existing houses that were under contract through a different contract, and that contract was ending, so the county took them over to sustain them. They were funded under a different funder. So we're sustaining them and continuing to operate them to provide the sheltering services. I do agree with you that an expansion of shelter through the scatter site shelter would be great, and happy to pursue that. We do have difficulties, especially in the real estate market post-COVID, to secure housing at scale, which is why it was so critical to keep these 3 and not lose them to the community. But certainly happy to consider an expansion to that contract to try to bring on more houses.
So it does it cost roughly $120,000 per unit?
Per house, per year, yes.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so if you had another $1 million, again, recognizing you have to go out to the marketplace, you could do another 9?
Mathematically, yes. I would want to caution that probably the ramp-up period to secure the units would probably mean that they would come online, over time. But yes, mathematically.
Okay. Because I'm just going to throw it out there. We talk a lot about all of our alternatives, and again, we have to have the program that goes behind it, so
Yes.
it's not just the rent. But I guess I'd like to, if that's, is that the loaded cost, $120,000?
Yes, I believe so. That's inclusive of the rent and the operations for one house, which serves 5 people
Okay.
at a time.
Okay. So it's roughly $25,000 a year per person. Again, recognize you have some turnover. It's not in that as well.
Right.
And I think you quoted yesterday we have about 140 folks that are housed currently.
I believe we have 145 right now. Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you answering the question because again, I'm interested. I didn't see that in any of the recommendations to actually expand upon that program. And I guess my question to you and maybe to others is, well, how come you wouldn't bring us a recommendation, knowing that takes time, money, and effort? We're saving 3 that we thought we were going to lose, but why wouldn't we have more before? I mean, that's been the approach this board has said 5 years ago that we wanted to go forward with.
Right. So I think, we've been focusing very hard on the safe stay communities, both because they're non-congregate and because the scale of the need, and they're able to meet that scale. I certainly don't think it means it's exclusive of other options, and expanding the scattered site could be a good addition to that. I think what we've been trying to respond to is a scale of need that requires more concentration in one or more locations, hopefully.
Okay. Recognize it took 5 years to get to 145.
Right.
Yesterday, the go-ahead was for spend $7 million for 125 placements. Again, I just looking at that, recognizing the scale and what you've been charged with, so this is not a criticism. I would say, for one, and again, we can have the conversation in a moment. I'm all for, let's do some more scatter site. I mean, that's been a part of our approach. It's a part of our portfolio, and it may not get us, 100 at a time, but over the last 5 years, we've achieved 145, residential placements at five or less, and we meet both women and men in different, situations in their lives, and I think we need to keep building upon that as a foundational block of what we do. So
we'd be happy to expand it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Cerna? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Thank you. So to that point, we all agree that scattered site is a great thing. It's one of the many tools that we can use. As somebody who used to be on the board of directors of Sacramento Self-Help Housing, I can tell you it's very difficult in a good real estate market, in this real estate market. So let's not put too much hope on, housing 5 people at a time when we have 10,000 people on the street potentially. Understand it's a good program. Would never say it wasn't, but also Sacramento Self-Help Housing is no different than a lot of our providers that we've heard from over the last 2 days. And the capacity issue, this is an organization that, because of our actions and our faith in them, we keep throwing programs and money at them that they simply can't do it. I mean, they can't scale up. There's not the capacity in the community. So I just think we have to have that awareness that it's not just a question of a lack of funding. It's a lot more than that.
No, and I understand that. In fact, I've had some conversations with some of the ARPA monies about helping them actually purchase a house. And again, as hot a market is, you can still purchase houses in the marketplace, at $500,000 to $700,000, and then you got to provide the services behind it, but you don't always have to go out and do rent. I guess my question is, I know Supervisor Cern's on the line. So the 3 that we're picking up, is that Sacramento Self-Help Housing is going to be the provider there too? Because I agree that they're reaching some challenges with their ability to continue to serve. So
yes, these are 3 existing housing shelters within Sacramento Self-Help's portfolio. They're being funded outside of the county, so we've added them to the county portfolio. That gets us to the 145.
Okay. But nothing says that, again, they're a provider, they're, a trusted provider, but if we need to, we're providing some of these services ourselves in some cases, and so, again, if the model is one that's, that works, and we have, a partner who's, again, challenges that Supervisor Kennedy has spoken to, and I'm aware of some of that as well, then, we ought to, look to other ways to do it. I still think scatter site, though, again, whatever the magnitude of how big the issue is, it's still an approach that this county has built as one of its foundational points for creating opportunities to have a system that serves the homeless population and helps them get hopefully back into sustainable situations. So anyway, I appreciate the comments, Supervisor Cerna, and then Supervisor Frost.
Great, thank you, Chair. So I appreciate Don, you bringing this up. I completely agree with you, and as to Supervisor Kennedy's comments, as a former board member for cottage housing for several years, I know very well that the homeless population is not monolithic, and nor should I think that the way to address it should be monolithic, and I think most would agree with that. I think one of the benefits of having a scattered site program, one that should be expanding alongside Safe Stay and all the other initiatives that we're pursuing, is that, if I'm not mistaken, the scattered site program can be more amenable to those that perhaps just began to encounter homelessness, single parents that found themselves unable to secure that last check, so to speak, that perhaps don't have the severity of mental health challenges or addiction challenges. And that's where I think the scattered site program really serves to be a very effective complement to everything else we're trying to do, including the Safe Stay. So I'd be completely in agreement with what the chair has said thus far, and be supportive of extending more resources alongside those that we just yesterday did for the first Safe Stay site for our scattered site shelter system.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to add to that. I like this scattered site because in some of the outlying areas in those little towns where people are from that town, if there's a shelter more close to where they live, that they're not likely to want to go to a large Safe Stay. The new homeless are hesitant even to go into a shelter, let alone a shelter that has someone in the same bedroom. But I do think that there is an increasing number of new homeless. That's what I'm seeing, and that's going to continue. And so that I think it seems prudent to try to think of it every way we can. And I guess SAC Self-Help Housing is also helping the Hearts with their shelters. Are they? Or
Sacramento Self-Help Housing does provide backbone support to most of the Hearts, administrative backbone, yeah.
Yeah. So, there might be a need to, expand those, help expand those services. But I think it's a good idea to continue to expand the scattered site to all the little towns and outlying areas, because a lot of people, they're not going to go to a big camp like that. They're not going to be comfortable, and they do have a choice, right?
Yes, people definitely. And if it's the board's desire, certainly Sacramento Self-Help Housing does a great job. They have been a trusted partner for many, many years. But there may be others out there who'd be interested, and especially if we wanted to pivot and try to create scattered site that was more of a prevention or diversion model, sort of further upstream, which definitely is a missing part of our system as a whole. And with your investment in coordinated access, we hopefully will have an ability to catch some of those people sooner. So if it's the board's desire, we'd also be happy to, reframe a new sort of bidding process to explore how to use scattered site, differently. Sacramento Self-Help Housing very well might rise to the top, but there might be others as well.
Yep.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor Cernan and Supervisor Desmond, go ahead.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So this raises an interesting question, and perhaps I should know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyways. I assume that we are looking not just at the unincorporated area for this program, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we have the cooperation of all 7 cities so that we can locate scattered site homes in all corners of the county, regardless of whether it's incorporated or not, correct?
Correct, except with a little bit of a caveat. One of the beauties of the scattered site is because they're kept at 5 people or fewer, you actually don't need, it's by right. So we obviously partner with the cities, but we don't actually have to seek any formal approval. They are all partners and know about it and participate, but it's not a formal approval process by any city or the county, yeah.
Okay, so they do know the addresses of these sites.
I'm not sure if they know the addresses. They're not because we've withheld them, but I don't believe we've ever been asked that. But we'd be happy to provide them to the staff if they were asking them.
Well, it just occurs to me that, especially as regards City of Sacramento, with the obviousness of the various city council members and the mayor himself, who advocate as strongly as they do for more resources for homeless alongside this board of supervisors, that I'd be curious as we begin to consider looking for perhaps other complementary operators to expand the program, maybe seek their input, and whether or not they would welcome that. I would suspect, and go out on a limb a bit and suspect they would, but it's good to know that we're not letting any of the political geography involved get in the way of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Phil. Supervisor Desmond.
I'll just chime in. Yeah, I know we had the discussion yesterday about scattered site shelters, and we're all big fans. I'm a big fan of them because of the fact they don't have a negative impact on the community. They're much more likely, I think, it's a great model to get people in and help them adapt and get the treatment they need and move back on. They're part of the community. That's kind of the beauty of them. I was always under the impression that the biggest challenge with them is just acquiring new sites because of the market we're in. Because I've had a lot of discussions with, John Foley and Sacramento Self-Help Housing, but I do also know that some of the Harts, like Carmichael Hart, actually has 2 of their own. Arden Arcade Hart, in cooperation with Sacramento Self-Help Housing, is trying to acquire one, and I'm making an ARPA, having a discussion right now with our ARPA folks about dedicating some of my district ARPA funds to support those efforts. But I'd certainly be willing also to support some more resources for this effort, but we got to strike the right balance, because I agree with you. I mean, we want to make sure we're doing something that's going to help us reach critical mass, and it's going to be probably really hard to get enough of those online, but they do fill a real need, and especially in certain communities. So
Yes, and at least Sacramento Self-Help Housing has pretty firmly held, rightfully so, that when they acquire units or primarily lease them, they do not displace people. So they only want to acquire empty units. And during COVID, when there was restrictions on evictions, I think the market even tightened further. They have been very adamant, and I think very appropriately so, that they don't want to acquire a unit to create into a shelter by displacing other people from a house. But yeah, it's a great model, and be happy to work on expanding it or even shifting it.
So if you had 720,000 additional, you could do 30 more persons.
Yes, I think that's math is right. I'm going to trust your math. That sounds right.
And again, you're keeping 3 with the 360, but if you had another 720, again, recognizing you have to, the partner has the capacity, you've got to have the housing stock, so it wouldn't happen overnight. But again, we haven't really visited this, and I think in light of the comments and so forth, that I was suggesting it might be ARPA eligible or not. But from a general fund standpoint, when you look at what we're spending already in the tens of millions of dollars for homeless programs, I think if we could get 30 more additional opportunities over a course of time, that's that begins to chip away at some of the and I like your comment about maybe folks that are a little further upstream that, certainly related to comments that colleagues have made about, some of the homeless population and such, and people that are housing insecure, that where you might be able to, stem that and give them a place to get, get their footing once again and get back, back into a situation where it's they're on their own. So I guess I just throw that out there as we're talking. I didn't want to dominate the conversation, but that's one of the areas you've answered my question. So I'm interested as we talk about other things up here. So thanks, Emily.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, then I'm going to bring it back to the board and get your list of things out. And this is the opportunity for Ann and Amanda to describe things quickly, and then they're going to go back and, work their magic about how we might address issues and what makes sense or not. So, Ann, anything you wanted to offer before we dive into this?
Just please don't take all our reserves.
No. Remember, you said all. No chance of taking all of it. So, okay. All right. Very good. We've had the due caution. So let me do this. Let's and we've had some discussion throughout the course of the day about some items, and we know those are on the docket here. Let me just start down I'll start to my left. We'll start with Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Stern, who's on the phone. Go to Supervisor Desmond, Supervisor Kennedy, and I'll bring it up at the end and just talk about items that you'd like the folks to take a look at. So, Sue.
Okay, no surprise. I'm really excited about the reserves because that's something I've always advocated for, so I can't help myself. I can't help myself. You should have had me go last.
All right, we're forewarned.
I did, there were a lot of things that were already in the budget that I had really had talked with Amanda and Ann about in my briefing. One of them was I wanted to make sure that probation had the support they needed in the, as they're bringing more adult age inmates into their facility and going through this realignment. And we're working on that. I still would, and this is something I brought up in the past, and I would like to have, if it's okay with the board, I'd like to have a conversation around legacy funding, not right now, but I think, the conversation I had with Ann was let's, get through this and then maybe in September have that, or at a later time have this conversation. The conversation is that a lot of the legacy funding towards some of these amazing organizations goes to Sacramento, and it's really important because those are countywide, community and economic development and quality of life and all that good stuff. But we don't have any legacy funding for the unincorporated or for, we have a beautiful Harris Center in Folsom that is, unmatched by anything in the region, aside from maybe second to Mondavi down in Davis. And so I would like to have a conversation around, what can we do? I don't know if it looks competitive or if it's dividing it up in a different way, but I would like to have a conversation around having some funding that would be a leg up for the arts and quality of life in the unincorporated, and also in some of the other outlying cities that have some great programs.
So you're looking at the TOT funds in particular? Is that what you were talking about in the TOT?
Not specifically TOT, which is, kind of the local organizations. I'm talking about, the Crocker Art Museum. There's 10, wonderful organizations that get about $100,000 a year. And I'm talking about what can we do to, make that more countywide, more of a countywide benefit. And I'm not asking to take away. I think I'm more asking, can we just look at, finding ways for a leg up for others.
That's why we have reserves.
Pardon me?
That's why we have reserves. We can do it.
Well, Ann has promised me that we can look at that. So, we can look at it now, but I really think it's important. I personally think that this money flowing in isn't going to last forever, and I want to make sure that we can continue the programs that we're starting. And so I think personally that the reserves are of the utmost. It's probably the most important thing as we're moving forward. We might need them to continue the great programs that we have now. So I don't have a lot of big asks. I know there's some other things that are going to come up. I did ask for, us to look into how we can maybe partner with the Hearts to, and some of these other organizations who are privately run that have monetized their model in a way that, they do have people coming into their shelters that actually are participating in paying rent, like $500 or $600 a month. And that helps cover the cost of the house, and it cuts down on the overhead. So we might want to think about that rather than carrying the whole weight of it, figuring out how we can partner or, help be a leg up to those organizations that really have a good business model that's working. It's not for everyone, I don't think. I get that the low barrier is really important, but I do think that there are some people who benefit by that process of being a part of the solution.
Okay.
And so I really, I think my biggest hope is that we can continue the progress that we're making. I know we made some big decisions, and there's all this money that we're spending, but my biggest goal is to make sure we have the money to sustain all the programs and keep them going. And so at this moment, I'm going to stop and let you guys, because I know you guys have things to talk about. I can already hear it coming. I know it's coming.
You're good. You're reading minds.
You're
Okay.
hinting.
Yep.
No?
Okay, very good. Thanks, Sue. Okay, Phil, go to you on the phone.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just want to start by expressing my thanks to Ann and Amanda and all the department heads who I think have been very, very thoughtful about this recommended budget. And it actually feels like a very different process than in years past in terms of the collaborative approach that has been taken to get us to, rightfully discussing in public how this budget should reflect our values and tempering it with what we as the 5 elected leaders of this county hear from the people we represent. That definitely has every right to affect what I consider to be the most important exercise we partake in each year. And so I just want to start with expressing my gratitude to Ann and her staff. So I do have a few requests, and certainly would respectfully ask my colleagues to consider them for support. I, like Supervisor Frost, am very heartened to see that probation is able to work with the CEO's office to make sure that they have what they need. I think, again, probation gets sometimes a bad rap that is associated with misinformation about just what they are perceived to do as it relates to youth detention and probation in general. I view probation as one of our most important institutions in the county in terms of not just keeping a watchful eye on people that have broken the law and been convicted and done their time, both youth and adults, but I'd say more importantly the fact that it's a very progressive department. Even our chief alluded to it earlier in his commentary in terms of what other probation departments across the state know in terms of the various initiatives that probation engages to make sure that not only are folks being carefully watched per the law, but also have every opportunity to succeed after that experience. And I think that just speaks volumes to the commitment of the women and men of probation and our dedicated leadership at the top of that department. So I'm glad to hear that and see that the funding request is being recommended as it is. I'll start with, in terms of my requests, you heard a couple of them earlier. I'll expand on those in a minute. But one of the important partners to, I think, all of us, regardless of the districts we represent, but across the county, is the Sacramento Convention and Visitors group. And so knowing that they have been doing incredible work lately, whether it's the growth of Aftershock and through Visit Sacramento. I guess I might get my organization names mixed up here, but they are the ones that are responsible, quite frankly, for making sure that not just we're getting the events that we want here, and that they are successful and that they're expanding, but quite frankly, the revenue that comes from that feeds our general fund, more specifically our TOT account, that we then use to do the attempted good work that we all want in our districts and across the county. During the Great Recession, I was there at the tail end of it, and certainly paid very, very close attention in the years prior to my seat on the board. But during that very difficult time in 2007, 8, 9, 10, and one of the big cuts to all the organizations, quite frankly, that continue to partner with us. One of those big cuts was the Visit Sacramento Convention Visitors Bureau group or groups, and I think it's high time, especially given the fact that we've technically been out of that recession for some time now, to restore, to live up to our commitment to restore them at their funding level that they were at prior to the Great Recession, especially in light of the immense work that they're doing and the the returns that we're seeing for the county, for the benefit of our residents. So I would put that out there. I think the chair probably has plenty to say about that. So I'd be curious to see, hear his perhaps more detailed suggestions, but I'll put that out there as my first suggestion. And then, of course, I'll start then with reference to the earlier two interests that I have in terms of growth. I think I believe it was Mr. Alcalay who called in earlier, specific to staffing needs in District 3, and I really took to heart his testimony, and I think even though it was specific to a single district, I think he made some very, very good points. One that resonates with me is looking at the staffing levels of the 8 city council districts and the mayor of our largest city, looking at their population, looking at their much smaller array of departments and service delivery responsibilities. Not to dismiss it, it's just by design. They're a city, they do less than a county. But yet they're working with the same, or we are working with the same staffing levels that they are. I think that's a very good way to think about the request that I alluded to earlier in terms of having each of our 5 districts acquire a new and fourth staff person, especially to help us with the ever-increasing number of request for service as it relates to those that are unsheltered. And I think that's a reasonable request. I think it's timely. I think on the heels of our discussion yesterday, especially, it's worth our consideration. I feel very conscientious about our staff having to gravitate to one issue. I would say, and I think I'm probably being conservative, I would probably say 70% of the time it's homelessness. And that's, and I'm the representative for mostly the city of Sacramento. So I can, imagine that it's the same, if not greater, in other districts. So I'm a firm belief that this is the right budget. This is the right time to consider that growth and add 5 FTE. I don't know what the designation would be, but it would be, at least in my my cursory understanding of kind of what I'm thinking about here. It would not be an administrative assistant. It would be someone that is, I guess, tantamount to a special assistant. Of course, under the management of our chiefs of staff in each of the 5 districts. And then, lastly, with regard to the testimony provided by Diana Pagetto, the executive director of the American River Parkway Foundation, I'm glad she was as blunt as she was. I think we needed to hear that, and I can sense that in each of, I would say, the last 5 budgets, she's been in chambers, and she's been in chambers for far more than 5 times 5 budgets. She's been in chambers for all of them, but I would say in the last 5 of them, there's an increasing stress in her testimony about the impacts of people that are feeling forced to habitate on the Parkway. And I'm glad that she couched her testimony and not as being a NIMBY organization, but as being an organization that genuinely wants to help the condition of those that are in shelter, because she understands, as I think we all do, that when we do that, when we have the resources to do that, it will obviously begin to have returns in terms of minimizing impacts to what we continue to refer to as the jewel of Sacramento. When you consider 2,500 to 3,000 people occupying the Parkway, I think the point's well taken that, we should feel challenged to find that many anywhere else in kind of a single county facility or not facility, but area that is the subject of our stewardship. And so, Mr. Chair, I would like to suggest, especially given the nature of our reserves, with all due respect to Supervisor Frost and to CEO Edwards, the same things that were said yesterday about the humanitarian crisis of homelessness. If not here, then where? If not now, then when? Yeah, that applies. It doesn't just apply to Power Inn and Florin Roads. It applies all over the county. It applies, I think, especially to the American River Parkway. So given the health of reserves, and I understand what one-time funds mean, but we're at a critical precipice as it relates to the condition of the Parkway. And if we don't do something different, if we don't attempt something out of the ordinary like we did yesterday with regard to the Parkway, then shame on us. So I'm going to suggest that given the Foundation's initiative that she expanded on in partnership with several business groups and members of her board that are looking at sites, and I have no doubt they probably could be future safe stay sites in parts of the county, far and wide, in all our districts, I guess. I would like to suggest that we set aside and rope off $5 million out of reserves as a beginning, as a starting point, and develop a process of, and I don't know if it would be a process of grant requesting by the foundation for specific expenditures for the purpose that that Diana expanded on. But I want to treat it as kind of a match to what I know her business partners are doing in terms of fundraising, because we know, as we saw yesterday, this is not going to be inexpensive. Property is going to have to be acquired or leased. The operator is going to have to be paid for. So I think it's high time that we put our budget where our mouth is when it comes to the rhetoric. I think we all enjoy espousing at times about our care for the Parkway, and do that. And then, of course, I'd like to hear, especially Supervisor Desmond's thoughts on this. But I think that's a good starting place. And the idea, again, would be to rope off funding. It wouldn't be a check to the foundation tomorrow, but it would be a very careful process, one with enough oversight so we understand precisely how taxpayer dollars are being used. But it is will be a very clear commitment of $5 million for that intended purpose, and we can establish the details about how funding can then be deployed the foundation's way to help accomplish their mission, as was stated this morning. So those are my three requests, and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Phil.
I have a question, Supervisor
Yes.
Jolie.
Go ahead.
Supervisor Cerna, I'm sorry, I did not catch the number. Did you identify a number for Visit Sacramento?
Oh, no.
No, but I believe Mr. Natoli has, and that was my way of trying to tag team this one.
500,000.
Total, so
Total,
another
yeah.
250?
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, another 150. I think you're right. We're at 3, another 150.
Another
so,
150,
Yeah, it'd be
thank
500. Yeah. Right. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
I thought we were at 375 in my conversations to whatever it is to 500, I think is.
Total 500,000. Yes, get to 500,000. So, yep, whatever it is. Yep. Thanks. Thank you, Phil. Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll start also by thanking Ann and Amanda and everybody else who worked so hard on this. I really think this budget is a reflection of priorities that we've all established collectively. I'm very, very confident and happy about that. Certainly incorporates priorities that were identified in the community as a result of your really robust outreach countywide, and I think that's really great. So I really thank you for this. I love some of the investments that we're making in terms of the health and human services, behavioral health, homelessness, investments in the good work of our public defender and probation. Certainly, there are a lot of great things in this budget that shows that we are committed to improving the lives of people who live and work here in Sacramento County. So thank you for that. So I agree with Supervisor Frost that the reserve thing is very important to me as well. There are some funding things here that I will support, but I do get nervous about it. I mean, Ann and we had a long talk about some of the industry standards in terms of reserves for municipalities, and I really worry that we're making commitment to fund some of these programs, and boy, when the clouds get dark in the coming years, are we going to have to make much tougher decisions to cut some of these programs if we don't have enough reserves? So that does make me nervous. So. Notwithstanding that,
I can just tell you, having come through the darkness to the light, you're okay. You'd survive.
Yeah, see, Supervisor Tully won't be here, but
but I was here previously.
You've gone through plenty of it, yes.
Yeah.
But so in terms, I guess I'll just comment on the few things that come up. I don't have anything new to add to what's already been brought up. I do agree with the Visit Sacramento request to make them whole. I think that's the right thing to do, certainly. With respect to staffing, I've had this discussion for a while since I got here. It certainly occurred to me that with the large amount of unincorporated population in the county or in District 3 in particular, where the county has all the roles and responsibilities of a city, yet does not have the appropriate resources to, I think, administer those roles and responsibilities, and certainly not from the supervisor's side of things to be as responsive as we need to be, to provide that high level of customer service. And we didn't really make an adjustment for that. Certainly in redistricting, it's still the same. So, but I'm also certainly sensitive to Supervisor Cerna's points about homelessness and wherever it is. If it's a homelessness issue, whether it's unincorporated or in a city, it's the bulk of that burden is coming to the supervisors. So. Very interested in that discussion and supporting some additional help. When it comes to the Parkway, specifically, I think that I guess my first question is: so if we roped off money, and I agree with Supervisor Cerna. He and I are, I know everybody here is committed to that Parkway, certainly, but we see the devastation that's being caused, and I think we have to really demonstrate to the public that we are committed to targeted efforts to help provide some relief to the Parkway. So let me just ask you, Ann, are there, if an opportunity arose, for instance, and so a piece of private property was maybe made available for acquisition or lease or something through some of these efforts by the Parkway Foundation, would there potentially be other funding sources to help with that acquisition, or help educate me on this?
Well, depending on timing, yes. Yeah. So we do, actually, I forgot to share, but our second tranche of ARPA money arrived today, or yesterday, I don't remember. It was today? Yes. So there are some opportunities still with ARPA. I know that Emily and team, have a long laundry list of things around homelessness for ARPA, but some of them are going to pan out and some of them are not. So There's definitely a possibility if it's for, addressing homelessness, shelter, housing, there would definitely be potentially some ARPA money available for that.
I think there's a lot of value in roping some money off, and maybe we don't use it at the end of the day. We could find something else, but I think that's important. I agree with Supervisor Cerna on that. It especially demonstrates to the coalition that the Parkway Foundation has formed with the private sector that we have skin in the game and we're ready to go to meet this need if an opportunity comes up. That's that's my thinking on that. And that's all I have, and look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Kennedy.
How are we doing this, Chair? Are we just coming up with our ideas, or are we addressing those that have been on the table, or are we going to wait for that?
Yeah, your ideas and or any ones you want to speak to. So this is your opportunity, get your...
Rarely do.
That's all right.
I'm sorry?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You should have waited that last comment.
I might need his vote. First of all, I'll make a comment. This isn't a request at this point, but I do agree that our funding for the climate action plan and climate strategies is anemic. But I'm willing to have that discussion at a later time and not necessarily right now when we have a climate. See, I'm a believer in having a plan and then figuring out the funding rather than coming up with a number and then backfilling a plan. So I think that, once we have a climate action plan, which I hope is soon, then we'll have a better idea and we can have a more robust conversation of, okay, now we have this plan. How do we make it real? How do we fund it and make it more than just paper? So I want to have that discussion. I also, non-monetarily related, but Amanda, we've heard, and I bring it up every budget cycle, about getting more involvement of the public involved in the process, whereas just a few years ago that was pretty much zero, and we have incrementally increased the public participation. What did we do just in an overview this year for public participation?
Sure. So I'll try not to repeat too much of myself from yesterday, but we did. So as you'll remember, a year ago, the board adopted a community outreach and engagement plan for this year's budget, and we almost immediately began implementing that
And by
plan.
the way, you can repeat yourself because there were people that called in today that may not have heard that.
Okay, so I will then repeat myself. So the first part of that plan was really trying to provide some information about the budget that sort of made it a little bit more understandable and accessible to the public. So we have a budget summary available, a budget in brief we call it, on the website, and also an online interactive tool that people can go and sort of dig into the numbers and understand the county's budget a little bit better. In addition to that, all the county departments did outreach with the county's advisory boards and commissions. So there are about 600 people that serve on those advisory boards and commissions. Surveyed them to understand what their priorities were for the county budget. Looking through that information, as well as we held 2 public budget workshops virtual budget workshops in October to provide information to the public, also provide an opportunity for input. Additionally, we have a budget email address that folks can email questions about the budget. Anyway, compiled all the information that we had gotten through the outreach efforts, obviously what we understood from the board, and just our understanding of what some of the community's priorities might be. Used that to develop themes and survey questions, and worked with a professional polling firm to actually do a survey of a representative sample of county residents to understand what the residents, the community's budget priorities are, and brought that back
And
to the
that's,
board
as
for
I said,
priorities.
we incrementally get better here because that's by far better than in my time on the board I've seen. What was the participation level, do you know? I mean,
The participation in
the survey, in the online, and I mean, what was the?
Sure. So I don't have numbers for everything. I'll tell you what I do have numbers for. So I mentioned obviously the advisory boards and commissions.
Yes.
I think there are about 600 people that serve on those. The way that the polling works is by design. It's a sample, right? But it's a sample of people that represent the county geographically, demographically. And that sample, I think our target was 800 people, but we actually ended up with about 1,100 respondents. So 95%, confidence level, representative of the overall county. Obviously, a small subset of the residents, but a representative subset.
I want to thank you for those efforts.
The poll was also conducted in 10 different languages.
Great. Thank you very much. The Convention and Visitors Bureau, I agree 100%. That's money that we're going to spend, and it's going to come back to us. So I mean, it's an investment. So that's a no-brainer. The American River Parkway, of course, agree 100% with my colleagues that this needs to be a priority. Once it's lost, we'll never get it back, and it is something that makes this area unique to the world, and we have to try concerted efforts. Again, going back to what I said before, I would prefer if we're going to fund something, we know what we're funding, but if the option right now today is to rope something off, I just want some kind of guardrails on it as far as an idea of before we, I guess I'm saying we can rope it off in the budget now, but before we start spending any money,
we would come back to the board.
I would like to have a plan.
Yes.
And exactly how it's going to work, what it's going to be spent on. This kind of soft, we're going to work with the foundation. Of course, I want to work with the foundation, but how does that work from a practical perspective as well as a legal perspective? So I have a lot of questions there. But if today we're talking about roping money off, okay, I'm all right with that. I have to say, it's not going to be popular with everybody. I I do not support expanding our staff. I think that we do need added positions at the county, and I think that, would it be nice to have? Yes, but we have plenty of areas where we have need to have. And as far as the priorities of adding new positions, I think our offices are, far down that list. When we don't have enough outreach people for encampments and all that, to think that we need another staff person in ours. Plus, we're not taking into account the capital costs that would be incurred, because you've been up there. It's a hodgepodge as it is. Never intended to be used the way it is. But I don't know where those people would even sit from a practical perspective. And I just think it's from a priority list, it's just not a priority I see. That being said, I have been sympathetic to District 3 long before Mr. Desmond got here. I've had the same conversations, and I brought it up with his predecessor, Ms. Peters. Real estate's important, and we've shared that corner for the last 8 years, and I see firsthand that their caseload is different than everybody else's caseload. There's just no question about it. And just as an example, now this isn't scientific, but it's factual. Just 311 calls alone last month. District 1 got 278. District 2 got 1,130. District 3 got 2,890. District 4 got 1,472, and District 5 got 878. So District 3 realizes twice the number than the next number on that list. So I think that's illustrative of the fact that District 3 does need more staffing, and I would support that. I do not support all 5 offices getting new staffing. If it is the will of the board to go in that direction, I'd like to have an opportunity to discuss how I would prefer District 2's allotment be allocated. And so I'm pretty cheap. I'm looking for, there's a community center down in South Sacramento off of Mack Road. It's operated by the Mack Road Foundation. That has an opportunity, has been given an opportunity to purchase their property. This is a community center that serves largely African American, but youth throughout the year. They do educational programs, tutoring, athletic programs, entertainment, nighttime programs, summer programs. These are kids that, and if you'll notice, the amount of violent crime in the Mack Road area has dropped precipitously over the years. And if you look, it's, in my mind, it's a correlation between their efforts and getting into those massive apartment complexes and making headway with management, working with them to send these kids. They get tutored. It's a phenomenal program. And they have an opportunity to actually own that property outright. They have a gap of, believe it or not, $100,000. So that is something that we will see dividends returned to us on the youth engagement and in that area. So that's the one thing that I would be asking for is $100,000 for the Mack Road Partnership for gap funding for the purchase of their community center.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. All right. Yeah, a couple questions, and then I'll kind of go down through a list. You answered the first one. So the second tranche of the ARPA money has arrived, and you're going to be bringing to us, I guess, sometime after the break.
We'll be bringing some recommendations to you in July.
Because, again, we've had, a conversation over the last couple of days. We continue to get correspondence regarding certainly a variety of needs and community needs. So what I wanted to ask about was this discussion we had about scattered site houses a moment ago. I'm very interested in seeing us proceed. Again, I don't necessarily be out of general fund. It may be out of ARPA, maybe out of some other source. But I threw the number out earlier, but I'll stick by it, is that I think for an additional $720,000, at least using the numbers that we have for the other 3, would get us potentially 30 more placements over time. And again, we wouldn't necessarily expend that all, in 1 year, because I think the challenges, we want to talk about partnerships and certainly come back to this board. But I'm very interested in seeing us do more scatter site, committing the dollars to do that. If the model is we're currently using with our current partner in the rental seems to work, maybe it makes sense for us to purchase or help the Hearts or help Sacramento Self-Help purchase some houses. And then work into the services, because that way you're not at the whim of a landlord any longer. You are the landlord. So not that we necessarily need to be in the housing business, but we've done that over the years. So I'd be very interested in seeing us ramp up the scatter site house approach. And I'll just throw up $720,000 for that. But I wanted to ask about the senior safe house. Are we fully funded? I know Michelle's been here all day, so she gets to field the question. But have we? So she's good. She was doing just fine until I said her name, so doing a lot better. So, hi, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Michelle Callejas, Child, Family, and Adult Services. Yeah. So, in the recommended budget, we are requesting $700,000 of our home safe funding, excuse me. And then with that, we also have the $300,000 that this board approved a couple of years, 3 years ago. I knew you would know. And then there's
that seed money. It took a long time for the plant to grow.
That was the seed money, yeah. We're still watering it. The SB2 funding was another $300,000. And I think I saw an email where, fingers crossed, we should be getting that in July finally. So with that, we have enough to fund operations, at least for the next several years, while we continue to get more funding.
And that's really good news. Again, I know that, I certainly thank this board, because we put the seed money forward 3 budget cycles ago. And again, certainly Michelle and a whole lot of other folks have been working very diligently to make that a reality. And as we sit here, maybe they've already ended for the day, but they've been doing the renovation of the units out there and the facility. So it was Morgan Alternative Center, right? It was,
correct.
Yeah, the former Morgan Alternative Center. So again, really looking forward to that. And I also just want to know while you're there that it was touched on, I think, when both Ann and Amanda spoke, but the Adult Protective Services, the addition, one, because of changes in the age of some of the folks that we will be going from 65 to 60, but I just think the demand we're seeing and we talked about this with the Elder Death Review team report a couple of weeks ago, some of the tragic situations, but I think there'll be certainly more opportunity to intervene and hopefully prevent some of those tragedies. So, because you've got a pretty good bump up in APS as well.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
But Senior Safe House, you got it covered.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Very good. So no additional budget requests there. I support the Convention Visitors Bureau, the $500,000, and we've all spoken, or most of us spoken to that. So, and again, that's just a return on investment. And I thank Mike Testa and the Sports Commission and the CVB for all of their good work. I wanted to, and I know Liz has been here all morning, all afternoon, Liz Bellis. There's a couple of items in the parks realm that I want to talk to. One is an action that we took last year as related to what was then characterized improperly, so a one-time allocation for the SPLASH program. And the reason I bring this up again this year is that even with the best efforts of the organization that does the mentoring and certainly the classroom in the field with the vernal pools and such, that the curriculum and the work with the school districts and so forth still requires an investment. And I think we did this out of general fund, but put it in the parks budget last year. And the vernal pool preserve is a critical asset. I've said it many times. It's a treasure. We have obligations that at some juncture won't be on my watch as much as I've kind of pushed on it to figure out the endowment for the long-term restoration and management of the vernal pool preserve. It's properly and with a good deal of recognition of her efforts. Isla Collin, one of her former colleagues on this board, certainly known to all of us, former supervisor for many years, the Vernal Pool Preserve is named in her honor. And yet we continue to kind of march through a whole series of efforts out there. And so one of them is to Splash, though, I believe is so foundational to the long-term stewardship for the vernal pools, for building an appreciation with our school children, with our community members about, why those which are now dry, that grassland area, why that's so important to our environment. We talk about climate change and different changes to our built environment. But here we have this treasure right in the middle of the urban environment, and this county certainly via our receipt of that property from the Air Force has taken on the obligation in perpetuity to see to that preserve is maintained and restored to the degree that we have the ability to do that. And so I'm going to suggest that we build into to our budget, and I think appropriately in the parks budget, additional $75,000 to support the Splash program. And I want to be full disclosure, they do reside in a building that's owned by the county through economic development. We subsidize that rent, so that houses some of the critters and some of the indoor programming. But they do a tremendous job. I know many of us have had a chance to visit that, and if you haven't, certainly it's very worthwhile to. And again, just to go year to year, and in years past, I see Michael Peterson there, his department, and along with Regional Sand, funded certain aspects of Splash, and over time have made adjustments in their programming. There's still some support comes through Water Resources, but I think that $75,000 would be a very sustainable amount, and it really does add value to the preserve that's held in trust with this county as an organization, and certainly Liz and her folks have taken that very seriously. So I'm going to offer that as one of the items. I also wanted to ask Liz, though, about the weed management plan that we've been working on for so long. And I've heard from folks very recently that there's ongoing concern that the weeds are going to take over before we get our plan done. And I just thought...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Almost evening.
Yeah.
Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. We are working on an invasive plant management plan for the preserve, and we've explained to CNLM that we need to have that before the end of the year.
Okay. Very good. So this board will get a chance to see that plan, and will it require funding to implement on our part, or we don't know that yet?
I don't know that yet.
Okay, so I guess I just would set the stage again. It will be, after we'll hear it before I leave. But I put that out there because, again, our stewardship of that property, of the treasures that are out there, and certainly Parks Department, with this board support in recent years, certainly has done a good deal to fortify some of the areas where people could trespass and cause damage out there, and but the weeds are going to take over if we don't figure out a approach that's sustainable. So I'm glad to hear that. So no dollar stay there, no dollars associated with that. So the other suggestion I have in the parks area. I've had a chance to certainly work with organizations. Some are familiar to this and to this body, and with our ranch, three of our ranch properties, McFarland Ranch, the Dillard Ranch, and the American River Ranch. And last year, this board supplemented, as we looked at the parks budget and supplemented that in a number of different ways, those particular properties. And I'm going to suggest once again that we have another one-time allocation. This wouldn't be for programs. It would be for some continued improvements at the McFarland Ranch. Again, we've been working very closely with the Historical Society under a long-term lease. They've made some significant improvements out there, and if you haven't had a chance to visit, I would welcome you to do that. But they're working on the next phase, and that is to have a barn that they can accommodate both the visitations and some of the events, but also school children, and it has to be done in a way, though, that meets with, the requirements of the building code and so forth. And so they got an endowment, actually, or a bequeathment, several $100,000. They raised some money. I know that some of the D5 district dollars have been allocated towards that, but they're still, again, they're chasing inflation like we all are and so forth. And so I'm going to suggest an amount to assist them with that project. Again, it's a contribution towards the bigger piece of that. At the Dillard Ranch, again, we're going to see a master plan here, again, before the end of the year. And again, thanks to my colleagues and for all the staff that have worked on the swap of that property with the Community Service District in Elk Grove, the Consumer Service District. But there is a house there. Been working with the Historical Society or History Group. We haven't yet come to terms, but the house needs some basic improvements in order to be occupiable for long-term use for the community, and items like a roof, the electrical, and the ADA. And so I'm going to suggest an amount for that, and it'll be an equal amount for all three of these. And then the American River Ranch, which is the other one. Again, this board and the Conservancy and others have been very supportive of investments in the American River Ranch. If you haven't been out there recently, next to Hagan Park and the American River Parkway, they've got significant improvements to the entryway. They've gotten the utilities, and now they're working to actually bring some of the facilities out of the ground. And so I'm going to suggest an amount for them as well. And I don't know, again, they're all in the CIP in one way or the other in a general fashion. But
yes, they are.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure this wasn't something that was just being made up on the fly here. And I'm going to ask for $150,000 for each of those, so it would be a total of $450,000 one-time contribution to their ongoing efforts. And again, we have good partners, and I think it's wise investments, our parkway and in our ranch facilities that are open to the public. So I didn't have anything else unless you wanted to add, but again, I would leave it to you. You've administered the money previously, and thank you for that, and this would be over and above.
Yes, so those are in the CIP, and I'll talk to, I don't know if Colin's here, but we can make that adjustment probably in September, unless we can do that today, I'm not sure. September.
Okay, good. Thanks, Liz. That's
All right.
Again, it hasn't been approved, but that's what I'm offering. So then I want to move to the Vineyard Library, which is actually in Supervisor Kennedy's district, and we have in the CIP, I've noted $500,000 this year. We had a meeting here a few months back, and I know Jeff's in the audience, but I want to be sure that the $500,000 that is budgeted is sufficient to accomplish the, I think the phase one work, which actually we purchased that site a number of years ago through the Library Authority, and hold the acreage out there. It's in a growing area, one of the most rapidly growing areas in the county, and there is a $500,000 that's been budgeted.
And
in order to get
Jeff and I have had these follow-up conversations.
Okay,
so
good. All right, because I haven't had a briefing recently, so it's I'm on the other side of the road. But
so we've looked at how we would improve the current county-owned site, and with the money we have, it would mainly go towards curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and there would be no money left over for any other improvements of the site as we discussed it. So I've been working with staff to look at additional ways to do things. And there's a park that's in the same area. I believe it's the Don and Brenda Natoli Park.
That's quite a ways away.
Well, it's close. And
you want people to use the library, not to be discouraged.
So the thought, and this did not come as brought up by myself, but we were looking at potentially putting a pad there for a bookmobile or some kind of book storage there for to have some library services in that area. So,
well, that's important to get library services wherever you do it. You certainly want to make it accessible for folks, and there are parks, that being one of them. But I'm just looking at Bakari out there. You're going to take all the library money for curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and you're getting $20 million from us?
Yeah, Ron.
Come on, Ron.
Maybe he could pray to the general fund and get additional dollars for that.
Okay. Yeah.
District 2 will take it out of the road fund from District 5.
Happens all the time. Okay, so you've got a plan, and again, I hadn't been briefed recently. I know you've been busy with stuff, so, but I do think in getting library services out to that Vineyard community, recognizing that a long-term, development of the site is going to require many millions of dollars, but so. And I do think maybe that's my conversation, all joking aside, that between D5 and D2, Mr. Vicari and General Services, we could find a way, if not immediately, certainly over the next year or two, to actually plant a flag on the site that we've owned and hold, and put the curb, gutter, and sidewalk, or maybe even get a deferral for a while, Mr. Gassaway. The roadside ditch seems to work pretty well along that side of the road, so. You give us the encroachment for driveway, Ron. That'll be sufficient, and then we can use some D5 monies for the rest of it. But okay, very good. That's good to know. So earlier this morning we talked about probation and the basically making the calls non-toll calls from juvenile detention facility. I said September, but I'm very interested for the $40,000 or whatever it is, and I know Martin didn't have time, our chief didn't have time to get back to us on that, but I think that's something we can do for those that are in our care and custody, and that we ought to be able to build that into our budget, and would suggest that if we can get a number on that, and if there's a displacement, it didn't sound like it was a lot per year, but I do think that breaking down that barrier, and I like the comment the chief said, that's very much in keeping with the approach of trying to connect folks with families, and I think particularly for people of a young age, but of any age, that phone connectivity is very, very important. So I would be supportive of that. I didn't want to go without saying that since we had both folks who are associated with decarcerate and the undersheriff agreed on that the clerk of the board ought to have the unfunded augmentation, so I would be supportive of that. I don't know. It sounded like the number. I saw the number in there was $106,000 for the two activities, but if it's something less than that, or akin to that, I would be supportive of that. I would also note I'm supportive of the American River Parkway Foundation approach, how we would craft that, but I do think we have as much of a stake as a county. Again, I talk about the jewel out at Mather, but the Parkway and working to help people who are unhoused or using the Parkway for their housing. That if we can work on that, so I'm prepared to support that. Again, Supervisor Cerna has suggested $5 million. That may be where we end up. Maybe we have some sort of a trust, but we need to have a little more meat to that. But I'm supportive of that. I will also just wanted to note, again, there was no disagreement this morning, but and we'll probably see this in September, but the situation with the Afghani and Ukrainian refugees, and if there needs to be some sort of general fund supplement to that beyond what's being recommended, and I would just suggest that I am very open to that, and we probably won't decide this today, so it's not going to affect your reserves at this juncture, but I trust it might by September. So
I do think that what we have in contingency could also help cover that when the need arises.
Okay.
And we may know more in September to actually identify a dollar certain.
Okay. I wanted to ask about the roads, and I know that and again, I thank you for your recommendation to once again utilize a significant general fund contribution. I think the last 2 years, cumulative the last 3 years, almost $50 million from the general fund. Shows a significant commitment. Again, at a time we're trying to build back our reserves, certainly to program in the areas of health and community services, and keep things hitting on all cylinders here. But I, for one, think that again, and I asked the question yesterday, that an early determination regarding what investment we might make over and above what's being recommended, which is insignificant, would allow us to accomplish more work potentially this construction season, but certainly in the fiscal year. So again, without putting you on the spot too much, maybe you can you're maybe looking at some things, and if you've had a chance to talk with Mr. Vicari about timing, because again, I'd hate to miss the window and see, oh yeah, we could put it in September if that was what was recommended, but then we find we missed the whole construction season this season.
So as I shared with you earlier, the good news is we did get the second tranche of ARPA money today, and there's you all made the selection to do our own calculation for the revenue replacement, which equates to about $38 million. And we'll be bringing you a recommendation in July.
Okay.
And there will be a recommendation to use some of those funds for roads. And I did speak with Mr. Vicari this morning, and he said that if we made that allocation in July, he could still very likely get something done by the end of summer.
Okay, very good. All right, we're going to hold you to it, Ron. Get those tractors ready. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Ann. I appreciate that. That's good. So that's sufficient for today's purposes. A couple of last quick things here. Then I am supportive of the request to look at the staffing for Supervisor. Certainly, District 3, I think, has without question. And I appreciated what Supervisor Kennedy had put forth relative to the statistics. Just the 311 is one indicator of that. But I know over time that there's been a real effort made to try to retain some balance as it relates to the staffing patterns and so forth. But some districts have more unincorporated. Obviously, the predominant population is District 3 than incorporated. But there's the interface, and I think it's not just issues that relates to folks who are unhoused and issues related to that. Again, I can speak from experience. The volume is significant. COVID put a little different twist on it, but there's just, we have a big county with a lot of moving parts, and if it's not social services, if it's not municipal services, it may be inquiry. And I think it reflects well on this organization. I wanted to be sure I said this today, that oftentimes we get calls, and I know we can all attest to this, from people who have become very frustrated with their inability to connect with agencies that really aren't county in any way. They may be a state or federal or some other related entity, and they come to our offices on regular occasions to find out who they could talk to, because they can get a live person. They can get someone who will follow up on those issues and will be the intermediary or facilitator to hopefully assist them in getting some assistance in one way or the other. And so again, there's always a lot of work to do, and the departments that are represented here, and certainly our county and the entirety of the county family, have a lot of demands on them and their own respective areas of responsibility. But I think of a county of nearly 1.6 million, and wherever folks live, city or county, they're still county residents, and so I could be supportive of looking to the one FTE addition for each of the districts, and if not, certainly if supervisors have different thoughts about that, working to see how that might otherwise be applied. But I would be supportive of us considering that here today. And then,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. Based on what you just said, I'd like to kind of amend my request in giving Supervisor Kennedy's statements. I think what I would like to have staff consider, because I know the next part of this is we're going to give them a break to go back and tell us how they're going to pay for all this. Simply that for any district that would prefer to have an additional FTE, that would be the request, not necessarily all 5.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Phil. That helps the conversation. Okay, I'm just about done here. I just wanted to, again, and I appreciate the level of review is being given by our county exec staff on the animal care in regulation, and we're going to have a workshop about maybe reterming that animal care services and discussing some of the advancements since our permanent director has been appointed here in recent months. But I want to be assured that the veterinarian, I know for the record, I've had a chance to talk during the break, but the recommended veterinarian, which would be the 3rd veterinarian, as well as the vet techs to support that, it would be in large part to do additional spay and neuters and certainly animal health for our shelter animals. that recommendation then has a September notation. Just knowing how long it takes to hire up, though, and so forth, do you have the authority to actually begin that process? Absent, otherwise, you won't see new people in these roles until, after the first of the year, I'm sure, just the way things work. I mean, I know how long it took to get the last 2 veterinarians, so.
We can begin a recruitment, and
Yeah.
we would have to say in the recruitment that the hiring is contingent upon the funding available in September, which could make it difficult for some people to want to apply. But we've done that before, and it's been successful.
Okay. And if not, and I guess I would just suggest we make funding available. I mean, again, it's not any different than what you're going to bring us in September unless the bottom falls out of everything. And so I would just like to see not so much accelerated as just we know the needs are there, and otherwise it's just our processes take 3 or 4 months to do recruitment and hiring and interviewing and all the things that go with that. I'd like to see us be able to, put that into effect before you get into the season next year, which is early after the first of the year is when you start seeing litters of kittens and all that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Villanueva as well, because it's my understanding we don't even have space right now for the additional staff. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, but
Good evening. David Villanueva, Deputy County Executive. That is correct. We don't have space for them, but we could actually start the recruitment, at least for the veterinarians and the 4
vet techs.
RVTs, I think you said, is
right.
included in there. And we could start that, given what Ms. Edwards said about contingency about the funding.
because I would like to see us initiate that, and I understood from just a brief conversation with you that we're working on modifying space out at the shelter. Is that the plan?
That's correct. Right now, we're looking at modifying space at the shelter to increase the hospital area.
Yes.
And then we're also looking at what they call the Batmobile, which I'm not sure what that stands for. I can't remember. But to also improve that. That's been parked for quite some time because of COVID and not getting out into the community. And so there's some maintenance that needs to be done. And so we are looking at different funding to do that. And we hope to have that in place well before the veterinarians can come
And
aboard.
you don't need additional authorization. You already have that's already budgeted for?
It's not budgeted for, but there's a couple of grant opportunities that Ms. Bedwards is looking at, and so I think she's fairly confident that there's several things, and one of those is the ARPA funding possible.
Okay. All right. Thanks, David. So, I guess I was just, as a part of that, asked that we, move that recruitment forward as quickly as possible. So lastly, I would just say that looking at the overall budget, that I know each district office has neighborhood funds, and the TO fund has bounced back pretty well. We're looking at putting some additional into the Convention Visitors Bureau. I think a little additional into economic development. I would offer a suggestion, though, just in light of I think some of the needs out there with the community-based organizations and such, that currently the neighborhood dollars stand at $20,000 per district, that you consider an increase of that by $5,000 per district to $25,000 neighborhood funds available, using the same criteria that's currently in place for guidance on those neighborhood funds. So, yeah, I suggested that in the neighborhood funding category for each district office, that from it's currently $20,000. It has been for a number of years. That we consider an increase of that by $5,000 to $25,000 per district. And that's it. That's all I had. And Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Desmond. So.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to just speak to the main things. I wanted to first say that I do support Supervisor Cerna's discussion around $500,000 for Visit Sacramento. And regarding the staff for the district offices, I just want to say, since we came to the county in 2017, we've been, my district is the second largest unincorporated, and that's been a conversation that my staff have been having. Like, we have a lot of customer service, and I guess it all revolves around the fact that we have a lot of unincorporated, which Supervisor Kennedy spoke to, and I get that, although I think every office is really busy with a lot of stuff. And when looking at the statistics for the top populated counties in California, Sacramento is second to Los Angeles in the size of our unincorporated population. Los Angeles has 1,178,000. Sacramento has 732,000 unincorporated. And yet our staff is the lowest staffed for the top 7 or 8 or 9 counties. And so where Los Angeles has 88 staff for their 1.17 million, we have 15 for our 732,000. And even if you look at Sacramento as compared to all those other counties with the full population, not just taking into account the unincorporated, we're at the bottom as far as the number of staff for the amount of population. So we're definitely way behind a lot of other counties, all the larger unincorporated counties. And so I think early on we put computers in our office, and we got students to come in and help with some of the work, and actually hired an extra person part-time, out of our budget. But it does take what ends up happening is the workload is so large that we don't have that extra special assistant that can be out and help out in the district and be out, face to face responding to people, or that extra person who can help connect some of these customer service calls, which it seems like we do a lot of. And I don't know how your staff does it, Supervisor Desmond, because you obviously have a heavier load than the heaviest of all of us as far as unincorporated. But I just want to say, I wouldn't generally be a person who, ask for more, but I do think it's out of proportion where we're at, and we could use an extra person, and I support that, and I think it should be someone like a special assistant function. And then I want to say that I support the parks. I do believe the parks are the jewel of our region, and we need to continue to try to figure out how we're going to deal with this issue. And so I support Supervisor Cerna in that, and everyone. And I don't think there's anything I don't support. Those were the two things. Trying to think. In addition to that, I just want to say that I'm trying to remember when we had, over the past several years, the budget process seemed more contentious and much more public comment, and it seemed to go much smoother this time. And even though it was, we started, poor Emily, I mean, you must be exhausted. We started out with your 5 hours, but I'm just saying, Anne, I want to say hats off to you for somehow you must have done something really well in the public process. You must have made some really good progress in your communications with the constituents, because I kind of feel like there was much less angst, and people seemed more content in their communications around how we managed it. So thank you for that, and Amanda, you also, and to all the executive team and everyone, thanks for all that you did. We all really appreciate your expertise in helping us get through this, and so that's it. I'm not going to go into detail on everything. I'm going to support. There's nothing I see myself not supporting.
Very good. Thanks, Sue. Okay. And Supervisor Desmond?
Real quick, thank you, and I support everything as well. A question on your thoughts on the support for scattered site shelters. Is the thought, would the thought be that that would go to support both the shelters that are part of the county contract as well as potentially shelters that are overseen by some? Okay.
Yeah, I mentioned that the hard.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I was
that's great.
explicit, but absolutely. I think you could do more money as far as I'm concerned.
Right. No,
You
and
could get more
that's what I was thinking, because I mean there are specific requests from some heart organizations to help with the services they provide and even some of the operational costs. But I also think it's important, and Emily, you and I have had this discussion, to make sure that capacity that it is run by these hearts, I mean, somehow we incorporate that into our larger, HMIS and our larger coordinated access capacity. And I think that needs to be part of the conversation if we provide assistance to some of these scattered site shelters run by nonprofit organizations. But okay.
And can I just tag on to that? I gave some of my ARPA money to spread out between all the hearts in my district, and they have different ideas about how they're going to spend it. Some of them are going to put it toward a shelter. Some are going to put it toward services or navigator. But I'm actually thinking about giving more, because I think if we can empower them, it's just every little bit could help.
Okay, good. Supervisor Kennedy.
Wrong buttons. Come on.
You're there.
There we go. Okay, I'm in agreement. I guess on the subject of, thank you very much, Chair, I said I wanted to speak to it if it looked like there was going to be an appetite to increase staff sizes. And I have spoken with staff, and we can work out details, of course, but I've been told that it can work. I would like to, instead of District 2, adding directly to District 2 staff, I would like to add to DHA staff, working with our Homeless Services Division, and that person be dedicated as kind of an ombudsman role for homeless issues in District 2. And of course, that line's going to be squishy. It doesn't, you can cross the street, but I think it's particularly important based upon what we did yesterday as one function would be service on the community council that we created yesterday, as the DHA role. I foresee other projects similar to that happening in District 2, and to be able to work with the outreach teams, to be able to work with, when we finally have HOT. And so this person, instead of being housed in District 2 office, it would be housed over with DHA providing those types of services.
Supervisor Kennedy, can I ask you a question? Yep. Would you be open to that being either in DHA or with Emily in Emily's shop?
That's why I said work out the details.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how to run your business.
Yes, Supervisor Frost. Go ahead.
Supervisor Kennedy, are you saying that that's how you're going to use your allocation, but say tomorrow, someone else was in your district? Not that that's going to happen, but I'm just saying.
4.5 years.
Well, yeah, you got 4 years, buddy.
I know. Well, you know what I mean. Okay, say someone else wanted to do it different. Are you saying how does it technically?
That would be up to the person in 4.5 years.
Okay, so you're just saying that's how you're deciding to use yours.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
But you would retain the connectivity, so it would be understood at a time that there was a subsequent supervisor change. No, you're not. No.
I was just trying to figure it out. Okay.
Okay.
So, and there may be a slight difference in the dollar amount, because I don't know that we would put a special assistant in the Homeless Initiatives Department. So the cost for a special assistant is $121,518, and we'll see what comes close to that.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. But whatever's appropriate, Ann. I trust your judgment.
Okay. And I would just note, as the request for the community center, I think that's great. I support that. I think those are types of things, those are opportunities. I remember years ago, CR2 School in the city of Sacramento, but that came available. The city and the county worked together, and obviously it's a tremendous gathering place for arts and celebrations in the community. And I just want one other thing. You spoke to the legacy funding. The transient occupancy tax is generated in the unincorporated area. We're going to support the CVB, and we have a number of things. This list is very, very condensed from what it used to be. There used to be any number, and again, obviously with the establishment of the cities of Citrus Heights and Elk Grove and Rancho Cordova, certainly some of the funding base got subsumed into the revenue neutrality payments, and we lost that source. But as we've seen in other hotels come on and so forth, it's pretty healthy, and it's obviously ebbed and flowed a bit with the recession. But I would think that if there's an interest that this board, right now the general fund contribution is going to be about $2.2 million, I think, once we take out a carve out, maybe a little more than that, carve out what's been talked about here today. It's still pretty healthy. And again, if we wanted to take a look at some of the other operations, whether they be facilities or programming, and we have cultural and civic awards programs that do reach all elements of the county wherever they are. But if there are other aspects, then we should, again, I would just say, Sue, I'm open to that conversation. So.
You're very kind. I promised Ann, I try to keep my promises, that I would give her time, and it would give us time too. I think if we all have a conversation about this, because here's something I'm thinking of. I've donated top funds to like a third grade class, or two of the first grade class, classes that can go to the a day trip to see the matinee or to see theater or symphony, and they're exposed to something that in their life they might not have been exposed to, and it could potentially change their life. And so these are things that, there might be different ways to bring the arts to the unincorporated and invest in the unincorporated while still providing support to legacy. There might be different organizations that could be, could qualify for what that we would consider, something countywide or regional that would be really special to receive. Or maybe, should we give it to the same people every year, no question, or should we have each year have them have a competitive process? I don't think it would be a bad idea to look into it, and Ann kind of indicated she thought that would be good. Ann, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you.
I think it would be too.
You're breaking your promise. No, I'm kidding.
Supervisor Frost and I did speak about this, and I did say that I would spend some time with staff and each of you as well to talk about what, if anything, we could do differently to meet everybody's needs.
But I keep going back, I do think Supervisor Desmond always talking about, the unincorporated, focus, what can we do to bring, well, the arts are really important for quality of life,
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, that's a conversation to be had then. So,
yes.
All right.
So what I would like to do.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Supervisor Cerna. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just real quick, I apologize. Just because it was brought up in some of the responses from my colleagues regarding the proposal I put forth to assist the American River Parkway Foundation in roping off $5 million for their plan, I just want to make sure that people, including those that are listening, don't think that I'm throwing out numbers for the sake of throwing out numbers. The fact is that they are the ones that are developing the plan that has been the subject of, I think, some, I don't know if I'll call it concern, but attention after I proposed it. So suffice it to say, of course, there's some detailed intent behind how to use both the resources that would be applied by the private sector through the foundation, as it would obviously have to be for county match in contribution. And of course, as I think Ms. Edwards alluded to, my idea is that any request that would come in vis-a-vis some type of modified kind of grant application process to tap into those funds by the foundation as needs arose per that plan, it would be a board decision to appropriate it. And so we would, have, I think, appropriate oversight as we progress through those needs as they surface. And so just maybe to put at ease perhaps some remaining concerns that my colleagues might have, I certainly do not intend to just put a number out there and say, it's carte blanche, attempt to give the foundation $5 million for whatever they want. This is very intentional, but it is reflective of the fact that they are a terrific partner historically. They do a terrific job in terms of meeting their mission. They have their challenges like we do as it relates to our common interest in making sure the parkway is safe and clean. And of course, with the added challenge of habitation on the parkway, I think the fact that they've been so thoughtful to date to devise this initiative, we are now poised very well to match some of their resources to make it as successful as can be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, Ann.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is run through the list of my notes to make sure that I have captured everything, and then we can compare with Amanda's notes and yours to make sure that we haven't missed anything. So I have scattered site shelter, $720,000. Visit Sacramento, up to $500,000. I don't know exactly what that number is, but total of 5. Splash, $75,000. Dillard Ranch, the 3 ranches, $150,000 each. Juvenile phone calls in the youth detention facility, around $45,000. The clerk staff, $100,000, I think that's what it was. An additional $25,000 of neighborhood money in district TOT allocations.
Additionally, just be $5,000 for each district.
$5,000 for each district for a total of $25,000. Right. 5 new staff, 4 special assistants for 4 districts, and then 1 homeless ombudsperson to support District 2. The $5 million set aside for the Parkway, and the Mac Road Partnership for $100,000.
Community Center. Okay.
Did I miss anything?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to suggest that we bump up the scattered site assistance to $1 million, because I think we're looking at, a larger universe, not just the ones that the county's directly involved in, but the ones run by nonprofit organizations. That'd be my request.
I would concur with that. Any objections?
Does anybody object to that?
No. Okay.
Okay.
Great idea.
Okay, got that.
Okay, so we will go figure out how much all this costs and where it might come from. And
what do you think? You need 45 minutes? An hour?
We need an hour.
An hour. Okay, so we're going to...
Back at 6:30?
We'll go on recess for 1 hour, return here in chambers at 6:30 for final deliberation.
I'm sorry. Just one point of clarification. I had a question from staff. I apologize that I didn't catch this earlier. So the request for the clerk of the board growth, is that just for the position on the request not approved? Because there was a smaller amount.
It was $106,000 total, so you just need the position, or do you need the $12,000 additional? There was a couple of things in there. There was a $94,000 and a $100,000 splits the difference. That's all right. She's got all kinds of support out in the community. So
she's looking at me like, oh no, what do I say? Say whatever you need to say.
I'm respectfully happy. I am respectfully happy with the recommendation that Ann and Amanda made, and I was so happy to work with her and David, and they were so gracious, and so I'm happy with what I have.
$100,000 will do it. And so you're very
We'll
humble,
figure
so,
it out.
yeah.
We'll figure it out.
I know you will. Okay, good. All right. And before we go, so the splash would be an ongoing obviously it would get built into, I would put that in Parks budget on an ongoing basis. That
And
would
the
be part.
ranches are one time?
One time, correct, yes.
One more time?
One more time. One more time, yeah. One more time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're in recess. See you back at 6:30. Good evening. I want to call back into session for episode 3 of today's budget hearings. And again, thanks those that have waited patiently and those that have worked fervently over the last, or feverishly over the last hour. So with that, Flo, I'll turn to you to call the roll to establish a quorum. I know we now have 2 supervisors joining us remotely.
Yes.
So.
Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Okay, and Kennedy?
Here.
Desmond? Here. Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Flo. All right, I'm going to turn to our county executive, Ms. Edwards, who, along with her very capable staff, has worked to put together a chart she'll walk us through, and then we have a CIP hearing, the capital improvement program as well. But I guess go through this portion first. So,
Yes, so Amanda's going to go through the chart, and before we do that, I just wanted to highlight one thing that is left off of the chart, and that is the $45,000 for the Youth Detention Center phone issues. After speaking with Chief Yarber, he indicated it's far more complicated than this because the funds actually pay for other things. He would like some time to do an analysis, and then we would bring this back in September.
Can he institute free calls immediately, though, and then worry about how he's going to figure all that out? Again, because it sounds like you have revenue replacement.
Yeah. Good evening, Supervisor. I believe so. I believe we have enough in our trust fund account currently to start that.
Okay.
So it should not be delayed. It's just we've got some complicating factors, not the least of which is that the fees from the calls actually pay for the phone cards that I referenced earlier. And we also have the implementation of a brand new phone system beginning July 1. And so we'd like to see how things go before we can actually come back with a firm number.
The intent of what we talked about here today, and
absolutely
hopefully supports your ongoing work with the folks that are our awards. So
no, very humble. Appreciate all the support and kind words. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Martin.
Okay,
Thanks, Ann.
so I'll now turn it over to Ms. Thomas, who will walk us through this.
All right, very good.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
So the table that's being displayed and that you have in front of you is capturing the changes that were discussed before the break, or intended to capture the changes discussed before the break. So I will walk through. At the top, you can see what we are recommending is that about $2,572,643 of additions would be funded by reducing what we had recommended as the contribution to the reserve for audit report payback future litigation settlement. So instead of that contribution being $30 million, it would be $27,427,357. And then we are recommending a $5 million new reserve be established for American River Parkway homeless efforts, as discussed earlier, and that reserve would be funded by reducing the contingency by $5 million. So then I can walk through. We have listed below the additions that make up that additional approximately $2.5 million.
If I could just ask you, but so by roping that off, kind of the point that Supervisor Cerna made, but also I think discussion I know I've had with staff, that reserve is still available to the board's discretion. Is designated for that particular purpose, as certainly the reserve contribution for future payback litigation. So if there were some fiscal distress, the board has the ability to at least look to that, along with obviously your county executive's office, to patch things over if need be. Is that
sure? So as with all discretionary reserves, the board really has discretion as to how those monies would be used.
But there were some reserves, again, going back to the experience during the Great Recession, that didn't have that latitude, and obviously resulted in having to make certain findings and borrowing and so forth. We've paid all that back. I just want to be sure of this, and again, I know you just answered it, but so that is available. It's for the designated purposes, and you probably add to that over time, at least one for the paybacks for future litigation, I trust. But okay.
Correct.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Cerna.
My apologies for interrupting again.
No problem.
I did try to use the raise hand thing.
Okay.
So I just to extend your line of thinking there in your questions for Amanda. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that should the board approve the $5 million reserve for the American River Parkway and the Foundation's initiative, that that won't potentially become contingent in future months should there be a change in the need for satisfying any litigation or settlement consequence. In other words, I don't want to see the designation of the $5 million susceptible to something that has nothing to do with parks, but has everything to do with litigation. So if staff can affirm that, I'd feel a little more comfortable.
Sure.
Yes. Did you want to address that?
The bottom line is, with all of the reserves that we are establishing, you as the board can make decisions about how you want to spend that money. So even though we're roping this off, and I believe it would be a 4/5 vote because it wouldn't be during budget time, you could vote to use it for something else, but it would take a vote of the board to do that. And that's true with all of the reserves that we have established. It's at your discretion.
Okay. Yeah, of course. I mean, I think we're all well aware that after we finalize the budget in September, then the voting dynamic changes and becomes a little more challenging. Yeah. Should we want to have consider mid-year changes to the budget? But I just want to make certain that the commitment we make today is not uniquely susceptible, I guess, to any changes relative to things that are not relative to the intent of roping it off. That is the $5 million, and ensure that should we again have any new information or new directives or new legal requirements that require us to revisit how we use reserves or contingency for pending litigation and settlement, that it is equally protected just like anything else.
Yes, that's correct. And just to clarify, we are recommending this would be a reserve completely separate from the audit report payback litigation settlement. So those would be two separate reserves.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cerna. Okay, Mr. Desmond.
Thank you. And I just, to piggyback on that a little bit, I just want to make sure, if you're taking half of I think the contingency was $10 million.
Addition.
The addition. Okay.
Yes, the addition was, and it was 27, I think.
Yes, so we started at 27, so we would now have a $22 million contingency.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure.
Which still covers those uncertainties that Amanda talked about yesterday.
Okay, and including more assistance for the refugee assistance, either Afghan refugees and or Ukraine. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any other questions, Supervisor Frost? Anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Amanda, continue.
Okay, so then I'll just walk through each of the specific additions that are listed down below. So the first, we have $150,000, which will be a transfer from the general fund to the TOT fund to increase the contribution to Visit Sacramento to a total of $500,000. There's $25,000, which is also a transfer from the general fund to the TOT fund for an additional $5,000 in each of the district neighborhood funds. A $450,000 transfer from the general fund to the Parks Construction Fund for the improvements at McFarland Ranch, American River Ranch, and Dillard Ranch. And then $498,072 to add 4 staff positions in the Board of Supervisors Districts 1, 3, 4, and 5. And those are special assistant positions. $167,881 to add 1 human services program planner in the Office of Homeless Initiatives to address and support homeless issues in District 2. $106,690 to fund growth for 1 deputy clerk and extra help in the clerk of the board. And $100,000 in the neighborhood revitalization budget, which would be for the South Sacramento Community Center to purchase the property. And then $1 million, which would be added to the Department of Human Assistance budget for additional scattered site shelters. And finally, $75,000 to regional parks for the splash vernal pool education.
Amanda, can I just ask you, I see Supervisor Kennedy's up first. Go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. So we spoke quite a bit about the $1 million for the scattered home sites. What's your vision of how that will work? I mean,
Well, we had a brief discussion about that upstairs, but it's going to take further discussion. We do anticipate adding additional homes, and we also had conversation about supporting the HEART programs where appropriate.
Okay, so you'll
We'll come back.
Have a plan come back. Okay.
We'll have a plan and come back.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
I just wanted to note too, and again, certainly Supervisor Kennedy's credit, there were revenues that were identified annually up until last year when he made a motion to blend it in with the neighborhood revitalization funds from the billboard revenues, the ad revenues, and off of the electronic billboard that's there in South Sacramento. And those monies had initially been designated for use in the surrounding areas and neighborhoods. And I know you just said blend it in. And it's good to see this coming back your way. And I think just for future reference.
The
I think
thought crossed my mind.
Yeah, well, it's good. And again, that's the type of thing I think that, for future reference, I mean, again, it's in there. It can be used for other purposes, but I'm glad it came back for that purpose because it's being generated in that very, within, probably within a mile or two of where the community center is. So, great. Mm-hmm.
So those are the changes that total to the $2,572,643. You can see we're also reflecting the $5 million reduction in contingency. And then really the second page is sort of showing the other side of those transfers that were coming out of the general fund. So these are, in a way, just a repeat in the TOT fund and the parks construction fund.
Interesting that they were coming from the TOT fund to the general fund, and you showed that transfer out, so they're just coming back into the general fund, into the TOT fund.
Well, the TOT revenue is discretionary revenue in the general fund.
I know.
Some of which gets
Bob
transferred
Ryan
to the
and
TOT
Lisa have
fund.
reminded us that for ages. But yes. Okay, very good. All right, so there you have it. And let me first ask colleagues, any other questions or inquiries about what's done? Yes, Supervisor, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go
ahead. I did have my hand raised.
I know. Go ahead. That's fine. You're doing fine.
I'm sorry, I can't see.
Yeah. Go ahead, Phil.
All right. Thank you. So, first of all, I appreciate Amanda and CEO Edwards taking the hour that they did, and certainly other department heads involved in scrambling as they did to find out from where they would seek to fund the request that the board has articulated. And this is obviously part of the process that we go through annually, at least as far as I've been here for the last almost 12 years. So I do appreciate that scramble. And I don't know if my colleagues have other questions or additions or, statements they want to make about it, but I'd certainly like to put on the floor a motion to adopt the 2022-23 recommended budget with the changes that have just been presented that reflect input from all five of us.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Just a procedural question. We have all the attached resolutions that go with that. And the CIP is a separate action. Is that correct? So we would call that next? Okay. All right, so we do have a motion and a second that would embody the staff recommendation, which includes a variety of resolutions and position allocations and so forth. So that's all embodied in the motion. Is there anything else we need to know before we would go to a vote on this? I'll ask Lisa Travis, is there anything? Oh, I'm sorry, Sue?
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chair Natoli.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask a question regarding the Board of Supervisors FTE for full-time employees for 498,072 and the allocation for the County Executive Cabinet homeless initiatives, which is Supervisor Kennedy's basically what he's allocating his Board of Supervisors full-time employee to. I'm wondering how this goes down in how this, let's see, how do I say this? Should there be 5 Board of Supervisors allocations and they can use them however they want? And then if, I don't mind that Supervisor Kennedy's, it looks like the homeless initiatives costs a little more, another 45,000, but I don't mind allocating that. I don't begrudge that. I'm just saying, does this make sense going forward to not have it, to have one district separated out as totally different versus just, everyone's allocated this amount and they can put it toward this or that or that. And then if the board, and then the board can opt to allocate more. I'm just asking if this makes sense, how we're memorializing this, because this is new.
Okay.
Thank you, Sue.
Usually in the districts, we do it equally. I'm not saying, I'm not begrudging that. I do think that is a really great idea that Supervisor Kennedy has. I'm just saying on an ongoing basis so that it makes sense in a public way. It seems like the district should be treated equally, and then we decide if we're going to allocate extra funding in a different way.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. This is Ann, if you don't mind me addressing that.
No, that's fine.
That question. Yeah. So, as I said before we took the break, that we'd have to identify what level of staff was most appropriate to meet that need. And special assistants are only assigned to board staff. And so we couldn't and wouldn't hire a special assistant to work in the homeless initiatives department. So the Human Services Program Planner is the level of staff that's necessary to do the work within that department. It is the level of staff that she already has in the department, so it would be unusual to have a different level staff from the other staff that are there. It is a little bit more. We couldn't get the appropriate level of staff if the funding was exactly the same as the special assistant.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I have Supervisor Kennedy. I see Supervisor Cerny. I see you had your hand up as well. So let me.
Can I just add one
continue,
more?
Supervisor Frost? Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
So you can't just say we are good with that position in that district, and it's going to be partially funded this way and partially funded that way. It's okay if you can't. I'm just asking are you saying this is the way it makes the best sense? Because I'm trying to figure that. I'm trying to understand.
Yes, we could certainly do whatever the board wants, but this is the solution based on what we talked about earlier that does in fact make them the best sense.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I have Supervisor Kennedy and then Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I just want to say that I want to memorialize this as it's not in District 2's staff. And because, whereas we'll have close communication, this is going to be somebody who is directed by other staff. And I don't want it to be located in District 2, but I want it to help serve the population in District 2, particularly the homeless population. I think based upon what we did yesterday, this is also putting up further guardrails in what was a split vote to hopefully make some others feel a little more comfortable about it. So if there is a delta between the two, it's a very small investment that I think furthers our commitment that we made yesterday as a board, or at least as a split board, to make sure that what our promise to that community is and ongoing. Supervisor Frost, I respectfully, say that, this is a very small amount of differential, and I don't understand the issue of whether or not it's housed in one budget category or the other.
Okay.
I guess, is it okay if I?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this something that you perceive, all of you, that you perceive we might need as we set up more of these encampments? Because if it is, maybe it's a position we need to make, and then Supervisor Kennedy should get his, district allocation along with the rest of us, and then we have a position that is just more, strengthens the safe state as well. Because I perceive if you feel you need this for your safe stay, are we going to need this for the other ones that may rise, and then you have given up. I'm just asking.
Patrick?
Well, we all have budget constraints, and as my grandmother would have said, you can't have your apple and eat it too.
So, and I would just say, and I know Supervisor Stern is in queue here, that, in the event that there are other considerations coming before the board relative to needs in this area, that I think that's always a future consideration. To your point, Sue, if you needed another position at some juncture, whether it was basically allocated from a large chunk from what might otherwise be an assistant position in District 2, it might be that there's, it warrants another position within a department that doesn't have any ties to this. But I think it's a creative way to address it, and it is memorialized, and this board and certainly Patrick and others could certainly revisit it, but. I think it's a creative way to approach it. We don't do this often, but I think it's a consideration as we're looking to build in some of the aspects of what we talked about yesterday to address community needs. But also, I think even back to the discussion that kind of prompted this from Supervisor Cerna relative to just the inquiries and the workloads. And so, again, I don't have heartburn with it. But I think there's always the ability to revisit this at any time should the board and/or certainly the supervisor of the district wish to entertain that. So I don't know.
Okay, I just want to say that I think it's generous of you, Supervisor Kennedy, to do that, and I also think that this position is probably not going to be confined to your district. It's going to cross political boundaries, and I'm okay with doing it this way. I'm fine with that. Okay. I wanted to bring it up and have the conversation because I think the rest of us are watching this particular first project to see how it goes, and then we will be better informed on how we'll set up projects in our district, and so if it stands on its own merits instead of someone giving up something, like if I go out and hire an employee now, I'm not going to want to give up that person for the ombudsman. Do you hear what I'm saying? I know we can revisit it later, and I'm good with that, but that's why I'm bringing it up, just to have a conversation that the project might want to stand on its own. But if it's the will of the board to do it this way, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Well, clearly, and I purposefully am placing it in another department. I will not have oversight over it. We will have communication on a regular basis. But, if there's an encampment on the other side of Fruit Ridge in Supervisor Cerna's office, this person I'm sure is not going to be given the direction to, you cannot cross Fruit Ridge Road, so, right.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but I think you understand my point that it's not just for your district, yet you're giving up your district funds for the position. It crosses boundaries. So I wonder if it should be, I'm just saying.
Okay. All right. Understood. I think a good point. So Supervisor Cerna, and I think Supervisor Desmond had punched in a moment ago.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate this discussion. It's a good one, and I think it reflects the fact that we're all cognizant of kind of equity between all 5 districts and the people that we represent, and making sure that we all have adequate resources to do what we're charged to do. I'd like to actually introduce what I believe is kind of an eloquent solution to this, and that is the fact, and it starts with experience. Over the last several years, it actually ceased this year. I actually had our chief of staff retain the services of a retired annuitant. Many of you know her, Carrie Yellows, who served the county very diligently for several years in DHA and then for several years in District 1 as part of my esteemed staff. And we funded her half position. She was part-time with our TOT funds. And so that was obviously a discretionary decision made on top of a discretionary decision about TOT funds. But I would say that in order to kind of preserve the sense of equity and the ability for Supervisor Kennedy to, make sure that this position, regardless of where it's housed or what it's called or whatever, perhaps the delta between I believe it's $121,000 and change for a special assistant, and the cost of the DHA person or FTE is roughly $45,000. That perhaps he would consider just maybe taking that from his TOT funds to satisfy the balance. It's got precedent with my office. I think it reflects the fact that he approaches this a little differently. He wants to do it a little differently, which I think he has every right to propose and suggest. But I think that would be maybe a better way to satisfy the question of equity between all 5 of us. Thanks.
Can I speak to that, Chair?
Sure, go ahead. Yes, Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Kennedy. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to clarify, I'm not worried about the extra money. What I'm thinking about is what makes sense to the public and to the departments and the options that we all have the freedom to make that, the choice in our district office. If these safe stays need an ombudsman, maybe we should think about including that in the funding, and then just, that's my point, because we're going to have more than one of these. We're going to have others. And if this I perceive his idea is hugely smart, and that individual is going to make a difference in the success of, the communications around that project. And it could potentially be something that we all need. But now we're going to start out with, something we've desperately needed for a long time, which is an extra person to help out with customer service in our offices. And we're not going to want to give that up in order to have an ombudsman. And so if we're going to if we need an ombudsman, if that's what we perceive as a good idea, let's just do it. And then give us and then if Supervisor Kennedy doesn't need an extra person, he can use it for neighborhood funds. We used neighborhood funds for a half of a person. Supervisor Cerna just described how he used those top funds or neighborhood funds for help, for customer service. That was my point. My point is not around, I think my point is around it just makes logical sense to make sure that all the districts have parity in our opportunity to provide customer service, and that, we fund these safe stays in a way that's going to make them successful. And it shouldn't have to come out of our district funds. To me, that seems like a big thing to give, I know it's okay, Supervisor Kennedy seems okay with it, which is fine if he wants to do that. I'm just saying for future planning, we're going to run into this. We are going to set up other safe stays, and we're going to see how successful that is. And it's going to be, that ombudsman's going to be, I play a key role in the success, I think. I personally think that. So I'll stop now.
No, that's important. I've got
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Cerna.
I had the floor prior, so I'd like to respond to that.
Okay, go ahead. I've got 2 others in the queue. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, appreciate your comment, Supervisor Frost. I don't think this really has anything to do specifically with Safe Stay, first of all, since you mentioned it several times. I just, to your point about parity, I introduced a solution that I think actually gets us to that objective. And it doesn't do it with adding a sixth individual at increased general fund cost. But if there's the will of the board to do that, to have a second ombudsman to serve all 5 districts on top of an additional FTE special assistant for each 5 districts, fine, let's talk about that. But that's not what I had proposed. What I had proposed was very simple. Let's kind of go back. Let's rewind a little bit. I did not propose the complexities of this. I proposed the complexities or the limited complexities of simply adding 1 FTE per district to help us address what are, I think, growing concerns by all of our constituents. I think we all agree to that. Mr. Kennedy decided to go a different direction, and that's fine, but it does come with a cost differential. So all I've tried to put on the table for consideration is a way to reach that parity that you, Supervisor Frost, have expressed an interest in, and that does have some precedent, and I think would be fair.
Okay. Thanks, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Kennedy and then the county executive.
Actually, I'd like to defer to the county executive and then make comment.
Okay. All right. Ian.
I'm deferring to you, the county executive.
Yep.
I was just going to say something similar to what Supervisor Cerna said, that this person for the Homeless Initiatives Department supporting District 2 is not just for safe stay communities. Right. It is for all of the needs, the similar needs that you all have that you'll be using a special assistant to support. So it's for far more than the safe stay communities. And as we open additional safe stay communities, we'll be evaluating what the staffing needs are to support those safe stay communities.
Thank you, and I must agree with both Supervisor Cerna and the county executive. This was not just about safe stay communities. However, there are more safe stay communities in District 2 than any other, so that certainly will be a role. But beyond that, I will say this: that we negotiate up here, we look at the budget, we see how we can serve our constituents within our districts, and I will say that if you look at the balance ledger, the $40,000 differential still brings District 2's additional request during this negotiation to $142,000, which is far less than most districts. So the request that this come out of District 2 TOT money, while others are taking far more money out of general fund through this process, is one that I'm not interested in entertaining.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Yes, and I always envisioned this as Supervisor Kennedy suggesting something that would kind of inure to the benefit of all the districts as we go down this path. I mean, so I have no problem with the proposal. I think, like Chair Natoli said, this is something we will have a chance to revisit as our needs change and as we evolve in terms of opening more of our efforts to serve the homeless in different districts. So that's where I stand. I'm still comfortable with it.
And if I can help the conversation, I don't intend to, if position's approved, to fill the position during the remaining portion of my term, so it will be vacant. There'll be salary savings to cover this and more for this current fiscal year, and my successor will have the opportunity then to, look to fill the position. But so you can already count on 6 months of salary savings in District 5. So you should be all good. In fact, you're to the good. So, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. No, I appreciate Supervisor Kennedy's statements and clarification. And you can bet your bottom line that District 1 will certainly take them up on the offer to use the ombudsman, especially as it relates to the Safe Stay community, since it does border the two districts. So I just want to express my appreciation to him for making that clear, that individual will be just as responsive to District 1, District 3, 4, and 5 as it is to District 2. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll just clarify that was a complete misrepresentation of what I said.
Chair Natoli.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm happy to support Supervisor Kennedy's
Okay,
proposal.
very good. Okay, any other comments? We've talked it through here. Okay, very good. I think good line of questioning and good conversation for getting an understanding about what's envisioned here. All right, Ann, we had a motion some time ago, a motion and a second. I think that motion still stands. Anything else that you wanted to add before we push the button?
Not before you vote, but after you vote, before we move into CIP, I'd like to make a comment.
Very good. Okay. All right. Unless there's anything else, we now have before us the recommended budget, all the attached resolutions, and the recommended modifications as outlined in the report that was presented here this evening. Okay. If nothing further, then I'm going to call for the vote.
Supervisor Cerna?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Desmond? Aye. Frost?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Okay. Before we go any further, then, Ann, I'll turn to you.
Thank you. I would normally save this to my comments at the end, but I suspect that many department heads will be exiting and not remaining for the CIP, which I totally support. But I did want to take an opportunity while they're still in chambers to thank them so much, because none of this is possible. It's not just Amanda and her team, which do the really heavy lifting of putting it all together, but the department heads, the deputy CEOs are absolutely critical to making this happen, and their staff, and they've been, hanging here for the last few days to get through this, and I just want to say thank you to all of you. So.
Thank you. Well, before you rush the doors, I want to just, I would just certainly, and I know other members have commented on it, I would give, again, we still have the CIP, so we don't want to forget Mr. Gassaway in the presentation on that, but I would just echo certainly the compliments, and I think that certainly the process is a long one, starts many, many months, probably starts day after tomorrow for the ensuing fiscal year. But I do want to thank the folks here in chambers, all those that contributed to this, certainly to members of the public who have seriously engaged, all of our advisory committees, the various folks who all along the way have input. And then ultimately, it has to boil down to a document that has many, many hundreds of pages, very thoughtful. And I've said this many times before, that if people want to get a fairly full understanding, if not a very full understanding of what counties do and what county's all about, pick up a copy of a budget and read the detail, because it talks about the positions, it talks about the goals, it talks about the accomplishments, it talks about where we've been, where we are, and where we're headed. And I think it's a real tribute, certainly, to people who put this all together. And I think you serve the people of this county very well, not only in the budgetary process, but in administering this. And as many have said today, $7.3 billion budget. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of responsibility for public dollars, but there's a tremendous amount of good that's embedded and embodied in all of this, and it serves, the 1.5 million people, more than 1.5 million people, in so many ways. We touch the lives of every person in this county in one way or the other, oftentimes directly, sometimes indirectly. And again, it's a credit. I say this is my last recommended budget. I'll have one more time in September, and you haven't got rid of me yet. But I will just say that it's always, it may not always be, and I don't say easy, but we've had some very, very difficult times. But again, much to the credit of you, those that have preceded you, and those that you mentor who will succeed you someday. I think this county can be duly proud, certainly of the leadership, of the work that goes into the budget, and I think some of the changes have been made over the last couple of years. And again, we'll continue to have pushes and pulls along the way, and as we begin to, look at the priorities to the 5 elected representatives, but certainly through the leadership, this budget is key to all of that. So again, thank you, certainly on behalf of me as chair, and I'll let my colleagues weigh in as well. But it's a delight working with all of you. Rich?
Thank you. I want to prolong the accolades for a few more moments here. First, thank you, Mr. Chair, for leading us through this process. I mean, I've learned an awful lot from you. I know this is your first or your last preliminary budget that you'll be shepherding us through, but thank you to everybody. I'm very proud to be a member of this board and very proud to be a representative of Sacramento County because we're doing really wonderful things. I think we could have squeezed Mr. Vicari for a little more money for our roads, but that's a subject for another day. And I would just ask Amanda to, you noticed Supervisor Natoli and I using magnifying glasses up here. If we can make the font just a little bit bigger next year, I'd appreciate that. But thank you all so much.
Thanks, Rich. Supervisor Frost or Cerna, anything you want to say on the phone?
Yeah, this is
Phil.
Supervisor Turner. Thank you. I would just like to add on, Chair, you and I have had the chance to serve together for going on a dozen years, and I've seen you chair budget proceedings from afar before I was seated, and certainly sitting next to you. And I think one of the things that we are going to definitely miss the most on your departure is, and you should watch the body language when I say this of staff, because they're probably going to at least smile. But you are encyclopedic when it comes to the budget, and as has been said many times, this really is the part of our duty that we take so seriously, because it has arguably some of the greatest impacts on the welfare of the people we represent and the environment that we represent. And it's going to be very, very missed.
Thank you,
I've attempted to take copious mental notes along the way during that almost dozen years, and can only hope to be a fraction of the steward that you have been over the past 27 and a half years of the budget, and that doesn't come easily. It is a very complicated document. It's a very complicated process, not easily understood by many, including, quite frankly, I think all of us at times. And I think you've really demonstrated demonstrated to be the model of how to be that steward. And so I just want to reflect on that and say it out loud, because I think you deserve it. And I just want to warn staff that just because Mr. Tully may not be here next June, I'll be definitely making many calls to him, many emails to him as we approach budget season, because as I've done these last several years, I seek his mentorship and his guidance, his insights on what is arguably the most important thing that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. That's very, very kind. Thank you very much. Okay, enough of all that.
Just the beginning.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I still got the gavel. Okay. All right. So with that, then, I guess.
Yes. Is it okay if I say a couple of words?
Sure. Oh, yes.
Sorry. One more. I just wanted to say that it seems like in this past year, just about every big meeting. I am reminiscing about your kindness and your institutional knowledge and the way you know all the skeletons and you know all the good things. And I always know if I go to you, I can figure it out. You'll help me figure it out. So I thank you. I thank you, and I really respect the way you manage people, and your kindness. You're a very kind man, and I appreciate that about you. And so it's had an impact on me, and I thank you for that. I also want to say to Ann Edwards and to the executive team, I think you're like the ever-ready bunnies. You're super smart. You make us look good every day. This goes to the executive team and to the clerks and the staff that make all these things happen, because I know there's no leader that does everything alone. But I really appreciate the way the budget process went really relatively easy this year, and I thank you for all of your hard work. And I want to say to the board, with all respect, that I appreciate your wisdom, and thank you for the way you represent the needs of your districts and the way we can work together. I know our priorities in our districts aren't always the same, but you're all so super fair, and it's really appreciated. So it was a good budget process, and I thank everyone for the effort that was put in to make it that way.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate your kind comments. Supervisor Kennedy.
I just want to say it was a pleasure knowing Don while he was alive.
Rest in peace.
And thank you to staff.
Thanks for the levity. That was good. Very good. Okay. All right. We had enough of all that. So to my colleagues, though, it's I didn't get a chance to thank all of you again. It's we share in this endeavor, and you're great to work with. I've had the good fortune of working with many different makeups of the boards, and I think the intellect, the commitment, the levity, and I think the commitment is evident in as many years as I've had a chance to be in these chambers, to be a part of the budget process. Every year has been a new undertaking, and one, again, where I think brings out the best in all who are involved, and for whatever decisions we're called upon to make. And there's no lack of commitment to serving the people of this county. So thank you very much for your collegiality, for your friendship, and for all the good work that, again, goes on every day in this county that makes things work. So, okay, with that, I'm still alive, and we'll again, folks can now head home after you've had to bear through all that. And thank you very much. Drive safely and get some rest. There's more work ahead. So thanks a lot. Okay. And with that, as the chambers begin to empty, we've still got an item to go over. So if you'll call that, Flo, please.
I kind of forgot where we were. Let's see. Okay, so item number 3, adopt the final fiscal year 2022-23 5-year capital improvement plan and incorporate additional projects.
Okay, Mr. Bettis.
Good evening, Chair Natoli and Supervisors. The item before you is the 22-23 Capital Improvement Plan. Per Ordinance 21.15, the Capital Improvement Plan document is to be developed by the County Executive and transmitted to the Board. The Board then refers the proposed Capital Improvement Plan to the Planning Commission for review and determination of the consistency with the general plan. The Board last saw this item on April 12th. And referred it to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission heard the item on May 9th and determined that projects are consistent with the policies of the general plan. One item to note is that there have been a number of recent amendments in the current year CIP, which are not reflected in the current presentation of the CIP because of timing specifically. Those amendments will be reflected in the September final CIP, and it won't hold up any of those projects moving forward. In addition, the board has today approved additional funding for projects. Those will also be able to go forward and will be reflected in the September final CIP. This 5-year CIP includes the following. For airports, $116 million in fiscal year 22-23, and a plan for future spending of an additional $202 million. For county buildings and capital construction, $34.6 million in fiscal year 22-23, and a plan for future spending of an additional $104.5 million in the following 4 years. For libraries, $1.17 million in fiscal year 22-23, and a plan for future spending of additional $3.5 million over the following 4 years. For Mather Community Campus, all of the projects that were funded last year were anticipated to be completed or rolled over this year. So the CIP currently does not include any funded projects. This year, as part of the budget, the county will include the Mather Community Campus in the facilities charge so that it will have future funding for projects within the campus, and additionally, the county will continue to seek additional funding opportunities and will amend the CIP as funding becomes available. For regional parks, there's $12.9 million in fiscal year 22-23, and an additional amount of $2.5 million in the following 4 years. For transportation, there's $107.7 million in fiscal year 22-23, and an additional $429.6 million over the following 4 years. This does not include the additional $20 million that was included in the budget presentation today, so that again will be represented in the September adjustments. Again, with that, they can start on those projects now, but we'll show that in the CIP amendment. For waste management and recycling, they've got $38.4 million in fiscal year 22-23, with an additional $75.8 million over the following 4 years. I'll note that in this case, there was an additional, the additional project for vehicles for SB 1383 are still shown in the unfunded list, but that was one of the amendments that was recently passed by the board. So those vehicles have already been requested. Additionally, the commercial waste and organic building is an item that is currently on the unfunded list, and a CIP amendment will be brought forward at the time that we bring forward the financing for the facility. For water resources, there's $5.7 million in fiscal year 22-23, with an additional $22.4 million in the following 4 years. For water resources, water supply, there's $124.5 million in fiscal year 22-23, with an additional $313 million in the following 4 years. The recommendation is that staff recommends the approval of the capital improvement plan as part of the budget process. Department directors and representatives are available to answer any questions related to specific projects, should you have them.
Okay, very good. I'm going to go to my colleagues in just a moment. I just wanted to point out, and it's on your summary, but I don't have any particular questions on any of the budget units, but in regional parks, that there are still in excess of $75 million in unfunded capital projects. Many of them are of a maintenance category related to restrooms and to a number of facility upgrades and so forth. And all we show over the next 4 or 5 years is only $2.5 million. And I guess I would just put that as a footnote reminder that, again, there was infusion last year, certainly to the executive's recommendation and this board's action. There was revenues received from the transfer of Elk Grove Regional Park, but we still have a tremendous amount of need in that area, and it's not a part of the capital construction with allocated costs, the parks, and so they're still dependent upon either board action and or fees and other revenues and grants. And we've made some headway. And again, thank you, Ann, and those, and certainly Liz and others who've worked in that regard. But I think that's a cautionary comment on my part because, that list with inflation, and we're chasing with some of these projects, even with the money that we had last year, trying to get some of those projects delivered has been, been challenging. And so I guess I would encourage us to try to find some longer-term solution. Otherwise, when things do tighten up, at least historically, parks have been challenged to kind of compete with some of the other countywide services and even municipal services at a time that sometimes get in front of parks. And so I guess I would just offer that. And I know you're cognizant of your recommendation last year. We didn't have any large new amounts in this year's budget, but I think for future years, otherwise, chasing a $75 million unfunded portion with really no revenue sources outside of the goodwill of the board and some grants and and the recommendations of the county executive makes it really tough to administer some of the needed upgrades in some of the park facilities. So I point that out as at least a point of reference. So let me go to my colleagues. Any one on the phone, Supervisor Frost or Supervisor Cerna?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Nothing at this time. Thanks.
Okay. And Supervisor Desmond, anything? Okay. All right. Then thank you for all the folks that are here that are part of the plan. Now, I guess we could take public comment. We didn't take public comment on this part, so we'll need to open it up for public comment. So I don't see anyone in chambers, but...
We don't have anyone, and it's still open. It's been open this whole time.
Okay. So last call for anyone who's been watching as it relates to the capital improvement program. I know it's a late hour, but if we have no one signed up and no one on the phones, then I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Cerner.
Yes, if there's no questions or comments by colleagues, then I would move adoption of the fiscal year 2022-23 five-year capital improvement plan and incorporate additional projects.
Okay, very good. That's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Frost.
Okay. Moved by Cerna, seconded by Frost to approve the 2022-2023 CIP with the noted changes or additions that will be a part of the final document in September. All right. If there's nothing further, then we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Cerna?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Desmond? Aye. Frost?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. All right. That concludes that item. So item number 4.
So I did most of my comments before the department heads left, but I want to reiterate my thanks to all of them and really a special shout out to Amanda Thomas. This is her first budget all by herself. Last year she was brand new and Britt was here, and what she has learned in the last year and her ability to really take in all of the information, learn it, be able to explain it to others, I think has been remarkable. So I want to thank her for that. And then I want to thank all of you for your support and letting us put a whole bunch of money in reserves and just for the conversation today. It's been great. So thank you.
Applaud, Amanda.
Way to go, Amanda.
Yes, go ahead. Supervisor Cerna. Oh, you said good work. Okay, yeah. All right, very good. So that's all your comments? You ready to go home? Okay. All right, so with that, we'll go to board member comments. Let me go to the phone first. Supervisor Frost, any comments?
No comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Cerna?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise an issue relative to kind of our process for taking public comment, and certainly in light of what I think have been some great improvements through the chair's office this year and through the clerk of the board to make clear at the beginning of each of our public meetings what we expect in terms of a courteous environment and what we expect in terms of courteous behavior. I would like to suggest that we add perhaps some statement that makes clear that, in all fairness to everyone that takes the time to comment, whether telephonically or in person, and especially given the length of the queues lately, for those that still address the board remotely, that we should make it clear that each person that chooses to comment on a agendized item has exactly that one opportunity to do so. I think we can all agree that we've encountered over several meetings now a particular individual that has decided to chime in more than once. And if that was the accepted protocol or rule that we applied to everyone, I wouldn't have a problem with it, but it's not. So it's not fair to others that perhaps would love 6 minutes versus 3 minutes. So I would like us to please consider adding to our opening statement to the clerk some verbiage, some reference to the fact that we expect people to use their allotted time once to address each item, and not try to skirt the process for taking public testimony by coming in a second time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cerna. We'll work with the clerk's office on that. Okay. All right. Supervisor Desmond, anything? Okay. Mr. Kennedy. Okay. Madam Clerk, you got a growing fan club out there, so.
Your additional staff.
Okay, and thank you to Lisa as well. So, okay, unless there's anything else, that'll conclude the June budget hearings, and we'll be back here next Tuesday, same time, same place for start. And again, thanks to all. Have a good rest of the evening.